Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became True Nine Tails. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata sat, scarcely breathing, behind a rather large row of bushes. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, watching the two ninjas guarding a small building nearly 200 feet away. Sasuke was angry. He had just gotten his life back and now that Demed Snake had stolen the person he thought of as his brother. How, he thought. How the hell did he get him without a fight? His hands balled into anxious fists, waiting for the signal to move. He rubbed the back of his neck where the cursed seal used to be. Not long after Naruto had brought Sasuke home, and thanks to the help of a seal expert from the hidden sand, Tsunade had managed to remove the seal from the young Uchiha. After a day of healing, both Naruto and Sasuke were moved to a room in the outpatient ward of the hospital. 2 days after that, Tsunade had decided Sasuke's actions had been mainly the fault of the seal and declared him safe from all persecution. Sasuke thought back to the 3rd day after Naruto had brought him home. Flashback. Hey, Naruto? Sasuke mumbled as he sat up in the hospital bed he'd been laying on. He winced as Tsunade attended the numerous wounds that Naruto had had to inflict to beat some sense into him. However, it would take more than a skilled medical nin to heal the wounds of his heart. Naruto looked up from his seat next to the bed. What? What was that thing? Sasuke asked, causing his best friend to freeze in place. Naruto knew exactly what Sasuke was talking about. He looked at Tsunade, as if asking for her permission to tell his story. She nodded and stood to leave the room. Naruto took a quick, but deep breath. Thanks, Tsunade-sama, he said as though using the word, sama, in reference to Tsunade was difficult. Tsunade froze in place for a moment, an eyebrow ped in surprise. Did that brat just show me respect? She thought in mild amusement. She then smiled, nodded and left the room, quietly shutting the door behind her. Naruto sat in silence for a few moments. He gulped and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was getting impatient, but he knew pushing for a break from the silence might make Naruto lose his nerve. Haven't you guessed yet? Naruto asked. Although it was more of a statement, since he knew the answer. Of course I haven't, Dobe, Sasuke replied in frustration. Naruto ran a hand through his thick blonde hair and sighed. How much do you know about the QB? Sasuke's eyes went wide as dinner plates as suddenly, horribly, it seemed to all make sense. He could only hope that his instincts were wrong for once. You're at the 9 tails? He stammered, fighting the urge to back away. No. But it is sealed inside me. Naruto answered, fully expecting his best friend to tell him to get out. Or call him a monster and then. That explains it. Naruto looked up, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Everything. It all makes perfect sense now, Sasuke finished. He noticed the look of disbelief on Naruto's face. Did you think I'd call you a monster? Now Naruto's eyes went wide. Sasuke saw this and suddenly felt sick to his stomach. You did, didn't you? Naruto slowly nodded. Silence ensued for a long while as Sasuke considered his response. Finally he spoke again. I'm sorry, Sasuke said, regret deep in his voice. For what? Naruto asked as he wiped his eyes with his arm. For making you doubt me like that. For making you think I'd so easily call you a monster. Especially when the real monster is me. Sasuke looked down as he finished his sentence, missing Naruto's expression, which was a mixture of confusion and surprise. I nearly betrayed Konoha. Nearly killed you, he continued as he stared at his right hand. The very same hand that had held the deadly Chidori just a few days earlier. This hand was. As Naruto watched in amazement, he saw something that he never had thought possible. There were tears in the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke? He thought in question. It was through your body. I could feel your blood, your organs, and it didn't bother me. Sasuke said in a choked voice. Naruto reached a hand out toward his friend. Sasuke. He began. Sasuke slapped Naruto's hand away. No. Don't you get it? He screamed in rage and sadness. Sasuke. It was the seal. Naruto began. I almost killed you. Sasuke screamed as tears began to flow. I was so absorbed in avenging my family that I didn't even see the one I had, he cried. Naruto couldn't believe his ears. Family? You consider me family? He said as the tears returned to his eyes. You, Sakura, even Kakashi. You're all I have and I nearly destroyed that. I nearly lost everything again. Sasuke said as his tears soaked into his shirt. Naruto suddenly looked very determined. Sasuke, I'll help you. Sasuke looked at Naruto. What? I said I'll help you. I'll help you kill Itachi, Naruto said with conviction, but expecting to be yelled at for suggesting that Sasuke should need help. When no such yelling came, he continued. You don't have to carry that burden by yourself. Sakura and I are here for you. You're not alone anymore. Although he hadn't said anything, Sasuke was gritting his teeth to keep from telling Naruto that it wasn't his fight. But he decided that, at the current time, it wasn't worth it. He hurriedly wiped his eyes. Arigato. He suddenly straightened himself and looked like he had decided something. Naruto. Yeah. Take off your jacket and hold out your arm, he instructed, earning a very strange look from the blonde-haired genin. Naruto pet an eyebrow. Ha! Just do it, Sasuke answered. Naruto sighed and did as was requested of him. Sasuke turned to face him and made a series of seals. After the last seal, his right index finger had a small glowing symbol hovering just in front of the tip. Naruto looked closer at it. His eyes widened when he saw the symbol was actually the kanji for Uchiha. Just then Sasuke spoke. Sasuke was staring at the kanji. I never thought I would use this jutsu. Normally only the head of the family is allowed to. He reached forward with the kanji and touched Naruto's right bicep. A small hissing sound was heard as Naruto flinched. Hot, 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 he yelled indignantly. After the burning stopped, he looked at his arm. The symbol of the house of Uchiha was quickly healing into a scar. He looked up at Sasuke. Sasuke smiled. As much as Sasuke ever did smile anyway. Now you are my brother. Officially. In my family's records you will be listed as Uchiha, Naruto. An impossibly huge grin spread over Naruto's face. He laughed in joy. As he launched himself at his newly appointed brother, knocking him over in a huge bear hug. Sasuke was immediately annoyed. Get off of me. Dobe, he yelled. And flashback. Sasuke was brought out of his reverie when the trio heard an explosion to the east. The sound ninjas that were guarding the building left instantly. That's the signal. Let's go, he said with authority. They reached the door. Sasuke, who had been designated team leader in Kakashi's absence, ordered Hinata to activate her Byakugan one more time to make sure they hadn't been seen. Sakura, open the lock, he commanded. Sakura made a short series of seals. A small stream of chakra leaked out from her fingers and entered the lock. In less than 2 seconds, a click was heard that indicated the lock was open. She made a slight smile of satisfaction. Ready, she said. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Go slowly. We don't know if there are any traps. Both girls nodded in agreement and walked inside. Sasuke turned to Hinata. Hinata, your Byakugan, he half asked, half commanded. The black-haired heir to the Hyuga clan shook her head. The walls are too thick and they are solid cement. Sasuke frowned. All right then. Split up and search. If you find him, contact me, he said, pointing to his headpiece microphone. Both girls nodded in agreement and disappeared. Only small puffs of smoke echoed their existence. Sasuke immediately set off on his own path. He ran quietly, yet swiftly, and soon found himself in front of a heavy iron door. He took a calming breath and pushed it open. He nearly vomited. The stench of death and decay found the young ninja's nostrils. As he surveyed the scene in front of him, he took out a small, circular tin, opened it and put some of the menthol-scented paste that was inside on the skin under his nose to block out the smell. There were bodies everywhere. Most hung from the walls. The ones on the floor lay in piles of their own entrails, which had spilled out from wounds obviously made by some sharp implement. A large number of them still had their eyes wide open as they had been in their moment of death. Sasuke glared at the sight before him in disgust. That sick son of a b. He was cut off as her heard Sakura's blood-curdling scream. He bolted away from the ghastly scene in the room he had found and ran toward the sound with dread. He ran as hard as he could. Something in Sakura's scream had made him afraid of what it meant. His shoes made very little sound as he ran from door to door, looking for her. He was nearly impaled by a pointed wooden pole when he opened one door. Another door led to a second chamber of horrors like he had found earlier. He quickly shut that one and pushed on. Damn it, he thought in anger and exhaustion. Where the hell is she? He went down a flight of stone stairs and made a sharp right when he thought he heard the sounds of someone retching. His lungs felt like they were on fire by the time he found Sakura. Hinata was there too. And apparently she had been the one throwing up as she was on her hands and knees, a pool of vomit on the floor in front of her. Sakura, what is it? Sasuke asked as he took the last few steps needed to reach her position. Sakura was shaking badly. Her eyes were impossibly wide with shock as she stared through an open door in front of her. Sakura, he said as he touched her shoulder. The pink-haired Kenichi didn't respond. Sakura, he barely got out as he saw what had caused his friend to scream. The room the door led to was pitch black, except for a hanging lamp in the center that illuminated a small table. What was on that table nearly caused Sasuke to scream as well. Naruto? At the mention of Naruto's name, Sakura fell to her knees and began crying loudly. Hinata sat back up from her mess and started to hyperventilate, bits of sobs being heard in between her desperate gasps for air. It was nearly 30 seconds before Sasuke could will his legs to move. He walked slowly as if in a trance toward the table. This can't be right, he thought. It's got to be a nightmare. He stopped about a foot from his destination. His breath caught in his throat as he stood there, staring at the mess in front of him. The usually spiked, blonde hair was matted to his head with sweat and speckled with blood. The blue eyes were closed. The orange jacket and black t-shirt lay on the floor. The blood was absolutely everywhere. From his collarbone to his waistline that he had been cut open. His muscles in that area were all visible, owing to the fact that his skin on both sides of the cut had been peeled back like an open magazine. Finally, Sasuke's vision came to rest on his brother's right arm and the mark of the Uchiha clan smeared with blood. This was all it took for Sasuke to lose it. He dropped to the floor, threw back his head and screamed. And screamed. And screamed. Kyuubi laid on the floor of his cell in misery, watching the boy in front of him grow more and more weak. He gritted his teeth in anger. His container was dying and there was nothing he could do this time because Naruto had been laid open. He could heal holes easily, but this? He sighed for the 100th time and waited for the inevitable cold to claim him. Hey, stupid fox? Naruto said weakly. Kyuubi cracked open one eye and stared at the boy in irritation. What? I'm glad I have company at the end. Even if it's you, Naruto replied with a weak, yet wry smile. Same to you, brat, Kyuubi said as he closed his eye again. I just wish it wasn't like this, Naruto said sullenly as he managed to pull himself to a sitting position, resting his arms and head on his knees. Kyuubi groaned at his silence being interrupted again. What? If I had to die, I would have liked to have at least died in battle. Not lying on some, he began as the room around him started to brighten. Kyuubi growled. He knew what was coming. Don't you dare, not again. In a flash the room was gone and replaced with the room with the table. Naruto struggled weakly against the two ninjas holding him. If I wasn't drugged you losers would be toast, he said as his legs went out from under him. Remove his jacket and shirt, said a familiar voice. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Orochimaru come out of the shadows. Kabuto wheeled in a tray of medical instruments. A snap of adrenaline ran through Naruto. No. No, he screamed as he temporarily broke free from the grasps of his captors. They recaptured him and pulled off the clothing as their leader had instructed, then forced him down. On the table. A pity my unsealing jutsus didn't work. This method produces results so rarely, Orochimaru said with a sick smile on his face. Naruto struggled as much as he could in his condition. Orochimaru gave Kabuto a look. Kabuto nodded and prepared a syringe. "No," Naruto screamed again as the needle was put into his right arm, just above the Uchiha symbol. Kabuto pushed the plunger and the liquid inside the syringe eased its way into Naruto's arm. A small trickle of blood crossed the Uchiha symbol. Naruto quickly began to feel his body going limp and numb. Tears leaked out from his eyes as Orochimaru picked up a scalpel. "Kamen," he pleaded, "at least knock me out," he said, fear evident in his voice. Kyuubi was growing more and more irritated as he watched the scene as it played out in front of him. He despised being Eseki into Naruto's waking nightmares. "Wake up, you dumb brat. Fuguku. If I knock you out it won't be any fun," Orochimaru said coldly as he moved toward the young leaf ninja. Naruto's eyes seemed to go wider than humanly possible. Orochimaru brought down the scalpel and Naruto screamed. Flash. The room disappeared and was replaced by the cell and the alcove in front of it. Naruto was on the floor, breathing hard. "Damn it," he growled. "It's not bad enough I'm dying, but do I have to keep going through that again?" he said angrily. "It's because you keep dwelling on it." Kyuubi answered in frustration. Another scream echoed throughout the dungeon-like room. This was the last straw for the giant fox. "I said to stop," he began. "That wasn't me," Naruto snapped. He looked up at the ceiling. It sounded like Sakura. His eyes widened. "Oh God. That means she's seen me." He gritted his teeth. He hated to hear Sakura in pain, especially if he was the cause of it. Silence followed for another 15 minutes, so when the next scream came, Kyuubi got so irritated that he dug gouges into the floor of his cell. The second scream was masculine. "Now who is it?" Naruto's eyes widened again. "Sasuke. He's screaming like that over me?" Then he remembered Sasuke making him his brother and the emotion of surprise left his thoughts. "I'm so sorry, Sakura, Sasuke." He began to cry. "I want to come back for you. But I can't," he said as he burst into tears. "That's Sasuke brat's chakra. It's right next to us," said Kyuubi with a hope in his voice that Naruto didn't understand. "What?" Naruto asked as his sobbing subsided. "Tell me that friend of yours is as smart as you've said he is?" Kyuubi asked with urgency. Yeah, Naruto replied, even though he didn't understand what was going on. "All right then," Kyuubi said. He began to focus his energy on the gaping wound in his container's chest. A strange feeling suddenly overcame the grief-stricken Sasuke. For some reason he felt compelled to look at Naruto again. He stood, his eyes closed. When he finally got the courage to open his eyes, he gasped. This is?" He stumbled over the words in wild hope. Red chakra was leaking from the edges of the flaps of skin that made up Naruto's midsection. "Is the Nine Tails trying to?" he said as he reached a hand towards the glow. He desperately hoped he was right as he gingerly began to push the flaps back into place, resisting the urge to throw up. As soon as the second piece was in place, all the cut lines became blindingly bright for a moment and then began to sizzle. "It's working. I think you might make it, kid," Kyuubi said as he began to breath heavily. Naruto looked at the fox in confusion. "What? How? I let him know I was still here." "He's pushed your wounds together." Naruto's eyes lit up with hope. Sakura didn't know how long she'd been crying. But when she looked up she saw Sasuke doing something that, for some reason, made her blood boil. "Sasuke," she roared, sounding very much unlike herself. She stood up and ran over to the table. "What do you think you're doing?" Sasuke's eyes went wide. "Sakura," he said, stunned. He'd never heard Sakura so furious with him before. Sakura reached over and tried to pull Sasuke away from Naruto. "Sakura, stop it." Sakura's eyes became desperately sad. "Leave him alone. You can't do anything. He's already dead," she screamed, her voice cracking from the emotion. "Sakura," Sasuke said. Sakura began to wail loudly. Sasuke grabbed her shoulders. "Sakura!" This stunned her into silence for a moment. Before she could start up again, he jabbed his finger in Naruto's direction. "Look." Sakura turned her head to the side and looked down. "No." Sasuke forcefully turned her around to face Naruto. "Look." Sakura took a deep, sob-filled breath and opened her eyes. She gasped. "Is that he?" she asked in disbelief. Sasuke nodded. "QB's trying anyway. Now all we can do is wait." That was all it took for Sakura to run back towards the door. "Hinata!" Sasuke watched as Sakura excitedly told Hinata the news. "What?" Hinata yelled, which was very strange to hear from such a normally quiet girl. Both girls ran back to Naruto and Sasuke. As soon as Hinata saw the healing wounds, tears of joy rolled down her face. She bravely touched his chest, ignoring the burning sensation this brought. "Do your best, Naruto-kun. Don't you dare die on me, idiot," Sasuke said with tension in his voice. "Naruto, please, come back to us," Sakura pleaded. Inside his mind, Uzumaki Naruto was overcome with joy at hearing everyone's voices. "Please, let this work," he thought to no one in particular. "I want to live." Suddenly, Naruto fell to his hands and knees. He screamed, clutching his midriff. Now that he was coming back from the brink of death, he could feel the pain of his wound being sealed. "Hang on, brat," QB said, not out of concern for Naruto, but for his own existence. Finally, all was quiet. Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata watched Naruto and held their breaths, waiting for a miracle. No matter what he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. "Why?" he thought. "Why can't I wake up?" He turned to QB. "You said I was gonna make it," he said in anguish. Then he stopped and stared at the giant kitsune. Is he becoming transparent? "Hey, stupid fox. You okay?" QB was indeed less opaque than he'd been a moment ago, and he knew it. "Dinyuta brat," he said through gritted teeth. "What did I do?" Naruto said to counter the insult that had been tossed his way. QB's breath became ragged. "You let yourself become a science experiment, that's what." Naruto was angry now. "I didn't let myself become anything. They drugged me. And why the hell does it matter to you anyway?" QB growled. It sounded strained. "Because I'm almost dead," he snapped. Naruto's eyes went wide. "What?" he said in disbelief. "There was too much damage. I didn't realize it. My soul is too weak to stay now to diminu," QB said with a small cough, which was a strange sound coming from such a large animal. Naruto became oddly quiet. "Why do I feel like part of me is dying?" he thought. "Maybe because he's always been with me." "Thanks," was the only thing he could think of to say. Maybe part of me can stay." He rolled one large eye toward Naruto. "Hey brat." "What?" Naruto said in irritation. "I'm gonna give you a going-away present." "Present?" Naruto said suspiciously as he stood up and walked over to the Nine Tails. "Come closer." Naruto instantly stopped. "How stupid do you think I am? I'm not gonna let you take me with you." "Why would I want to listen to your nonsense for all eternity?" QB answered in mild amusement. "Now come here. I don't have much time left." Naruto took a deep breath and moved closer to the seal cage. The instant he got next to the bars, QB whipped out one of his claws and stuck it right through him. "Aha!" Naruto screamed, the pain so intense he nearly blacked out. Sakura was the first to notice it. He's breathing," she said excitedly. Sasuke actually smiled a little more than his usual smirk. "Nice work, Dobe." Hinata lowered her head. Thank God," she said as she shed tears of relief. A moment later the pain subsided. Naruto collapsed to the floor. "I'd rather get cut 100 more times than go through that again," he thought. He looked at the cell. "What the hell did you do?" His words reached nothing but dead air. QB had vanished. "Why isn't he waking up?" Hinata asked with concern clouding her delicate features. "He went through a lot," Sakura replied. "It might be a few days," she said as she wiped some of the blood and sweat off of Naruto's forehead with a small towel from her side pouch. Sasuke was about to suggest they get out of there when a clear ripple of energy blasted outwards from Naruto's body, knocking them all away from the table with great force. Sasuke skidded to a stop roughly 6 feet away from where he had started. He looked back at the table. Everything seemed quiet again. Sakura came walking back to the table. She was holding her head. "What do you think that was, Sasuke-kun?" she asked. "Damn it. What the hell was that?" Inner Sakura raged. Sasuke squinted in confusion. "I don't know," he said quietly. Let's get him out of here. He pushed Naruto up to a sitting position. Sakura, you get the other side, he said as he put one of Naruto's arms around his shoulders. Yeah, Sakura replied as she moved into position. As they came out of the front entrance, a very loud signal flare shot into the sky. It looked like it was only 200 meters away. Sheet. That's the warning signal, Sasuke remarked. Hinata, you move ahead. We need your eyes. Hinata replied as she shot forward in the direction of Konoha. Sasuke and Sakura hurried as quickly as they could considering the circumstances. I hope Kakashi-sensei is all right, Sakura said. Was Sasuke's only reply. Hokasama, said a leaf jounin. Tsunade picked up her head from where she'd had it lying on the desk. What? She asked sleepily. The jounin's eye twitched. I can't believe she was sleeping, he thought. They're coming back. Tsunade was instantly more alert. Bring me to them, she said, leaping over the desk and scattering papers everywhere. Tsunade's heart was thundering in her chest as she leapt from rooftop to rooftop, following her subordinate. Please be alive. Please be alive, she thought, tension tight in her stomach. Suddenly the jounin pointed to their left. There, Hokage-sama. Tsunade squinted. She could barely see them. They were just outside the gates, moving fast. Sasuke and Sakura were in front with Hinata bringing up the rear, making sure they hadn't been followed. She set her face in determination as she picked up speed, leaving her subordinate in the proverbial dust. Sakura smiled. There are the gates, Sasuke-kun, she said just before someone landed right in front of them, causing them to literally have to dig their heels into the ground in order to stop in time. Tsunade-sama? She exclaimed in surprise. Tsunade was breathing hard. Is he all right? She said with worry. Sasuke spoke up. We think so, he replied as Hinata came to a gentle stop behind Sakura. Tsunade nodded. Give him to me. I'll take him to the hospital. You three follow. I'll want your reports. Sasuke and Sakura nodded and handed over the unconscious Naruto. Tsunade took off in the direction of the hospital. As they went on, Sakura began to get a knot in her stomach. How are we going to explain what we saw? I don't even want to think about it, much less say it out loud. When they reached the hospital, a doctor was already waiting outside the entrance. Follow me, Godame-sama, he said as he made a small bow out of respect. Tsunade nodded and together they disappeared through the glass doors. As the doctor who had led them inside emerged from the double doors of the intensive care unit, Sasuke, Hinata and Sakura all stood. How is he? Hinata said softly. He's resting comfortably. Tsunade-sama is working on reducing the amount of scarring he'll have. It may take a while for him to wake up, but I think he'll be just fine, the doctor replied, smiling warmly. Can we see him? Sakura asked. Of course. Follow me, please, the doctor said as he began to walk. Sakura had seriously started to hate hospitals. Every time she was there it was because someone she cared about was hurt and she was tired of it. Why does it always seem cold in here? She thought. The doctor stopped in front of a door. He's in here, he said. The door opened and Tsunade appeared. Thank you, Ikito, Tsunade replied with a smile. You're welcome, Tsunade-sama. And with that he turned around and walked away. Sakura looked up at the fifth Hokage quizzically. You know him, Hokage-sama? Yes. He's a cousin of someone who was very dear to me, she said as she walked through the door. The kids wisely took that as a sign that they shouldn't ask about it anymore and simply followed the fifth. As they sat down in the chairs that were at Naruto's bedside, Tsunade spoke. Now, please tell me what happened. The three genin looked at each other. Both Hinata and Sakura looked down. Sasuke sighed. But guess I have to do it. We went inside the building and split up. While I was searching, I heard Sakura scream. I found her. Then I saw Naruto lying on a table, he began. Tsunade visibly stiffened, her breath caught fast in her throat. Continue. He was cut open. All the skin on the front of his torso had been peeled back, Sasuke said quietly. Instantly, a fire entered Tsunade's eyes as she balled her hands into fists. That BC, she yelled as she shattered a nearby chair with one punch. I'll gut him. This stunned even Sasuke into silence. I didn't know she cared so much about Naruto. Just then a nurse poked her nervous face through the doorway. I'm very sorry, Tsunade-sama. But I must ask you not to be so loud. Tsunade sighed with frustration. Of course, she said stiffly. The nurse flashed a quick, nervous smile before pulling her head out of the room and closing the door. Tsunade turned her attention to Sasuke once again. Continue, she said firmly. Sasuke cleared his throat. We thought he was dead. But I noticed Kyuubi's chakra trying to heal him. I pushed the skin back into place. He winced, and the wound closed. Then, he trailed off, looking as though he were trying to decide how best to phrase what came next. What? The Godame asked even though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Sasuke looked at Sakura and Hinata. Sakura found her voice. Some kind of energy came from his body and we were all thrown back from the force of it. Tsunade frowned in thought. Chakra? No. At least I don't think so. Chakra has colored, this didn't, Sakura finished. Was Tsunade's only reply. Suddenly her attention was drawn to the Uchiha mark on Naruto's arm. Her eyes widened in recognition. Sasuke saw where Tsunade was looking and suddenly wished he could be somewhere else. I haven't seen an Uchiha bonding seal in over 30 years, Tsunade said as she continued to stare at the mark in wonder. Sakura looked at the mark in confusion. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade smiled. I think that's something Sasuke should tell you, she said warmly. Sakura turned to Sasuke. Sasuke? Sasuke sighed. It marks him as my brother, he replied with an unreadable expression on his face. Sakura's eyes went wide as she stared at Sasuke, dumbfounded. A slight smile crossed Sasuke's eyes. HMPF. He looked at Naruto. Sunlight, coming through the window, fell on the blonde's face and wind ruffled his hair. My true brother. It was the third day since they had come home. Hinata sat on a small, soft armchair next to Naruto's bed. She stared at the boy's sleeping face. Please, Naruto-kun, wake up. Tsunade, who had been about to come into the room, instead smiled at the concerned look on the young Hyuga's face and quietly shut the door again. Hinata heard a small groan and looked up to see Naruto's face contorting as though he were starting to regain consciousness. She stood up quickly, banging her knee on the bedside table. Ow, she said weakly as she bent over to rub her injury. Hinata-chan. Hinata looked up. Naruto's eyes were open and he was staring at her, his face showing concern. Naruto-kun, she said in surprise. She then bolted out of the room, leaving behind a very confused blonde ninja. What the? He began as a doctor came into the room, followed by Hinata. I'm so glad to see you awake, Naruto-kun, he said with a smile. Naruto allowed himself a slight smile. That makes two of us. The doctor walked over to Naruto's bed and sat down in the chair Hinata had occupied earlier, while Hinata herself stood near the wall. I'm Dr. Tokiha. You may call me Akito since you are so close to Tsunade-sama, he said with a smile. He looked at his chart and pet an eyebrow. You sure do heal fast. Naruto was instantly more alert. He sat up so quickly his head felt like it was spinning. What? But Kyuubi's gone. Why? Don't worry, Akito said with a warm smile. The Kyuubi doesn't bother me. Naruto's eyes went wide and he looked at Hinata in panic. Akito saw this and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Naruto-kun. She knows, he said with a reassuring tone. If possible, Naruto's eyes went even wider. How? She had to be told why Orochimaru wanted you, Akito said matter-of-factly. Naruto looked at Hinata with a small amount of fear. Suddenly he lurched. That means Sakura-chan knows too. Akito nodded. Naruto felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. He really hadn't wanted her to know. They had to know that they might have been facing Kyuubi if Orochimaru's seal transfer technique had backfired. Seal.transfer? Naruto repeated in confusion. Yes. According to our intelligence network, he wanted to transfer Kyuubi to himself. Naruto gulped. Now please, hold still so I can examine you, Akito said as he put a blood pressure cuff around Naruto's arm. After a few more small tests, Akito stood up. I think you can leave tomorrow morning. Just make sure you rest today and you're all set. Thanks, Naruto replied. Akito left the room and Hinata retook her previous seat. Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he looked over at her. Why, yes. Thank you. For not being afraid, he said in a slightly choked voice. Hinata's expression softened. Naruto-kun, I could never be afraid of you. Naruto looked up at Hinata. Tears had formed at the corners of his eyes, but he was smiling. He wiped his eyes. He hemed. So, have you been watching me at the hospital all this time? N. Sakura-san and Sasuke-kun have taken turns also. NK. Kakashi-sensei came to visit too, she said all this very fast with a slight blush on her cheeks. Kakashi-sensei. He's all right? Naruto questioned, smiling. Why, yes, Hinata replied. Naruto grinned. Awesome, he proclaimed. Hey, Hinata-chan? Yes. Hinata replied, her nerves calming a bit. She had found it a lot easier to talk to her long-time crush since the Chunin exam. Thanks for coming to get me. Hinata looked up in surprise. Howdy, did you know? I know it sounds crazy, but I could hear all of you while I was asleep. Oda, you're welcome. When I heard you had been taken, I just had to go. Naruto smiled. He was quiet a moment, then spoke. So, how have you been? I haven't seen you since the Chunin exam. Much better. Thank you. And Umbu healed me, Hinata replied. I'm glad. I was worried about you, Naruto said warmly. A slight wave of pink crossed Hinata's cheeks. Anyway, the doctor is going to tell Tsunade-sama that you're awake. Naruto sighed in frustration. I'm gonna take a walk around the halls. He said as he started to get up. You wanna come with me? No, Naruto-kun. Hinata sputtered. She put her hand on Naruto's. Naruto stopped and looked down. Hinata, as though she suddenly realized their hands were touching, yanked her hand back and tented her fingers. Please don't get up. The doctor told you to rest, she said, staring at her slightly moving fingers. Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes slightly. Okay, he said with a pout as he sat back down. Hinata let out a short breath of a giggle. Naruto stopped pouting and stared at her for a moment. Hinata saw his stare and blushed. Hey, Hinata-chan? Why, yes, Naruto-kun? You should smile more often, he replied with a small smile of his own. Hinata looked at Naruto in surprise, the thundering of her heart blocking out all other sounds. She gulped. Thank you. Naruto smiled, then yawned. You know what? I think I will go back to sleep for a bit. He laid down and rolled onto his side. Night, Hinata-chan. Sleep well, Hinata replied. She watched him until his breathing slowed to indicate a deep sleep, then closed her own eyes. Tsunade looked up as the door to her office opened. Kakashi strolled in and took a seat in front of the fifth's desk. Tsunade pet an eyebrow. So, am I finally going to get my report? Kakashi had taken nearly a full 3 days to regain consciousness, visiting Naruto before he left the hospital. Kakashi ahemed. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The Jounin straightened himself. As ordered, myself and the other 5 Jounin created a distraction to get Orochimaru and his underlings away from where we believed Naruto to be. After almost an hour, Orochimaru suddenly ran back toward the Genin group. I shot up the signal flare as we ran to head him off. The kids barely made it out before we got there. As you know by now, Yuki-kun didn't make it back, he said with regret. Yes, I know, Tsunade said gently. I'm sorry, Hatake. I know he was your friend. Yes. He sighed. At least it wasn't for nothing, Kakashi said. How is Naruto? Tsunade asked, trying not to sound too eager. He's still unconscious. Kakashi paused. Is it true? Was he really cut open? Tsunade closed her eyes in a pained look. Kakashi's eyes narrowed dangerously and, although Tsunade couldn't see it, he also gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly a Chunin with long, black-green hair burst through the door of the office. Tsunade-sama, she said loudly. He's awake, she said with a big grin. Tsunade smiled. Thank you, Nabiki. Nabiki smiled. Of course, Tsunade-sama. She was about to leave when she said, "And, Tsunade-sama?" "Yes." Tsunade answered quizzically. "Girls have been bringing him flowers," she said with a wry smile. She knew telling Tsunade this would make her happy, because she knew Tsunade cared for the boy a great deal. Tsunade smiled. "Thank you again, Nabiki." "Yes," Nabiki said with a quick bow, then vanished. "Well, Hataki," Tsunade said as she rose from her chair. "Let's go see that student of yours." Naruto yawned and opened his blue eyes, which opened even wider at the sight that met them. There were no less than 7 flower arrangements sitting in various spots on and around his nightstand. He pushed back the covers and looked at the cards. 1 from Hinata, 1 from Sakura, and 5 from girls in his academy class he'd never talked to. Girls that had ignored him. What the? He thought. He looked up as the door to his room opened. Hinata was carding in yet another bouquet. Hinata peeked around the flowers she was carrying. Naruto-kun," she said with a smile. Naruto looked at Hinata in confusion. "What's going on here?" he said, glancing at the flowers behind him. A flicker of irritation crossed Hinata's face. Why does he have to be popular all of a sudden? I don't know. She held the flowers she had out to him. Here's another one." Naruto took the flowers and looked at the card. It was from Tsunade. He smiled and put them on the windowsill. He turned around and looked at the other flower bunches again. "Why are girls sending me flowers?" Maybe if why don't you read the cards?" Hinata offered. Naruto frowned thoughtfully and pulled the card out of the nearest vase. As he read it, his eyes went wide and small smile crept up to his lips. In happy disbelief, he handed the card to Hinata and eagerly grabbed the next one. Hinata opened the card and silently read the words to herself. "Dear Naruto-kun, I just wanted to say I'm glad you're alright and that I've kinda, liked you since I saw you fight in the main Chunin exam. I was thinking, maybe we could go on a date after you're better? That's all I wanted to say. Bye. Get well soon. Ayama, Momiji." Hinata's heart sank. If all those cards were like this one, then her chance to be with the boy she loved was now slim to none. She couldn't help it. Tears began to prick at her eyes. Naruto was about to happily hand the next card to Hinata when the look on her downcast face stopped him cold. "Hinata-chan? Are you okay?" Hinata shook her head slowly. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked, now quite concerned. Hinata swallowed. "It's nothing." She exhaled in a hurt-sounding breath. "I have to go home," she said as she turned to leave. "Please tell me what's wrong. Did I do something?" Naruto asked quietly. Hinata stopped and turned around. Tears were now streaming down her face. "No. It's nothing you did." "What then?" Naruto asked, putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. At Naruto's touch, Hinata squeezed her eyes shut as if in pain. "Please, it's P.Rivet." Feeling torn between wanting to help his friend and respecting her wishes, Naruto relented. But if you want to talk." Hinata nodded and left the room. Naruto sat down on his bed. He had lost interest in his cards. His thoughts were interrupted as he heard a knock on his door. He looked up to see Kakashi and Tsunade come in. "Yo, Naruto," Kakashi said offhandedly. Naruto smiled a little. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei." "Hey, Granny Tsunade." He greeted them. Tsunade twitched a bit when she heard Naruto's nickname for her. "How are you feeling, brat?" she said jokingly as she placed an affectionate kiss on his forehead. Naruto blushed a bit. Fine. Tsunade made a low whistle. "You have quite the fan club going here," she said with a wink. Naruto ducked his head a bit in embarrassment. "Yeah, well, 2 of 'em are from friends," he said as he scratched the back of his head with a grin. Tsunade's face became a bit more serious. "As much as I'd like it to be, this isn't only a social call," she said. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Naruto's face. "You don't want me to tell you what happened, huh?" "Yeah," Kakashi answered. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but we have to know," he said, even though he wasn't looking forward to hearing it. "I don't want to talk about it," Naruto said as he turned away. "Don't want to talk about what?" came Sakura's voice from the other side of the room. Sasuke and Sakura were walking towards Naruto. "Orochimaru," Naruto answered miserably. Sakura's bright smile evaporated. "Oda do," Do you mind if we stay? Naruto shrugged. Suit yourself. Sakura and Sasuke sat on the edge of Naruto's bed. Tsunade sat in the armchair and Kakashi leaned against the wall nearest to the group. After what seemed like an eternity, Naruto spoke. His voice sounded hollow. He drugged me. What? Sakura asked. That's how he got me. I was out walking around near the gates. I found a scroll on the ground. When I opened it, gas came out. It worked so fast. I didn't even get the chance to yell for the guards. You idiot! How could you fall for something so obvious? Sasuke yelled suddenly. Sasuke-kun. Sakura said angrily. We almost lost him because he was stupid. Sasuke snapped back. That's enough. Tsunade commanded. Both genin were instantly quiet. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I didn't think, Naruto said. Everyone simply stared at Naruto, wide-eyed. This must really be hard for him, Sakura thought, if he's being this serious. Orochimaru's bodyguards took me back to the building you found me in. He tried tons of weird jutsus on me for hours. He wouldn't let me eat or sleep. Said the seal would be weaker if I was tired. The day you found me, he paused. His heart pounded in his chest like a hammer. He took me into that room. He thought the seal might weaken if he cut it, he said as he tightly gripped the bed sheets. He put me on the table and tears began to make soft sounds as they landed on the bed. He didn't even knock me out, he said as his voice cracked, sobs racking his shaking body. Everyone's eyes went wide with shock. Kakashi punched the wall, making a fairly large hole. Sasuke just sat where he was, his eyes filled with disbelief. No. He was awake. Sakura thought in horror. Her right hand went to her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Oh God, oh Naruto, she said as she pulled him into a hug. Naruto simply sank into her arms, his crying getting ever louder as he began to rock back and forth. Sasuke wanted to comfort his brother, but he was at a loss as to how. He wasn't the hugging type. And since Sakura seemed to be handling it well, he stayed where he was, wishing that he knew what to say. Tsunade moved next to Naruto and Sakura and sat down. She moved her hand in small circular motions on Naruto's back. Tears rolled down her face as she spoke. It's all right. You're safe now. Her voice hardened. I swear, Orochimaru will pay for this. Later that day, Tsunade checked Naruto out of the hospital and escorted him home. She stayed with him the entire day. When he announced he wanted to go to bed, she told him she would keep watch for the night. Once he was asleep, she quietly shut the door to his bedroom. She and Kakashi moved to Naruto's couch and sat down. She nodded to herself. I've decided, Hatake. Decided what, Hokage-sama? I'm going to ask Naruto to move in with Shizune and myself. I'm going to adopt him, she said with determination. Kakashi pet an eyebrow in surprise. What brought this on? I want him where I can make sure he's safe. And also, she said as she glanced around Naruto's apartment, I can't stand to see him living alone. He deserves better, she said with a frown. Kakashi smiled with his eyes. I'm sure you'll make a wonderful mother for him. I had actually considered doing the same thing at one point. But I just know I'd make a terrible father, he said as he chuckled. Tsunade laughed just as a wave of energy blasted through the room, knocking them both over. As soon as she could move, she made a beeline for Naruto's room. Come on, Hatake. This must be what Sakura was talking about. Kakashi ran after her and another energy wave hit them. He was knocked to the floor, but Tsunade managed to push against it. Shielding her eyes from the force of the energy with her arms, she moved forward. All of Konoha was in chaos. People who had run outside to see what was going on were now trying to get back inside to get away from the energy waves. Sakura! Sasuke yelled as he fell into step next to her. They were running at top speed toward Naruto's apartment. Sakura's face was hard with determination. Hurry, Sasuke-kun. It's Naruto. I know. Sasuke replied, just as he noticed another wave headed for them. Sakura, hold on, he said as locked wrists with her. From top speed they were reduced to barely jogging as they fought to stay on their feet. It's getting stronger as we get closer. Sakura thought as the wave passed and they picked up speed again. She looked behind her and noticed several jounins and a few umbu following them. Sasuke noticed Sakura looking backward and did the same. They probably know where we're headed, he said as they continued toward their destination. Tsunade opened Naruto's door and her face was instantly etched in amazement. Shockwave after shockwave of energy made it so she had to grip the door frame so tightly that she was making indents in the wood. Naruto's body was surrounded by a yellow light. Is that chakra? She thought. Suddenly Naruto's eyes snapped open as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Naruto! She yelled as she watched his body writhe in agony. Aha! Naruto screamed again. This pain. It's just like when Kyuubi put his claw through me. Suddenly, everything stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Naruto went limp. He was covered with sweat and breathing hard. Tsunade cautiously approached the bed. Naruto, she said as she sat down next to him. She reached down and grabbed his hand. Granny Tsunade. Naruto began as he squeezed her hand. Sleep now, Tsunade said as she ran her hand over his forehead and damp hair. Something must be wrong with Kyuubi. I'll talk to the village elders after I leave here. It's not Kyuubi, Naruto said weakly. What? How do you know? Tsunade asked, confused. He's dead. What? He used up too much energy when he healed me. He's gone. Then what in the seven hells? Tsunade remarked. He said he gave me a going-away present, Naruto answered in between breaths. Going-away present? Tsunade's eyes went wide. Could that DMN fox have? She looked backwards at the door as an extremely disheveled Kakashi wandered in. Hataki, go get Hyuga, Hinata. I need her eyes, she said as a crashing sound came from the front door. Tsunade and Kakashi bolted towards the door to find Sasuke, Sakura and several of the higher-ranked ninjas standing there, looking ready for battle. Tsunade stepped forward. It's all right now. You may go back to your posts. What was that, Tsunade-sama? Asked Nabiki as Kakashi disappeared to get Hinata. It was Naruto. I will explain everything in the morning. For now, please just go tell everyone that things are under control, Tsunade said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Everyone except Sasuke and Sakura made an affirmative noise, bowed and disappeared. Tsunade waved the genin through. Come on you two. He's resting, she said as she led the way. Sakura and Sasuke stood in front of Naruto's bed. He had fallen asleep. What happened, Tsunade-sama? Sasuke asked. Truthfully? I have a theory, but I need Hinata before I can confirm it. The one thing I do know for sure is that Kyuubi is dead. Dead? Sakura repeated in surprise. Naruto told me himself. Kyuubi used too much power trying to heal him, Tsunade explained. Kakashi and Hinata came through the door just then. We're here, Kakashi said. That was fast, Tsunade remarked. She was already on her way here, Kakashi answered. But, Hinata-chan, I want you to use your Byakugan to look inside Naruto, Tsunade said. Hinata's eyes went wide and she blushed. See, couldn't you ask Niji and Ai-san? No, Tsunade answered steadily. Niji and his team are on a mission right now. But Hinata began. I need this taken care of now, Hinata, Tsunade said gently. Hinata nodded and gulped. I won't be seeing anything. I won't be seeing anything. It's just his chakra, she thought to calm herself. Byakugan. Veins became more defined around her eyes as she began her examination. After a moment she pulled back, confusion spread across her face. Well, Tsunade prodded. I don't understand, Hokage-sama. His chakra. It's yellow, Hinata replied. I thought so, Tsunade said as she stood up. She quickly recapped to Kakashi about Kyuubi's fate. After that she said, Naruto said Kyuubi gave him a gift. I had my suspicions, but I needed the eyes of a Hyuga. The only thing, other than having a demon sealed inside him, that could have changed his chakra color like this is an infusion of chakra from another person. A dying person. Kakashi's face instantly showed an expression of shock and understanding. So you're saying? Tsunade nodded. Yes. Kyuubi gave Naruto his chakra. Naruto opened his eyes the next morning to find Tsunade sleeping, sitting up, next to his bed. He smiled. He stood up and tapped the fifth Hokage on the shoulder. "Hey, Granny Tsunade." Tsunade opened her eyes. "Morning, kiddo. How are you feeling?" she asked as she stretched her arms above her head. "Better." He paused for a moment. "Hey, Granny." Tsunade twitched. "Naruto? Would you please stop calling me that?" she said in exasperation. Naruto simply laughed and scratched the back of his head in an impish manner. Tsunade sighed in defeat. "What did you want to ask me?" she said as she got up and worked the Kankis out of her joints. Naruto's face became more serious. "What's happening to me?" Tsunade looked thoughtful. "Come sit down," she said as she walked toward the couch. Naruto followed and took a seat across from Tsunade on his slightly beat-up, puffy armchair. "What you told me about Kyuubi last night got me thinking. So, after you fell asleep I had Hinata take a look at your chakra." For reasons he was unsure of, this made Naruto uncomfortable. He didn't want anyone looking at his insides, much less a girl. "Your chakra has changed, Naruto," Tsunade said as leaned forward. She interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. "Changed? It's now yellow. And the reason for that is that the gift Kyuubi gave you was his chakra. And what happened last night was the result of the two chakras merging." Naruto's eyes went wide. "Will it happen again?" he asked with a bit of fear in his voice. "I don't think so. I think last night was the completion of the process," Tsunade answered reassuringly. Naruto visibly relaxed. "Thank God," he thought. Suddenly, understanding dawned on the blonde's face. Does that mean," a smile began to work its way across his face, "that I'll have that power all the time now?" Tsunade nodded with a smile. "Yes." Naruto jumped up from the armchair and punched the air. "Yes." Tsunade blinked, startled for a moment, then laughed. "Yes. Why hiya?" he whooped loudly, jumping over and over again. Tsunade took a break from her laughter and stood up. "Naruto," she said as she placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, calm down. There's still more we have to discuss," she said with a warm smile. Naruto resumed his former seating arrangement, still grinning like a Cheshire cat. Tsunade ahemed. "Now, this also means that you need to do some heavy training for a few weeks," Naruto happily nodded, "under my supervision." At Naruto's sudden, killjoy frown she added, "so that we know what to expect with your new chakra." "I've controlled it just fine before," Naruto grumbled, his arms folded across his chest. "Using someone else's chakra while they are still alive to help you control it and having their chakra merged with your own are two entirely different things, Naruto," Tsunade said firmly. "All right," Naruto said reluctantly. "And during this training PRD you will be staying at my estate," Tsunade added. "What?" Naruto yelled incredulously. "I thought you might react that way. But it's an order as your superior, so go and pack your things," Tsunade replied in her authoritative tone. Naruto made a low, irritated growl as he stood to go to his room. After a few very noisy minutes, mostly due to the fact that the room was an absolute disaster area after the events of the previous evening, he reappeared with an insanely full backpack. "Ready?" he grumbled under his breath. "Look at it this way," Tsunade said as they headed for the door. "You get a chance to see how a Hokage lives," she said with a wink. Naruto brightened a bit and the two walked out the door into the warm, morning sunshine. Naruto just stood there, his mouth hanging open. He could have easily been mistaken for a statue as he gaped at the massive building that was Tsunade's home. Tsunade watched Naruto with a bemused smile. If he likes this, wait till he sees the indoor hot spring, she thought to herself. Truthfully, she could have just gone with him to the training grounds every day. He didn't have to live with her. She was hoping that being at her home for a few weeks might make him more susceptible to the idea of staying there permanently. "Naruto," Tsunade called. "Naruto." Naruto shook his head rapidly and looked at the fifth. "Let's go," she said as she headed for the front entrance. Naruto hiked up his backpack and followed her. They walked through the gardens that covered a large portion of the front yard. A few higher-level ninjas, who were walking around carrying various reports, stopped for a moment to greet Tsunade. She said hello and took a look at some papers they wanted her to sign. Naruto just stood there, not saying anything. He was naturally a bit cautious of the Konoha adults at first, always suspicious of their inner thoughts. "Hello, Naruto," said a female chunin brightly, while awaiting her turn to talk to Tsunade. Naruto looked at the girl speaking to him. He decided she seemed genuinely nice. "Hi," he said with a smile. "I'm Nabiki. Nice to finally meet you." "What do you mean?" "Tsunade-sama's told me so much about you that I feel like I know you already," Nabiki said with a grin. Naruto smiled. He loved the fact that Tsunade seemed to care about him like family. He used to be able to count the number of people who cared about him on one finger, namely Iruka-sensei, but now they just seemed to keep on coming. Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Hinata, Shizen, Jiraiya, so many people. They cared for him, accepted him. He had never imagined before a year and a half ago that it was possible. "I practically live here, so you'll be seeing me a lot," Nabiki said as the jounin who had been speaking to Tsunade left. "Oh, my turn. I'll talk to you later," she said with a smile. Just then Shizen came walking down the stone path. "Ah, Shizen," Tsunade greeted. "It'll be a few minutes before I'm done here. Would you mind showing Naruto to his room?" Shizen bowed warmly. "Of course, Tsunade-sama." She turned to Naruto. "Follow me please," she requested with a smile. As Naruto walked through the large front entrance of the house, he couldn't help but think, "I can't wait till this is mine." Shizen led Naruto through the main foyer, down a long hallway lined with doors and up a flight of stairs, finally ending up at a door that had the kanji for Naruto on it. The foxy ninja was confused. "Hey, Shizen-san?" "Yes, Naruto?" Shizen replied as she put her hand on the doorknob. "Why is my name on the door?" "I'm only staying for 2 weeks," Naruto questioned. Shizen froze for a second. "I have to come up with an excuse fast," she thought. She smiled brightly. "Tsunade-sama just wanted you to feel at home." Naruto smiled and followed Shizen as she walked inside the room. For the second time that day, he lost his ability to do anything but stare. The room was at least 20 by 25 feet in diameter with a 9-foot ceiling. There was a bed twice the size of his at the end of the room to his left. The sheets and pillowcases were a burnt orange color, just a little darker than his jacket. The bedspread was dark blue with a yellow Konoha symbol in the center. An area rug that matched the bedspread lay in the center of the room. A small stereo was on the far right wall, next to the doors for an enormous walk-in closet. There was also a TV with a video game system near the stereo. A phone and an alarm clock sat on a cedar nightstand next to the bed. A large dresser was nestled in the space between the 2 windows and plain, square mirror hung above that. Naruto blinked away his trance-like state, walked further into the room and set his bag down on the bed. "Wow," he said softly. Shizen smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Naruto snapped to life. "Like it?" He ran over to the stereo and pointed at it. "I have a stereo. And a Play Tendo," he finished as he jabbed a finger in the direction of the game system. He then turned around, ran in the other direction, executed an aerial flip and landed perfectly in the middle of the bed. "And the best freaking bed ever." Shizen laughed. "I'll leave you to get settled," she said, still giggling in amusement. She walked to the door and opened it. She turned her head back to Naruto, who was now sprawled on the bed, looking for all the world like roadkill. "If you need anything, just pick up the phone, dial 564 and I'll be right up." Naruto nodded. "Thanks, Shizen-san." Shizen smiled. "My pleasure," she replied. "I'll see you later," she said as she walked out the door. "Bye," Naruto replied. As soon as the door was shut, he closed his eyes in comfort. "I could get used to this," he thought with a smile. Sakura began to run toward Naruto in slow motion. "Naruto-kun." "Sakura-chan," he yelled back with his arms stretched out for the impending romantic hug. When Sakura got to him though, instead of hugging him, she began poking him in the arm. "Naruto, wake up," Sakura said. The scene blurred, then Shizen's face focused into view. "Naruto, we're going to be late." "Shizen-san," Naruto said as he sat up and rubbed his eyes. He frowned. "You ruined a great dream," he grumbled. "If it involved that Sakura girl, I don't want to know," Shizune said with a wave of her hand. Naruto did a double take. How'd you know? Shizune giggled a bit. You talk in your sleep. Naruto turned tomato red, suddenly wishing the earth would open up and swallow him. Anyway, you need to get up. Tsunade wants us in the practice field in 15 minutes, Shinzan remarked, attempting to get back to her reason for waking up the blonde ninja. Naruto groaned and looked at the clock. 6:15 in the morning? She's as bad as Kakashi-sensei, he thought groggily. He rolled out of bed and shuffled over to his closet. Shizune, seemingly satisfied that she wouldn't have to wake him up again, walked back to the door. I'll be waiting for you by the front gate, she announced. Naruto simply nodded and pulled out his usual outfit. Good morning, Naruto, Tsunade said as she saw he and Shizune coming onto the field. Morning, Granny, Naruto said with a yawn. Twitch, ahem. She waved a hand around in a circular motion. Welcome to my personal training ground. Once Naruto's eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight that had assaulted them after leaving the protective shade of the trees, he grinned at his surroundings. Now this is kick-butt. The field had to have been at least a good 3 acres. A nasty-looking obstacle course took up nearly a third of it. In the middle was a small lake for practicing water-related jutsus, which also had jump poles in a small section of one end. There were various throwing targets and dummies scattered around the third of the field closest to him. A tiny wooded area to his right had a sign up that read, Trap Evasion Course. Enter at own risk. First thing we are going to do. Tsunade began. The obstacle course. Naruto interrupted, practically drooling at the sight of it. Tsunade to him loudly. First thing we are going to do is have you mold some chakra. Naruto looked absolutely crestfallen. Why? He complained. Tsunade simply pet an eyebrow at him. Naruto sighed and was about to do as asked, when he got an idea. She wants me to mold chakra, eh? I'll show her some chakra, he thought with a mischievous grin. He put his hands into his favorite seal. Tsunade's eyes went wide. Naruto! Wait! Kagebushin no Jutsu! Instantly the entire first acre of the field was filled with Narutos, all pushing and scrambling to get out from under one another. This included the trap evasion course, which set off every single trap all at once. Get down! Tsunade shouted as a hail of poison-tipped spikes shot out of the woods, barely missing everyone and taking out most of the replications in the process. After the danger was past, she stood and glared at her temporary student. Naruto desperately wanted to be somewhere else. He began. That is why, Tsunade growled as she stood to her full height. She took a deep breath to regain her composure. Now that just mold some chakra, she said in a mildly dangerous tone. Naruto gulped. Why yeah. Making a basic molding seal, he pushed out just enough chakra to give himself a yellow glow. Tsunade nodded in approval. Alright, now a little more. Keep going until you feel yourself losing control, then stop, the 5th Hokage instructed. She then turned to Shizune. Shizune, you may want to step back a bit. The memory of what had happened with the Kagebunshin still fresh in her mind, Shizune didn't hesitate to move back by a good 50 feet. Naruto's glow had taken on the likeness of a bonfire as it continued to grow in size. Keep control. Keep control, he chanted in his mind. Tsunade watched with a thoughtful gaze as the chakra aura towered over its owner by nearly 6 feet. I think 2 weeks may not be enough, she thought warily. Suddenly, the chakra flattened down to the ground, shooting sideways as a ring of energy, pushing rocks and dirt toward Tsunade and Shizune with frightening speed. Tsunade managed to jump to a branch in the tree next to her, but Shizune was pummeled to the ground just before a fist-sized rock hit her in the head. Shizune! Tsunade screamed. Tsunade immediately jumped down to her friend's side, her eyes wild with fear. Sheet! Naruto yelled as he ran over to the 2 women, regret and fear flooding his features. Shizune-sen, he yelled as he skidded to a halt next to them. He watched Tsunade treat her friend, a lump rising in his throat. Is she gonna be all right? He asked in a choked voice as tears filled his eyes. No answer. Granny Tsunade, he yelled. Tsunade sighed with relief. Amazingly, It's just a concussion and some mild lacerations. Tsunade-sama. Naruto began. Tsunade held up a hand. We'll talk later. Right now I want to get her to my infirmary, she said as she cradled Shizun in her arms and stood to leave. Naruto nodded and followed the Hokage back through the trees. A doctor stood at the end of Shizun's bed with a clipboard. I have all the information I need. I'll take care of her. She looked in the direction of an open door. You go take care of him, she said, referring to the boy slumped on the bench in the hallway. Tsunade made a slight half-smile, half-frown, then went to see Naruto. She'll be all right, she said as she sat down next to him. Yeah, Naruto replied with a monotone voice. Naruto, look at me, she said as she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up, but his expression was empty. It hurt to see his usual, carefree grin replaced by such a ghastly hollowness, but she smiled reassuringly anyway. It was an accident. I know exactly what you're thinking and you're wrong. I'm not going to stop caring about you over this. And I know Shizun will tell you the same when she wakes up. A small amount of life came back to the young boy's eyes. Really? A warm smile found its way to the Hokage's face. Yes. She put 2 fingers under Naruto's necklace, lifting the stone up a little. I have considered you family ever since I gave you this necklace, and I never abandoned family because of an honest mistake. Naruto wiped away the tears that had started to form and smiled. Thank you, old lady Tsunade, he said as he gave her a big hug. The doctor came out of Shizun's room. She's awake. She turned to Naruto. She wants to talk to you, she said with a smile. Looking a little nervous, Naruto stood and followed the doctor inside the room. Shizun-san? Naruto. I'm okay, Shizun said with a weak smile. I'm sorry. Naruto began. Naruto, it's all right. You didn't mean it. Shizun winced as her headache spiked a bit. She put her hand to her forehead. Although, I hope you don't mind if I don't go to your next training session, she said with a small laugh. Naruto allowed himself a slight chuckle as he wiped away some fresh tears. He sniffed. No problem. Shizun yawned. I think I'm going to take a nap. Tsunade smiled and ruffled her friend's hair. Glad you're okay. Sleep tight. Shizun looked slightly annoyed. Tsunade-sama, she scolded. I am too old for that kind of treatment. Tsunade simply chuckled and waved goodbye as she walked away. Bye, Shinzen-san, Naruto said as he fell in step behind the 5th. Shizun just smiled. Good luck, she thought. An hour after leaving Shizun's room, Naruto and Tsunade stood in the training field once again. Whenever you're ready, Tsunade said as she climbed into the tree next to her so she could watch from a safer vantage point. Naruto nodded. Yeah. The chakra glowed around him again. It reached the same height as before, only this time it stayed stable for a little longer before Naruto stopped. A very small pulse escaped his body, but nothing Tsunade needed to worry about. Tsunade smiled. Much better. Again. Sakura sat on the front steps of her home. She was lost in thought. Sasuke had warmed up to her considerably since Naruto brought him back to the leaf, but he still wouldn't respond to her advances. What if he never accepts me? She thought in despair. She put her head in her arms in sadness. Sakura-san, said a familiar male voice. Sakura looked up to see Rock Lee looking down at her with a concerned face. Hi, Lee-kun. Are you okay? Nothing you can help with, Sakura said as she wiped away the tears she hadn't realized were there. Lee frowned. He knew exactly what bothering her. Diamen you, Sasuke. Why must you make my goddess cry? He suddenly felt the need to do at least something. He put a firm, yet loving, hand on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura-san. Wait here. I'll be right back, he said as he disappeared. Sakura stared at the spot he had previously occupied in confusion. What the? Lee jumped from rooftop to rooftop, looking for his quarry. Even if this hurts me, I must help her, he thought with determination. Sasuke kicked the tree for the 50th time. Each time his inspiration for the kick alternated between Orochimaru and Itachi's faces. The tree was beginning to groan under the strain as the base became thinner and thinner with each kick. Suddenly, there was a green blur and his kick was stopped in midair. I must speak with you, Lee said with a glare as he dropped Sasuke's foot. Sasuke glared back. Not because Lee was glaring, but because his training was interrupted. What is it, Rock? I don't have time for this. It's about Sakura-san. Sasuke sighed and lowered his head. Fine. Talk. Do you know she loves you? Lee asked. Of course I do. And she told me as much before I left, Sasuke said as he sat down with his back against the tree. Why do you push her away then? Do you understand how lucky you are to have such a wonderful girl want you? Lee lowered his eyes. I only wish I was that lucky, he said sadly. Sasuke sighed in frustration. You want the truth? I don't want anyone right now. Until I kill Itachi, a relationship just wouldn't be worth it, because I don't care if I die fighting him. And besides that, I could never see her that way. She's just a good friend. But if I tell her that, it will kill her. She needs to know the truth, Lee said firmly. Sasuke shook his head. I think right now it's best if she thinks she still has a chance with me, until she finds someone else. It's less painful that way. So that you don't mind if I pursue her then? Lee asked carefully. Sasuke smirked ruefully. Do as you like. A bush behind the two boys rustled. Just as they looked behind them, a splash of pink disappeared through the trees. They looked at each other. Sakura, they said in unison before running off after her. Sakura! Sasuke called. Sakura-san. Stop! Lee yelled. DM it. She's already got 4-second head start. Which way did she go? He thought as he turned his head in different directions, looking for her. Sakura ignored the stinging of the whip-like branches as they made red marks across her face. She couldn't think. She just had to get away. Sakura-san, please. Lee yelled with desperation while fumbled with his leg warmers as he ran, trying to get them off so he could remove his weights. Sakura could hear nothing but the pounding of the blood in her veins. Stupid. I'm so stupid, she screamed inside her mind. Lee got sick of wasting time. He took out his kunai and sliced off both his leg warmers and his weights, cutting his bodysuit and scratching his skin in the process. Sasuke had to shield his eyes from the dirt and debris that Lee kicked up as he ran at top speed. Good luck, Lee, Sasuke thought as he halted his pursuit. Sakura's head start had only delayed the inevitable. Lee saw her to his right. There? He thought. He caught up to her and grabbed her wrist. Let me go. Sakura screamed at the black-haired ninja. Sakura, please calm down. Lee begged as he grabbed the other wrist to keep her from flailing her arms. Leave me alone, the pink-haired kunoichi raged. Please. Lee said as he lowered his gaze. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Sakura stopped struggling immediately. Lee-kun, I would never hurt myself, Sakura said firmly. Lee sighed in relief and released Sakura's wrists. Thank goodness. I'm glad you care about me so much, but I just want to be alone right now, Sakura said in a choked voice. Lee blew out a frustrated puff of air from his nose. All right, but if you need someone to talk to. Sakura nodded and Lee left. Thank you, Lee-kun. The last bit of chakra dissipated, this time leaving no shockwave. Tsunade jumped down from her perch in the tree. Excellent, Naruto, she said, clapping her hands in approval. Naruto's face broke out into a foxy grin. Thanks, Granny Tsunade. Tsunade ignored the jibe at her age. She had gotten used to it in the week Naruto had been there. And she had noticed that he said it less often now that it didn't bother her as much. I think you're finally ready to start on the obstacle course, she said with an approving smile. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. He looked positively insane with glee. Really? Really? Tsunade replied. Naruto clenched both his fists in front of his face in excitement. Yes, he said with a grin. Tsunade's face became serious. Don't get carried away. This course was not designed for genin. If you don't take it seriously, you will wind up back in the hospital. Naruto grimaced, but his foxy grin returned quickly. Don't worry about me, Granny. I can handle it, he said with confidence. Tsunade folded her arms and smiled. We'll see. She walked over to the course. Naruto followed, barely able to stop himself from running ahead. She stopped in front of a wooden platform raised 10 feet off the ground. This is the starting point, She barely got out before Naruto jumped up onto the platform. She hemmed. "Please pay attention, Naruto." Naruto nodded fervently as his eyes darted all about, taking in the different aspects of the course. "Just tell me when I can start." Tsunade rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Alright, first we have your basic zipline," she said, waving a hand toward the long, inclined rope in front of her student. Naruto looked dejected. "A zipline? I used those in the academy." Tsunade smiled. "Yes. But did the ziplines in the academy do this?" she said as she pulled a lever in front of her. Suddenly, the ground under the zipline came alive with extremely wide logs moving in a piston-like fashion, threatening to pound the life out of whoever tried to pass them. Naruto grinned. "Now that's more like it," he said as he cracked his knuckles. "Now, I'm not going to show you everything on the course in advance, so you will need to be suspicious of everything. Don't let your guard down. Even if you think the course is over," Tsunade said warningly. "I got it," Naruto said with a nod. Tsunade raised her arm. "Ready. Begin," she said as she brought her arm down in a cutting motion. Naruto took a running leap and grabbed onto the zipline's handle. Tsunade pulled the lever and the logs began to jut upwards. As he was moving, he realized, to his horror, that the logs didn't stop at a low enough height to allow him to pull his body over them. A log came up under him and the force of it shot him into the air like an undignified sack of potatoes. Tsunade rushed under the falling boy and caught him. She set him down. "Are you all right?" she asked. "All right." Naruto yelled indignantly. "What the hell is that?" he said as he pointed toward the zipline. Tsunade paid an amused eyebrow. "A zipline?" Naruto was extremely irritated. "There's no way in hell to get past those things," he raged. "You have to find a way. Be creative," Tsunade said, ignoring Naruto's rant. Naruto made an indignant growl. She grinned. "Are you going to give up?" "Hell no," Naruto said confidently. Tsunade smiled. "All right then." She pointed to a picnic table 23 feet away that had a book laying on it. "I'll be over here if you need me," she said as she walked to the table. As soon as Tsunade's back was turned, Naruto's grin disappeared and he glared at his newfound foe. "All right," he said as he jumped up on the platform. He stared at the zipline for a moment. "Damn it. She's just as sadistic as Ero Sennin," he thought in irritation. He jumped up and started down the zipline, only to come to the same end as before. "Damn it," he yelled in frustration and pain. As Tsunade read her book, a maid brought her a glass of juice. She heard Naruto cursing the zipline and laughed. She then noticed the glass that had been set down in front of her and frowned. "Yumiko," she said to the maid. "I asked for sake." Yumiko bowed. "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Shizen-san told me bring you juice instead." Tsunade tensed in annoyance. She curled her right hand into a fist. "That interfering little..." Yumiko knew where this was going. "Excuse me, Tsunade-sama. I have other duties to attend to," she said as she bowed and hurried away. Naruto tried dodging to the side, but the logs were so big around that it was useless. Finally, he sat on the platform, gasping for breath. "Damn it. How the hell do I?" Suddenly, Naruto stood up. He stared at the zipline for a second more, then nodded in affirmation. He brought his hands together into a chakra molding seal. His hands began to glow. He looked at them and smiled. "All right." Naruto jumped onto the zipline. As the dizzying speed brought him close to the first log, he used the chakra to stop the handle's movement. Once the log went down, he began moving again. He continued this all the way down the line until he jumped triumphantly onto the end platform. He began jumping up and down, punching the air. "Ho! Yaha-iya!" Tsunade heard Naruto's yelling and looked up. As soon as she saw him jumping around on the platform, she grinned. She knew exactly how he had beat it. She stood and walked over to the hyperactive genin. "I knew you could do it, brat," she said with a grin as she reached him. Naruto flipped off the platform and landed perfectly in front of the fifth. "What's next?" he said excitedly. Tsunade grimaced. "Home," she said with a yawn. Naruto looked completely deflated. "But, Naruto, you passed a pretty tough chakra control test. I think that's enough for today. Besides," she looked to the sky, It's getting too dark to see what you're doing. She put a hand on the boy's shoulder. I'm proud of you, Naruto. Naruto smiled widely. Thanks, Granny. When are you going to stop calling me that? Tsunade asked with a frown. Naruto simply grinned evilly at Tsunade. She sighed and began to walk toward the house. Naruto followed. As they walked, Naruto looked back at the training field. I can't wait till tomorrow. When Naruto opened his eyes for the third time, the first thing he noticed was that it was still dark outside. He grumbled to himself. Damn it. I can't get back to sleep, he thought in frustration. Tsunade had made him go to bed early so they could train before she went to work. Why the hell isn't she up yet? He thought irritably. Naruto got up, threw on his usual outfit and trudged out the door to find Tsunade's room. He figured she would be on the top floor. As far as security went, it made the most sense. 3 flights of stairs later, he found himself at the end of a hallway that had 3 doors. 2 were along the sides. The third was at the end. That's gotta be it, he thought. As Naruto began to walk down the hall, he started to get the feeling he was being watched. A few spots on the walls became the focus of his attention. Guards hidden in the walls, huh? I just hope they know I'm a guest and not an enemy. Almost as if they heard his thoughts, camouflage sheets made to match the walls of the hallway dropped from the bodies of 3 jounin, including a certain spiky-haired sensei. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes. Naruto smiled. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi walked over to his former student. Naruto, if you're thinking of waking up the 5th, then you need to go back downstairs. She'll kill you, he said nonchalantly. Naruto turned to Kakashi with a defiant gleam in his eye. She told me to be up this early and she's still in bed, he said loudly. And besides, he continued just as loudly, she doesn't scare me. The guards all simultaneously se in a breath as their eyes widened. As they took a step back, Naruto slowly turned around to see Tsunade standing behind him, hair bedraggled, cracking her knuckles. Naruto, Tsunade said in a low voice. What the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto in a breath through his teeth and backed up a few steps. Tsunade put on a dangerously fake sweet smile. You know it's 4 in the morning, right? A vein popped on Naruto's forehead. You made me go to bed at 9 o'clock. Because you wanted me to train early before you went to work. Tsunade's expression quickly changed to one of confusion. She put a finger sideways to her mouth as though she were trying to recall her words. I did, she said with a yawn. Naruto's expression instantly became incredulous. You don't remember. Tsunade was not fazed. In the slightest. She scratched her right arm absent-mindedly. No, she said as she yawned again. Just go back to bed, she said as she turned to go back to her room. Go back to bed. How the hell do you expect me to sleep? Count sheep, Tsunade replied as she walked into her room and shut the door. Naruto stood there, seething for a moment before turning around and trudging down the stairs. When he got to the bottom, he looked in the direction of the front door. Fine then. I'll train by myself, he thought. He left the house and was swallowed up by the darkness of the moonless night. Naruto stood on the platform for the zipline. He took a deep breath and stared at it for a moment. If the first obstacle had been so hard, what was the rest of it like? He knew it was dangerous to be at the course by himself, but he was so angry that he didn't care. He took a running jump and leapt for the zipline handle. Tsunade groaned and sat up. Demon brat, she thought in irritation. Now I can't sleep, she thought as she kicked off the covers. She got up and staggered out of the room. Kakashi. A camouflage blanket dropped from the wall. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Go wake up that brat. If he wants to work out, I'll give him the workout of a lifetime, she said with an evil smile. Hi, Kakashi said as he bowed and vanished. Naruto hopped off the end of the zipline and looked around to see where he needed to go next. The sun was starting to come up, so he didn't have to squint like he did when he had first come onto the field. He spotted a tiny red arrow. There. He jumped from the platform in the direction the arrow indicated. After a few seconds, Naruto wondered if he was supposed to have flipped another lever because nothing was happening. Suddenly, 2 giant logs came from both sides, threatening to flatten him in the middle. He jumped out of the way just in time to see some blunted kunai shooting toward him. Ah! He took out his own kunai and deflected as many as he could, but 4 out of the 10 hit him. 2 on his right shoulder, 1 on his ribcage, and the other hit his left hip. Naruto winced in pain from the kunai hitting him. Even though they were blunt, they still hurt like hell. Naruto shot forward, turning in the direction the next arrow pointed. Tsunade came out of her room, pulling on her green Haori. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared in front of her, without Naruto. "Where is he?" she asked. Kakashi bowed as he made his report. "He wasn't in his room." Tsunade pet an eyebrow. "Oh." Kakashi's expression was somewhat grave. "He's nowhere in the house. Godame-sama, I know Naruto, and I think it's very possible that he went down to the training grounds by himself." Tsunade's eyes widened. "What?" In an instant she was gone in a puff of smoke. Kakashi sighed. "Naruto. You idiot." Naruto followed the next arrow into the trees. He dodged a spike drop net. As he came to the next tree, the branch he landed on exploded. Naruto dropped about 20 feet before he felt arms under his body. "What?" he thought. As soon as he realized it was Tsunade, he was angry. Tsunade landed and put down a furious Naruto. "Just what the hell do you think you're doing, brat?" Naruto fumed, but remained silent. "Do you have any idea how stupid that was?" "I can take care of myself." Naruto shot back. "Kakashi almost got killed running this course." Naruto's eyes went wide, then he gritted his teeth and looked up at Tsunade. "That doesn't mean it'll kill me." Tsunade's expression softened a bit. She turned away from the blonde-haired genin. "Come back to the house," she said in a commanding voice as she began walking. "I can do this," Naruto yelled. Tsunade stopped mid-step. "I know you can, Naruto," she said in a soft tone of voice. "Huh." Naruto had been expecting her to snap back at him again. Tsunade sniffed and hurriedly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. She turned back to Naruto. "But not without me here in case something goes wrong." She sighed heavily. "I don't want you to get killed." Naruto, noticing that her eyelashes were wet, looked at the Hokage in confusion. Was she crying? Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment in thought. When she opened them again, she nodded her head in decision. "All right, Naruto. But let's get something to eat first," she said with a small smile. Naruto's face brightened considerably. "Okay." Both ninjas turned and jumped into the trees toward the house. Tsunade was glad, as they leapt from branch to branch, that Naruto could not see the relieved tears that were carried away on the wind. "Seconds," Naruto said as he held up his bowl. The maid who was serving breakfast glared at Naruto as she took the bowl from his hand. Tsunade noticed, but didn't say anything. As Naruto started downing his 4th bowl of breakfast ramen, Tsunade stood up. "Excuse me, Naruto. I need to speak with Izumi for a moment," she said with a hard stare at the now nervous maid. Tsunade motioned for Izumi to follow her as she left the room. Tsunade led Izumi into a room a few doors down the hallway. She didn't want Naruto to hear the conversation that was about to take place. She shut the door and turned sharply toward Izumi, who was now looking like a cornered mouse. "If I ever see you look at Naruto that way again, you will no longer be employed at this house." "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Izumi answered. She was silent for a moment before speaking again in a voice that was strong, yet respectful. "But that I don't understand." "It's just Kyuubi," she said, sounding genuinely confused. The instant she finished, she knew she shouldn't have said it. Even before the loud slap that came across her face. "He is a human boy and I don't ever want to hear you suggest otherwise." Tsunade snapped. "He killed my sister," Izumi cried as she cradled her sore cheek. "Naruto is not Kyuubi. Kyuubi was sealed inside him. Naruto was keeping you and everyone you care about safe." I didn't know," Izumi answered. "Wait a minute. What do you mean he was keeping us safe?" Tsunade flinched. She'd forgotten that she hadn't told everyone about that yet. "Kyuubi is dead." "It is," Izumi said in shock. "Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that Naruto has never been a danger to you," Tsunade said in a low voice. "Yes, Tsunade-sama. I apologize," Izumi said as she made a low bow. Tsunade, seemingly satisfied with this, nodded. Return to your duties. Izumi bowed again. Yes, she replied before walking out the door. Naruto stood the beginning of the course, eagerly awaiting Tsunade's signal. Suddenly, she appeared next to the platform. Everything is reset. Are you ready? Tsunade reported. Yeah. Tsunade pulled the lever. Go! Naruto was off like a shot. He reached the end of the zip line, dodged the 2 swinging logs, deflected most of the blunt kunai, dodged the drop net and then made sure to use ninja wire to carry himself over the exploding branch. Seeing another arrow down and to his right he dove in that direction. Tsunade followed the flash of orange that was Naruto by running along the ground through designated, safe zones. He's gotten faster, she thought as Naruto sped through a fearsome-looking gauntlet of fire traps. Sheet, that was close. Old Lady Tsunade wasn't kidding. This is one hell of a course. Naruto thought as he dodged the last of the walls of fire only to find himself heading right for a large net. Crap. He pulled out a kunai and sliced through it. About a second later he landed on a branch only to have it break out from under him, dropping him 10 feet to the ground. He got up and looked for the next arrow. He spotted it about 5 feet in front of him. He didn't take more than 2 steps before he noticed a trip wire on the ground. He was about to go over it when he remembered the triple wire trap that he had tripped when he and the others had gone after Sasuke. He decided to jump over it. A small landmine exploded under his feet, knocking him down. He got up and started running again. More mines exploded as he pushed forward. He dodged them easily now that he knew to look for them. Naruto saw an arrow pointing to the trees and headed up. The branch he landed on was connected to another tree about 50 feet away by a thin log. He shrugged and began to run across the log only to discover very quickly that it was not as stable as it appeared. It rolled to the side, nearly dropping him 62 feet to the forest floor. He managed to use chakra to hang on, but when he tried to climb back to the top the log simply rolled him back to square one. Naruto dipped his head backwards and looked at the other side. Okay, he thought, nodding his head in decision. He carefully got to his feet. Once he was sure he had a solid grip, he began to run along the underside of the log using chakra. When he reached the end he flipped down to a branch a few feet away. He looked around for the next arrow. He found it quickly and began moving again. Naruto followed an arrow down to ground level. In front of him was a large pond with several small platforms on posts about a foot out of the water. She's kidding, right? I can just run across this, he thought with a smirk. Naruto collected chakra to his feet and ran onto the pond. No more than 4 steps into his run he noticed something moving in the water. He barely managed to miss being pulled under by very large alligator. He immediately jumped up onto one of the platforms. Is she insane? I can't believe she had that thing in there, he thought as he jumped his way to the other side of the pond. Tsunade smiled. Very good, she thought happily. She looked ahead of his current position and frowned. I wonder how he'll do on that one? The next arrow led back into the trees again. Naruto was getting tired. He never thought the course would be so long. He made a jump to the next branch. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large metal ball on a chain swinging towards him. Sheet! He yelled as he jumped up to the top of the ball and leapt for the branch ahead of him. Another ball came from the other side of him, but as he jumped to avoid that one, a third ball came from a higher position. Naruto couldn't dodge the new ball in time. He cried out in pain as it smashed into his body. He was sent flying toward a huge wall of spikes. You've got to be kidding me! Naruto tucked himself into a protective ball, even though he knew it wouldn't do him any good, and prepared for the oncoming pain. No sooner had Naruto curled into a ball than he thought of a plan, uncurled and put his hands into his favorite seal, and this all happened in the space of about 3 seconds. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A perfect copy of Naruto formed in front of him. He pushed off the clone, made a backwards flip and landed safely on a large branch. Tsunade just stared in shock. She had been so sure that she was going to have to rescue the boy. Kakashi would be so sad if he found out Naruto passed that one, she thought with a smirk. Naruto jumped up to the next branch to continue when he heard a shrill whistle from below. He turned to see Tsunade moving her hand in a "come here" gesture. That's enough for now, Naruto. Tsunade yelled. But I'm not tired. I know that. But I need to get to work. Naruto half sighed, half growled in defeat before jumping down from his perch in the tree. Tsunade smiled. You did well, brat. I'm proud of you, she remarked, ruffling the boy's hair. Naruto shook his head to remove the offending hand. Tsunade laughed. Let's go, Naruto. Naruto smiled and followed the fifth back to the house. Just remember to stay away from the course while I'm gone, Tsunade said as she grabbed a few books from her desk at the house. I know, Naruto said with a bit of irritation. He didn't like being babied. Tsunade was about to go out the door when she turned her head back to look at Naruto. Oh, and I have something I want to talk to you about when I get home, she said with a smile. Naruto pet an eyebrow. Okay. Tsunade turned back to the door and made a half wave. Later, Naruto decided to explore the house a bit. He hadn't had much time to look around since he was almost always at the training field. After walking through a couple of rooms, he found a long, glass hallway filled with plants. There was a cobblestone path leading down the center of it. He stepped into the hall. This feels great. He noted the steam around him. It's so warm in here. At the end of the hall was a door with a sign on it that read, Hot Spring. Naruto's eyes widened in delight. When he saw the in-use sign, his expression changed to one of disappointment. It could be a guy in there though, he thought. He pushed the door open just a crack. Is anyone in here? He asked. No answer. Hello, he shouted. He looked at the sign again. Maybe someone left the sign on the wrong side? Naruto pushed the door open the rest of the way and walked in. He had difficulty seeing the hot spring due to the steam and stepped right off the edge into the hot water. He yelled at the temperature of the water. He heard another scream that was not his own and decidedly. He squinted in the steam to see Nabiki backed up against the side of the spring, holding a towel up around her important features. Nabiki-chan. Forgive me, he said as he waved his hands frantically in the air in front of his face. This isn't what it looks like, I swear, he sputtered. He covered his eyes and waited to be slapped. Nabiki calmly removed the headphones that had kept her from hearing Naruto earlier. Naruto-kun? Didn't you see the sign on the door? She asked with a frown. Naruto cautiously straightened himself. Yeah, but no one said anything when I asked if anyone was in here. Nabiki winced. It's my fault then. I was listening to some music. Guess I had it up too loud, huh? She said with a half laugh. Naruto blinked. You're not gonna hit me? Nabiki looked at him strangely. Why would I? It was an honest mistake. Naruto raised his eyebrows. If it had been Sakura, she would have decked me for sure. Naruto-kun? Yeah. You can go now, Nabiki said with a you've worn out your welcome look. Naruto stood and got out of the water immediately. Bye, he said quickly just before bolting out of the room. Nabiki laughed. Too bad he's 4 years younger than me, she lamented. He's pretty cute. With that she sunk back into the relaxing water. Tsunade spread out the previous day's reports in front of her on the desk. She sighed. Might as well get started, she thought just before she heard a knock at the door. Yes. Genma poked his head in. Tsunade-sama. The head elder wishes to speak with you. Tsunade pet an eyebrow in interest. Oh. She straightened herself and hemmed. Show her in then. The head elder walked in and Genma left the two women alone. So what do I owe the honor of this visit? The elder, I'm pretty sure they've never mentioned her name, pulled a small envelope from the obi of her kimono. The third left instructions to give this to the new Hokage once they had settled into their duties. I believe the time has come, she finished as she handed the envelope to Tsunade. Tsunade turned over the rather plain-looking envelope a few times. What's it about? I do not know. I was told the contents were for your eyes only, the elder replied. I see. Thank you, elder, Tsunade said with a respectful nod. The elder nodded in kind and left the room. Tsunade sighed. Might as well open it, she said as she loosened the metal fastener on the envelope. She unfolded the one-page letter and began to read. After a short moment her eyes went wide. This is my God. How could he have kept something like this from him? Naruto aimlessly wandered around the streets of Konoha, looking for something to do. He suddenly noticed Hinata wandering around in circles, staring intently at the ground. "Hinata," he said, walking over to her. Hinata jumped a little at hearing her name called by her favorite voice in the world. She looked up. Naruto-kun. What's up? Hinata's cheeks took on a slight pink tinge. I thought I was going to buy some groceries. But I dropped my money. I think it's around here somewhere, she said, looking around a bit. Naruto smiled. Want me to help you find it? Hinata waved her hands in the air. I couldn't ask why did you to go to the trouble, she said quickly, looking down as she finished. Bah. It's no trouble at all, Naruto said with a grin. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't help? Thank you, Naruto-kun. The two teens began looking around for Hinata's money. Not long into their search, Naruto spotted what looked like a small billfold underneath the outside display of Ino's family shop. Hinata, is that it? He asked, pointing to what he had found. Hinata smiled. Yes, it is. She picked up the billfold and quickly checked for missing bills. Satisfied that the money was all there, she turned to Naruto. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. No problem. Hinata suddenly felt bold. Naruto-kun? I would like to treat you to ramen as a reward. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. For real? Why yes, Hinata replied with an embarrassed smile. Yeah, it. Let's go, Hinata. He grabbed Hinata's hand, not realizing the gesture would turn the poor girl into pudding. Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly. Seeing that Naruto hadn't hurt her, she decided to just enjoy the feeling of holding his hand, even if he didn't mean anything romantic by it. Naruto finished off his bowl of ramen. Thanks a lot, Hinata, he said with that foxy grin of his. Hinata blushed a little. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Would you like another bowl? Really? You're the best, Hinata. Naruto said just before he ordered his second bowl. Naruto grabbed his chopsticks and started eating. He gulped down his current bite and looked at the young Hyuga. Hey, Hinata. I just noticed today. You're stuttering less lately, he said with a smile. This turned Hinata bright red. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and went back to eating. Hinata just watched him eat. Why can't I say anything to him? But why won't my voice work? Naruto finished his bowl and noticed Hinata staring at him. For no reason he could think of, this made him blush a bit. Hinata. Hinata shook her head to banish her current train of thought. Why, yes. You okay? Yeah. Naruto frowned at the short answer. You want me to walk you home? Hinata's eyes went wide. Sure, she said, managing a smile. Naruto smiled and hopped off his stool. Let's go. Hinata nodded and followed him. As they walked, Hinata kept trying to think of something to say. You're alone with him. Say something. She mentally chided herself. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a girl appeared in front of Naruto. She was Naruto's age. She was wearing a basic pair of denim shorts and a t-shirt with a whale on the front. Her brown hair was worn in two puffy pigtails. Hi, Naruto-kun, said the blushing girl. Naruto looked a bit startled that this girl was talking to him, much less using kun with his name. Then he remembered her letter from his hospital stay. Momiji. Momiji began to shuffle her right foot. Did you like the flowers? Yeah. They were nice, Naruto replied with a small smile. Don't panic. Don't panic. They're just talking, Hinata chanted in her mind. Can I ask you a question, Momiji? Naruto said suddenly. Momiji looked up. Yes, she said with a smile. You hated the fact that I was even alive when we were at the academy. What changed? Naruto said with a mix of sadness and confusion. Momiji's eyes went wide and she quickly looked. She felt sick to her stomach. That's right. Momiji yelling at Naruto that I always made fun of him. Momiji shoving Naruto aside to get to Sasuke. I'm sorry. I didn't know you then. You still don't, Naruto said plainly. Momiji swallowed. You just like me cause I beat Neji in the Chunin exam, Naruto continued. Momiji's eyes began to water. I'm sorry, Momiji, Naruto said, a touch of sympathy entering his voice. I won't be your new Sasuke. At this Momiji burst into tears and ran. Naruto was in shock. He'd never seen a girl act like this toward him. On the one hand he was flattered, on the other he hated the fact that her attentions were only for his fighting skill. He watched the shattered girl run and suddenly realized he'd been a little mean. He hadn't meant to. It just happened. Damn it, he swore under his breath. Naruto sat Hinata down on a nearby bench. I'm sorry, Hinata. But can you wait here? I'll be right back. Hinata frowned, but nodded her head in agreement. Momiji was surprised when Naruto appeared in front of her. Naruto-kun, she said in a choked voice. Naruto looked down for a second before raising his head and speaking. I'm sorry. I went too far, he said regretfully. Then he smiled. Want to start over? Momiji smiled. Yes. I can't date you though, Naruto said quickly, before the girl got her hopes up too high. Momiji's face fell. You like someone else? Naruto smiled apologetically. Yeah. Oh. Momiji said as her eyes misted over once again. I have to get back to Hinata. I'll see you later, Naruto said gently. Momiji sighed and nodded her head in defeat. So that he likes Hinata. She thought as the object of her affections ran off. Hinata looked up when she sensed Naruto coming. Did everything go alright? Yeah. I let her down a little more gently this time, Naruto said with a slight grimace. Ready to go? Hinata nodded happily and stood. The two resumed their walk to the Hyuga estate. As they came within sight of the house, Hinata began to feel a little sad that their walk was drawing to a close. She stopped mid-step, causing Naruto to bump into her. Hinata? Naruto questioned. Hinata turned around, realized their faces were uncomfortably close and took a step back. She tented her fingers and blushed a bit. Naruto-kun? Did you have anyone that you like? A bit of pink touched Naruto's cheeks and he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah. I kinda like Sakura-chan. Hinata's face fell. Oh. A look of confusion came to the blonde's face, which quickly turned to one of wide-eyed realization. Hinata? Do you not like me? Hinata's eyes widened in fear of being found out. There's my house. I have tea to go, she said as she ran to the house. Hinata! Naruto called after her. He wanted to follow her, but he was still in shock, and as such, his legs refused to move. Hinata likes me, he thought in confusion. All the times he had talked to her came rushing back to his thoughts. The way her stuttering got worse whenever she spoke to him. The way she always seemed nervous and blushed when she was around him. It suddenly all hit him like a ton of bricks. Hinata likes me. Naruto stood in stunned silence for a few moments, then turned around and started walking towards home. Uzumaki Naruto had a lot to think about. 3 hours after she had received it, Tsunade read the letter in front of her for the 15th time. And every time she did, it made her feel sick inside. She sat down on the couch and let out a sigh. I wish I knew what the hell to do, she thought. She was suddenly brought out of her reverie by a loud voice. Granny Tsunade! Naruto yelled cheerfully as he bounded into Tsunade's living room. Tsunade's eyes widened as she quickly put the letter under the stack of books on the coffee table in front of her. It's 5 o'clock. Tsunade glanced at the clock on the far wall. So it is. She stood and walked over to the Chunin guard standing next to the doorway. Shikamaru, I'm taking Naruto down to the training field. Let me know if I'm needed. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Naruto waved to the boy as he walked out the door. Later, Shikamaru. Yeah, Shikamaru answered with a small smile. Naruto leapt to the top of the first metal ball and then to the top of each one after that. After landing on the platform on the other side, he shot downward, grinning as he saw a large, cement circle on the ground with the symbol of the leaf painted on it in red. He pushed off the branch he was on, made a flip in the air and landed on the leaf symbol in triumph just before the entire circle fell inward, dropping him into very deep pit with sharp spikes at the bottom. He yelled. He twisted his body so he was facing downward, bit his finger and made the seals for frog summoning. Kuchios no Jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, followed by an ear-shattering explosion of dirt and cement. When the smoke cleared, Gamabunta sat in the middle of a huge crater, looking very irritated. Tsunade's eyes were wide in shock. She remembered the tiny frog he had summoned when they battled Orochimaru. Of course, she had had no idea that Naruto had summoned Gamabunta before. How in the seven hells did he summon him? Gamabunta rolled an annoyed eye up towards the 13-year-old boy on his head. Hey brat, I don't like being summoned in the middle of a fall. A vein popped on Naruto's head. I'm your subordinate, aren't I? He yelled indignantly. Tsunade's eyes re-widened. Naruto is his subordinate. When did this happen? She suddenly decided she didn't like not being part of the conversation. What? Gamabunta. The giant frog turned his head toward the voice that had just called to him. He gave her a wry smile when he saw Tsunade. Tsunade, you're loud as usual. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched, but she smiled. When did Naruto become your subordinate? Gamabunta pet an eye ridge. About 8 months ago. A confused look crossed the face of the fifth Hokage. Then why couldn't Naruto summon him back then? She thought, thinking of the battle with Orochimaru. She looked up at Naruto. You overdid it, brat. Naruto flashed a foxy grin and made several jumps before landing on the ground in front of Tsunade. I did it though, he said happily, obviously proud of himself. Tsunade smiled warmly. Yes, you did. Good job, brat, she said as she ruffled Naruto's hair. Gamabunta hemmed. Since you don't seem to need me anymore, I'll be going now, he said as he stretched and cracked what little neck he had to. One side. Later, he said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade turned to Naruto. Well then, let's go back to the house, she said. Yeah, Naruto replied as he looked at the sky. Tsunade pet her head to one side. Naruto? Are you okay? Naruto blinked back his thoughts. Yeah. Just thinking. About. Naruto turned his gaze back to the sky. It's kind of embarrassing. What? Did a girl ask you out? Tsunade quipped. Naruto made an odd sound and flinched. Tsunade pet an eyebrow. I see. Well, that not exactly asked me out. But she said something that made me realize she likes me, Naruto replied as he rubbed the back of his head. Who is it? Tsunade asked, genuinely interested. Naruto was suddenly defensive. HMPF. Like I tell you. You just make fun of me, he said as he stuck out his tongue. It's Hinata, isn't it? Tsunade said with a self-satisfied smirk. Naruto nearly bit the tongue that was still sticking out. How did you? Tsunade started laughing. Brett, I swear you are the only one who didn't know she likes you. Naruto simply looked down and grunted in irritation at having been laughed at for not having common knowledge. Tsunade pet her head to one side thoughtfully. So that what? Naruto asked as he looked at Tsunade in question. So what are you going to do about this? Naruto looked away again. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to tell her I like Sakura-tan. Tsunade frowned. Naruto, does Sakura like you that way? Even a little bit? Naruto looked crestfallen. No. So why not give someone who does like you a chance? Naruto crossed his arms and twisted his face in thought. I'm not saying ask her out, but you could spend more time with her and see what happens, Tsunade said with a warm smile as she placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Was Naruto's only reply. You don't have to decide now, brat. Anyway, come over here and sit with me. I need to talk to you about something, Tsunade said, gesturing to the picnic table. Naruto shrugged and sat down. They sat there in silence for a full minute before Tsunade spoke. Naruto, I've been thinking about your situation a lot lately. Situation? Simply put, that the fact that you live alone at your age bothers me, Tsunade said with a somber look on her face. I can take care of myself just fine. Naruto rebutted. That's not what I was referring to. I meant that you have no one to be there for you when you're home. I worry that you're lonely. Naruto shrugged. Maybe a little. But it's not like it's a new thing, you know? The casual way Naruto spoke about loneliness made Tsunade feel like she'd been punched in the stomach. I was wondering if you would like to change that, she said carefully. Naruto looked at her strangely. Huh. Tsunade let out a long breath. Would you consider staying at my home permanently? What? Naruto said in confusion. I'd like to adopt you. Tsunade said with hope in her voice. Naruto, for his part, froze in place. These were words that he had never expected to hear in his lifetime. I'd like to adopt you. I'd like to adopt you. They echoed in his mind for what seemed like an eternity before he spoke. I don't need to be pitied, he said sadly. It's not pity. Tsunade replied, raising her voice a bit as she used her hands to raise herself up by pushing on the top of the table. She let out a sigh and sat down heavily. It's not pity. You're like a younger brother to me. I care about you like family. That's why I want to adopt you. You don't have to decide now, but I want you to know that even though I'd legally be your mother, I wouldn't treat you like a baby. You'd have pretty much the same life you did before, just more people to share it with, she finished with a smile. Naruto considered this for a moment. I'll think about it, he said, a barely noticeable smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. Tsunade smiled warmly. Good. Let's head back to the house. Naruto nodded and followed the fifth Hokage through the dense trees. When Izumi reached the dining room, Naruto was just finishing his ramen and was about to ask for seconds. Naruto noticed she looked distracted. Hey! Izumi turned toward Naruto. Yes. Are you okay? Naruto asked. Izumi made a half-hearted smile. Yes, I'm fine. Okay, Naruto replied as he went back to eating. Izumi watched the boy sitting at the table. She'd had a lot of time in the past few days to think about how she had acted toward him. She had always considered herself to be a kind person, and knowing that she had willingly made an innocent boy feel so badly make her sick inside. It was time to set things right, even if it wasn't easy for her. Naruto, Izumi said. Naruto looked up at the woman, his cheeks stuffed full of ramen. Mra? Meaning yeah. Izumi grimaced at having seen some of Naruto's ramen as he spoke with his mouth full. She cleared her throat. I don't wanted to apologize. Naruto swallowed. Huh. Izumi looked as though she were trying to find the right words. I was mean to you. I thought you were the QB. I'm sorry, she said as though the words were hard to get out. Naruto simply stared at Izumi, confused. None of the adults had ever apologized to him before. Thank you, Naruto said, his eyes becoming misty. Maybe we could start over? Naruto wiped his eyes and smiled. Yeah. Izumi made a small smile, turned around and went into the kitchen. Tsunade smiled warmly as she looked at Naruto. Someday, brat. Someday all of them will apologize. The moonlight that cascaded through his window suddenly made him think of nothing but visiting Hinata, simply for the fact that the source of that light reminded him of her eyes. What should I do? Naruto let his head fall to the side so he could see the moon better. He could have sworn he saw her face appear on its luminescent surface. Okay, he said decisively. I'll go talk to her. With that, he jumped up from his bed and left for Hinata's house. Hinata lay on her bed, thinking. How can I face him now that he knows? A knock sounded on her door. She pushed herself to a sitting position. Yes. The door opened and Niji's head poked through. Hinata-sama. Naruto is here to see you. Hinata made a high-pitched short squeak as her eyes went wide as dinner plates. Please tell him I'm not available. Niji sighed and walked into the room. Hinata-sama. Hiding from the man who is the object of your affections is not becoming for a future leader of our clan. He stood in front of her, arms crossed. It displays cowardice. The clan will not follow. Someone who cannot face their fears. Hinata made her usual tented fingers gesture. But. Niji's expression became one of irritation as he pulled Hinata's fingers apart. And stop doing that. It makes you look indecisive and weak. Hinata gulped and nodded. Hi, Nijini-san. Niji pointed at the door. Go, he commanded. Hinata started to bring her fingers together, stopped herself and stood up. Okay, she said as her face took on a determined look. She walked out the door leaving behind a very self-satisfied Niji. Good luck, Hinata-sama, Niji thought with a smile. Naruto kicked the pebble he'd been beating up for the last 8 minutes, for the 100th time. He heard a noise behind him and turned around to see Hinata standing just beyond the light of her open front door. He was struck by how she looked. He was so used to seeing her in that bulky jacket of hers that the sight of her in denim shorts and a t-shirt made quite an impression. Hinata-chan is so cute, he thought before he could stop himself. Oh, where'd that come from? He thought as she walked up to him. Naruto-kun? Hinata repeated. Naruto shook his head and blinked back his thoughts. Yeah. Sorry, Hinata-chan. I just kinda spaced out there for a minute. Hinata smiled. That's okay. What did you want to talk to me about? Naruto ahemed. You wanna go get some ramen? I'd like that, Hinata said, surprised by the fact that she had just completed a sentence without stuttering while talking to Naruto. Great, Naruto said as he started walking. A few minutes into their walk, Naruto spoke. Hinata-chan, do you remember what you said this morning? Suddenly the blue-black-haired Hyuga wanted to run back to her room and dive under her bed. Why not yes, she replied nervously. She nearly made her finger-tenting gesture when a vision of Niji entered her mind. It makes you look indecisive and weak. She quickly put her hands back down at her sides. Well, I came to tell you that I don't feel the same way, Naruto said, his voice filled with apology. Oh, Hinata said as her eyes misted over. But, Naruto continued. Hinata looked up at Naruto with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. There's a but? We can hang out more. And maybe after a while I'll change my mind, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata smiled widely. Really? No promises though. Do you mind just being my friend for now? Naruto asked. Hinata's smile was bordering on a grin. No. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto flashed her a foxy grin. Now let's go get that ramen, he said as he grabbed her hand and ran with her toward his favorite ramen stand. Naruto slurped up the last of his ramen and paid his bill. He turned to Hinata. I don't feel like going back to Granny Tsunade's house yet. You want to hang out for a while? Sure, Hinata answered with a smile. They stepped out of the ramen stand and began walking down the quiet street. Hinata looked up at a large clock hanging from a building. It read 9 o'clock. I hope father won't be angry with me for staying out this late, she thought. Naruto and Hinata wound up near a pond not far from the base of the Hokage monument. Hey, Hinata, Naruto said suddenly as they neared the water's edge. You know how to skip rocks? Hinata replied, shaking her head. Naruto began scanning the ground for an appropriate rock. He found 2 of what he was looking for and handed one of them to Hinata. Just curl your wrist and then flick it like this, he said as he made the rock jump over the surface of the water 8 times. See? Not much harder than throwing shuriken. That was great, Naruto-kun, Hinata said in admiration. Naruto grinned. Try it. Hinata squinted her eyes in determination. She threw the rock. It skipped twice. I did it, she said excitedly. Naruto was taken by surprise at this sudden outburst from the normally quiet girl. Nice, Hinata. When she turned to smile at him this time, he was surprised when his heart skipped a beat. Naruto-kun? Hinata questioned, noticing the stunned look on the boy's face. Nothing. He desperately tried to think of something to change the subject. So, are things with Niji any better? He asked as he sat down on the ground. Hinata joined Naruto. Yeah. He's been much nicer to me since the Chunin exam. How about you? I heard you have been staying at Tsunade-sama's house. Yeah. You want to hear something crazy? Naruto asked. Okay, Hinata replied, sounding unsure of Naruto's question. She wants to adopt me, Naruto said in a slightly more serious voice. No-kun, that's wonderful. She saw Naruto's serious face and her enthusiasm melted. It's not wonderful? She asked in confusion. Naruto let out a long sigh. I don't know. I mean, I like my apartment. It's nice to know she cares about me, but... Naruto-kun, ith think you should tell her yes. I would be so happy to know that you aren't living alone anymore. I hate seeing you go home and not have anyone to welcome you, Hinata said with some sadness. Naruto looked at the ground. I guess that'd be nice. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Thanks, Hinata-chan, he said as he turned his face up to look at her. The combination of Naruto's warm smile, the moonlight making his face glow, and the beauty of the setting around them made Hinata nearly dizzy as her heart pounded in her chest. N.NOPP problem, Hinata answered, blushing a furious bright red. She suddenly made a small gasp. Naruto-kun, what time is it? Naruto pulled back his sleeve to reveal a watch. Ah, don't worry. It's only 10:30. What? Hinata yelped. I'm sorry. I have to go. Father will be angry. Okay, Naruto said as they both got up. See you tomorrow? Hinata said just before she turned and ran in the direction of her house. Naruto watched her go, hair bouncing as she ran. He realized he'd been staring and turned his gaze back towards the water. Now he was more confused about his feelings than ever. He picked up his forehead protector and tied it on. Once he was happy with the reflection he saw in the mirror, he headed downstairs for breakfast. About 2 rooms away from Naruto's destination, his pace slowed a bit. She's gonna be waiting for an answer, he thought with dread. He sat down on a bench in the hallway and sighed heavily. Not sure of what you're going to tell Tsunade-sama yet, huh? Naruto looked up at Shizune. No, he said dejectedly. Shizune smiled and sat down next to Naruto. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. Whatever you decide, she'll respect that. I know, Naruto replied, scratching the poison ivy rash on the back of his left hand. I just don't want to hurt her feelings. Do you know how much you look like her brother? How much you act like him? Naruto shook his head. You even have the same dream. He wanted to be Hokage too before. Tears began to prick at the corners of her eyes, and she took a moment to compose herself. For her, having you here is almost like having her brother back. So I'm his replacement. Naruto said with a frown. No. She cares about you, too. But it's because you remind her so much of Nawaki that she's terrified of you dying like he did. Naruto's face showed his shock. She's not afraid of me dying? Very much, Naruto-kun, Shizune answered with somewhat worried expression. Naruto looked down. Thank you, Shizune-san. I know what to do now. Shizune looked surprised. You do? Naruto replied. Okay then. I'll see you in the dining room, Shizune said as she rose and walked away. Tsunade looked up as Naruto entered the room. Izumi was already serving Shizune a plate of pork rice ball. Morning, brat, Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto sat down at the table, an oddly serious look on his face. I've decided to go back to my apartment, he said as Izumi set a bowl of miso ramen on the table in front of him. Shizune dropped her chopsticks and looked at Tsunade, who had a downtrodden expression. I see. Well, if that is your decision. It's not that I don't like it here. And it's not that I don't like you and Shizune-san. I just don't want to be protected, Naruto said with an odd tone to his voice. Tsunade threw on a fake, brave face. Well then, we'll have your things moved back after breakfast. Tsunade-sama? Shizune questioned. Tsunade noted the concerned look on her friend's face. I'm okay, Shizune, she said with a nonchalant wave of her hand and a smile. She took the last bite of her food and stood. I have some work to finish. Naruto, come say goodbye before you leave, okay? Okay, Naruto said with a gentle expression. He watched Tsunade go with a sick feeling in his stomach. He knew he had hurt her. Naruto. The blonde-haired 13-year-old turned to look at Shizune. Why? Naruto let out a sigh. If she's always trying to keep me safe, it'll get in the way of her job. Trust me, I'm doing everyone a favor. Naruto. It may not seem like it sometimes, but she takes her job as Hokage very seriously. Her duties wouldn't be in danger of lapse if you stayed. I've made up my mind, Naruto said with conviction. I see. She rose from her seat. I'll get the staff to start packing your things. Naruto stood. It's okay. I can do it, said with a small smile. With that, he left the room. Shizune watched him go, then turned her gaze to the door of Tsunade's home office. She walked through the short hallway and knocked on the door. Tsunade-sama. May I come in? Yeah, came the muffled reply from behind the closed door. Shizune walked into the room to see Tsunade sitting at her desk, head and folded arms resting on it. She wasn't surprised that there were tears in the eyes of the fifth, but she was surprised that she had been allowed to see them. "Tsunade-sama," she began. Tsunade sniffled and wiped her eyes. "I'm alright. I guess I just really thought he would choose to stay." "You never know. He could change his mind," Shizen offered. Tsunade sighed and stood up. "No. I'm not going to push this," she said heavily. A knock sounded on the door. "Yes. It's me, Tsunade-sama," came Naruto's muffled voice from behind the door. "Come in, Naruto," Tsunade answered. "I'm ready," Naruto answered with a somewhat downcast look. He had his backpack, which was once again packed to the gills, slung over his right shoulder. Tsunade stood and walked over to Naruto. "Let's go then." With that, she turned and walked out of the room. Naruto finished stuffing the last of his shirts into the dresser in his room. He looked at the digital clock on the tiny nightstand next to his bed. It read 10:15. It would be nearly 2 hours until he had to go to the meeting hall to get his mission assignments for the week. He decided to check out his newest manga. He pulled a storage box from under his bed and lifted off the cover. He took one of the manga from the top, flopped onto his bed and began to read. It wasn't long into the manga that an odd, empty feeling began to creep up on him. Suddenly, the place he had called home for most of his life felt cold and uninviting, as if someone had sucked all the life out of the world and replaced it with an eerie silence. He sighed, changed positions, sighed again and finally sat up. "Music. I just need some music." He turned on his very run-down-looking radio and tuned it to his favorite station. Rock music flooded the room and he tried to go back to his manga. Sakura was sitting on the roof of one of the Konoha buildings, trying to think of a way to change Sasuke's mind. A flash of Lee's concerned face invaded her thoughts. She shook it away. "Why the hell do I keep thinking of Lee-kun?" she thought in irritation. "I love Sasuke-kun. I will always love Sasuke-kun. Even if he never loves me back, I still. She pulled her knees up to her chest and rested her head on them. "I'm so confused," she thought as a tear ran down her face. She wiped her eyes and stood. "I won't give up," she said with a determined look on her face. Suddenly, there was someone beside her. She did the first thing she could think of against the intruder. She belted him one. Sakura watched in horror as Naruto fell off the 3-story roof. "Naruto!" she yelled as she quickly dove off the roof, landing just before Naruto hit the ground and caught the unconscious boy. Both teens rolled backwards over the grassy yard behind the building, skidding to a halt just in time to avoid slamming into a tree. Sakura sighed in relief. Looking him over, she decided he would be fine. "Naruto," no response. "Nah." She began when she noticed that his shirt and jacket had been pulled almost completely off when he had slid off the roof. But that wasn't what had broken her sentence. She had seen a fairly large, oddly shaped scar on the upper right portion of Naruto's chest. When did he get that? She wondered. As she bent down to more carefully examine the scar, her eyes widened. Flashback. Sakura stared in horror at the scene before her eyes. The masked boy had jumped in front of the deadly Rikiri to save Zabuza. Kakashi's fist was now through that boy's chest, sticking out of his back on the other side. And flashback. Sakura closed her fist and slowly put it up to the scar. She gasped when she saw that it matched the size of the scar almost perfectly. She jerked her hand away and quickly rolled her friend over. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw an exit scar on his back. "When the hell did he have a fist through his chest?" she said in a low, horrified voice. Naruto groaned and put his hand to his head. "What the hell hit me?" A very guilty-looking Sakura walked into Naruto's field of somewhat blurry vision. "I did," she said with a grimace. Her expression changed to a frown. "But you shouldn't sneak up on me like that," she said, pointing an accusing finger at the blonde on the couch. Naruto simply made an annoyed sound and folded his arms. This action made him realize that he had nothing on his top half. "What the?" he said with wide eyes. "Your stuff is in the washer. It had grass stains all over it," Sakura explained. "Oh," Naruto replied. Sakura sat down next to her teammate. "Hey, Naruto? Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?" Naruto shook his head. Sakura let out a short puff of air. "How did you get that scar on your chest?" Naruto's eyes went as wide as possible. I can't tell you. I'm your friend. You should tell me when you're seriously hurt, she admonished. Naruto remained silent. This upset Sakura. For some reason she just had to know. Someone punched through Yuta, didn't they? Naruto gritted his teeth. Trust me, Sakura. You don't want to know. Tell me, Sakura said, raising her voice. No, Naruto yelled. Why won't you tell me? Sakura asked with a panicked expression. She knew. Somehow she just knew who it was, but she was desperate for Naruto to tell her she was wrong. Tell me I wasn't Sasuke, she screamed in anguish. Naruto's eyes widened, then he squeezed them shut and looked down. Sakura's hands flew to her face as a tear-filled gasp left her mouth. It's a lie, she yelled as she stood and backed away. Naruto bit his lower lip. Sakura, he began, reaching out a hand toward his friend. No! Sakura screamed as she turned and ran out of Naruto's apartment. Sheet! Naruto cursed as he stood and ran after Sakura. Sakura-chan! He called out. No answer came. He looked in every direction, but she was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! He swore and ran off to look for her. By the time Sakura had stopped running, her lungs felt like they were on fire. It just can't be true. He had to be been aiming for a non-vital spot. He wouldn't try to kill Naruto. She dropped to the forest floor and began to sob. Sasuke, she wailed. Sasuke looked up from the jutsu scroll he'd been studying. Was that Sakura? He stood and walked toward the voice he'd just heard. He found her in a small clearing, not far from where he had been. She was crying loudly. Sasuke was confused. Sakura, he said in careful voice. Sakura isigi in a breath, but remained in the fetal ball she'd been in for the last 5 minutes. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a very small voice. Sasuke-kun? Sasuke took a step forward. Yes. Please tell me it's a lie. Tell you what is a lie. Please I'm begging you. Tell me you didn't try to kill Naruto, Sakura pleaded. Sasuke's face showed his shock. Sakura. Sakura got up and launched herself at Sasuke, clinging desperately to his shirt. You weren't trying to kill him, right? He just moved to the wrong spot when you threw your. Her words faltered. After a moment her eyes became wide and her face wore a horrified expression. She backed away from Sasuke, staring at him in utter disbelief. The scene of Kakashi and Haku once again had flashed into her mind. Chidori. Her words were barely audible. You used Chidori. Sakura. Sasuke began. He didn't like the look in his friend's eyes. He could tell she was going to lose it. How could you? Sakura asked, visibly shaking. How could you do that? She screamed, feeling like the events that were unfolding must have been some insane nightmare. Just then Naruto ran into the clearing. Sakura-chan. Stop. Please stop. Suddenly, Sakura was angry. How could you two keep this from me? We didn't want you to be hurt. Naruto said in a guilty tone. Didn't want me to get hurt. What the hell do you think is happening now? Sakura screamed in response, gesturing wildly with her arms. Sakura! Naruto said as he grabbed her shoulder. Sakura pushed his hand away. No. I won't hear any more. Sakura, you need to understand. Sasuke began, desperate to erase the look of hurt and anger in her eyes. Understand? Understand what? That you, she said pointing a finger at Sasuke, nearly became a murderer. I wasn't his fault. Naruto yelled, stunning both of his friends into silence. Naruto. Sasuke said. It wasn't his fault. The seal made him crazy. It amplified all of his hate and he did things he never would have without it. He turned to Sasuke. Tell her about the Mangekyo. Sakura suddenly squeezed her eyes shut and she put her hand to her forehead. She made one small grunt of pain before slumping to the ground. Sakura-chan! Naruto yelled out of concern. Sasuke bent down and checked Sakura's pulse. It's all right, Naruto. I think she just overdid it, Sasuke said reassuringly. Should we take her home? Naruto asked. Sasuke thought for a moment. No. It would be awkward talking to her about this where people will hear her yelling. Naruto nodded with understanding. After about 17 minutes, Sakura groaned and slowly sat up. Naruto walked over to her. "Are you okay?" Sakura didn't say anything, but numbly nodded. "I'm sorry. I guess we thought we could pretend it never happened," Naruto said. Sakura got shakily to her feet. "I need some time to think. Would you two mind leaving me alone for a while?" she said quietly. "But..." Naruto began to protest. Sasuke rolled his eyes and grabbed Naruto by the collar. "Let's go, Dobe." "Hey!" Naruto said loudly as he tried to pull his collar from the other boy's grasp. After a minute he gave up and began walking on his own. As she watched them go, something stirred in her soul. "I need to become stronger, so that next time that I can stop something like this from happening." Genma was standing calmly at guard when Sakura came walking up to him. "Yes." Sakura had a very determined look on her face as she spoke. "I need to speak with Tsunade-sama." He sat down on his bed, thinking. Nothing had been the same since he got home. "It's too dim and quiet," he grumbled in his mind. He stood and began wandering around the apartment. It seemed so empty, lifeless. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This is stupid. Living alone never bothered me before," he growled as he paced around the living room. "If I'd stayed, she would have treated me like a baby," he yelled to no one. But the more he walked around, the more he felt like he was gonna crawl right out of his skin if he stayed in his old place. Eventually Naruto wound up in front of his wall calendar. His birthday was circled in red. He gingerly touched it as he remembered his 13th birthday. He had been in the middle of training with Jiraiya to learn frog summoning and so hadn't been able to have a party. He had been looking forward to it too, since he'd never celebrated with anyone. "It would be nice," he said softly. He stood there a bit, turning in a slow circle as he surveyed the apartment. A sad realization came to him and he hung his head in defeat. "This isn't home anymore," he said before walking back to his room. He rummaged around under his bed for a moment before finding what he was looking for. He pulled out his backpack and once again filled it with his belongings. "No more. I don't want any more birthdays alone." Naruto knew where Tsunade would be her office. He was surprised, however, to find Sakura at the same place. "Sakura-chan." "Hey, Naruto," Sakura greeted. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "I've just decided to take her on as my apprentice," Tsunade said with a smile. "Really?" "Yup," Sakura said happily. Tsunade noticed the overloaded bag on Naruto's back. "Naruto, are you?" Naruto smiled. "Yeah. I changed my mind. Guess I got too used to having a family," he said before his expression changed to be somewhat serious. "But you have to promise that I'll still have the same freedom I had at my apartment. No bedtimes, no keeping me from dangerous missions. Any of that stuff." Tsunade smiled. "Of course not. I know you're too independent for that." Sakura, for her part, was confused. "What had just happened here?" Tsunade laughed. "I'm sorry, Sakura. Of course you didn't know. I'm adopting this brat over here," she said as she ruffled Naruto's hair. Sakura smiled widely in delight. "Really? Naruto, this is wonderful. Congratulations," she exclaimed as she gave the boy a hug. "Thanks, Sakura-chan," Naruto replied, blushing a bit. He suddenly remembered a piece of his conversation with Hinata from the other night. "What do you want to do when you're older, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked. "I think I'd like to be a medical ninja," Hinata replied shyly. "Granny Tsunade?" Tsunade sighed. "Yes. Do you think you'd have time to train 2 girls at once?" Naruto asked hopefully. "2? Who else are you thinking of?" "Hinata-chan. She told me she wanted to be a medical nin someday." Tsunade sighed thoughtfully. I suppose. Yatta." "But," Tsunade said, holding up a finger to tell Naruto to be quiet, "if she can't keep up with Sakura, then she'll have to call it quits. I don't have the time to help her catch up." Naruto nodded in affirmation. Alright. Now, why don't the 2 of you go home? I need to get back to work. Sakura, we'll start your training on Saturday. I should be done with these diamond papers by then," she said, gesturing to the many large stacks of paper on her desk. Sakura nodded. "I'll see you later, Naruto," she said as she walked out the door. Bye, Naruto replied. He hiked up his backpack and turned to Tsunade. Later, Granny. Think I'll ever get a mom out of you? Tsunade said with a wry smile. I wouldn't count on it, Naruto laughed. With that he walked out the door. Tsunade sighed and shook her head, then sat down to resume her daily grind. Naruto finished putting his belongings back in his new room and went downstairs to make some ramen. Once he got to the kitchen he started going through the pantry, trying to find the delectable noodles. Izumi walked in and made a face when she saw someone was in her domain. Naruto-sama? Naruto turned around. Sama? I'm not a Sama. Izumi ahemed. Yes you are. You're the son of a Hokage. Naruto was confused. How'd you know about that? Izumi smiled. Tsunade-sama called ahead to tell the staff that you were coming back and what the situation was. She also said to tell you too, she ahemed again, and I quote, keep your big mouth shut about it until she makes an official announcement. Naruto frowned and growled under his breath. And by the way, Naruto-sama, I am the cook. If you want ramen, ask me and I'll make you some. If you make your own food I won't have a job, she said with a small laugh. So what am I supposed to do? Naruto asked as he scratched the end of his nose. Read. Tsunade-sama said there's some jutsu books in the living room that she wants you to study, Izumi answered. Naruto's expression was one of irritation and defeat. He sighed and left the room. Naruto stood in the center of the living room, scanning the area in search of the books he needed. The first ones his eyes came to rest on were a small pile sitting on the coffee table. Those must be it, he said as he sat down on the couch and picked up the top book. Tsunade had just finished signing a document when she felt the need to see Sandame's letter again. She pulled open the drawer she kept it in and saw it wasn't in there. Where? Suddenly her eyes widened and her heart sank into her stomach. No, she said in a horrified whisper, remembering how she had hastily hid the letter under the books on the table. Quickly, she dialed the number for her home. Please don't let me be too late, she thought. Nabiki was walking past the phone in the hall when she heard it ring. She picked up the receiver. Hello? Yes, this is Nabiki. Oh hi Tsunade-sama. Pause? Naruto? No, I don't know where he is. I'll see you when you get here. Bye. She hung up the phone and ran toward the living room. She sounded so urgent. I wonder why she doesn't want him reading them, she thought in reference to the books Tsunade had told her to stop him from reading. When she reached her destination, she saw Naruto sitting on the couch. Naruto-kun, she called. No answer. She walked around to the front of the couch. Naruto was holding a piece of paper and seemed frozen in place. His face wore an expression of extreme disbelief. Naruto-kun? Tsunade ran as fast as her legs would allow her. How could I be so stupid? She thought, berating herself. Her home came into view. Thank God the house is so close to my office. Please let me be in time, she said as she put on an adrenaline-induced burst of speed. Tsunade burst through the living room door. Naruto, she yelled in desperation. She realized immediately upon seeing him that she was too late. She slowly walked up to him. Naruto? Naruto, say something. Please, she said as her eyes misted over. She reached out a hand and put it on Naruto's shoulder. It was immediately slapped away. Naruto. How long? Naruto choked out, his voice shaking with rage. How long what? Tsunade questioned, softly. How long have you known? Naruto spat out, squeezing the life out of the paper in his right hand. Tsunade closed her eyes in emotional pain. Less than a week. Sandame said that I could tell you when I felt you were ready to know. I just wasn't sure how to determine you that you were and... Naruto turned his eyes up to look at his adoptive mother and exploded. What right did he have to not tell me who my god-demon father was? He was afraid. Tsunade snapped back. Naruto's face twisted into snarl and his teeth were gritted. Afraid? Afraid of what? Tsunade regained a bit of her composure, but her voice was still raised. Do you have any idea how many enemies your father had? Naruto continued stewing, sking in breaths through his teeth as he tried to hold back his tears. If everyone knew you were the son of Yondaime, there would have been people trying to kill you in your crib. Nabiki gasped and her hand flew to her mouth. He's the son of the fourth? The tension in Naruto's face subsided a bit. Why? He asked as his tears began to flow. Why couldn't he at least tell me? He cried. He felt he had been betrayed by at least two people who were dear to him, and it hurt. His anger ebbed away as it was replaced a weary sadness. He was afraid you might tell someone, either during a fight or when people made fun of you, Tsunade answered gently as she sat down on the couch next to her son. And, since it's your dream to become Hokage yourself, Sandaime believed it was that much more important not to tell you. Please understand, Naruto. He didn't want you to be killed. Naruto sighed, pulled his legs up to his chest and quietly rested his arms and head on them. It was then that the truth of his heritage sunk in. I'm the son of a Hokage, he said softly. After a moment excitement began to fill every fiber of his being. I'm the son of a Hokage, he said with a short laugh of joy. Tsunade smiled in relief. This wasn't turning out to be the tragedy she was afraid of. Twice over even, she remarked in reference to her adopting him. Naruto was grinning from ear to ear. In the space of a few minutes, he went from being some random orphan to being the son of the most revered Hokage in the history of the village. He turned to Tsunade. He suddenly had a million questions. Do you have any pictures of him? What about my mom? What's my real last name? He blurted out in one breath. Tsunade held up a hand to indicate that Naruto should calm down. Hang on a minute. Before I tell you anything, you have to promise me that not a word of what you found out today leaves this room. And that goes for you too, Nabiki. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Nabiki answered. Naruto's face fell a bit. I can't even tell Sakura-chan and Sasuke? Tsunade shook her head. I suppose. Just make sure they know that it's extremely important that no one else is told. She turned to Nabiki. Naruto and I are going to be my office for a while. Make sure no one disturbs us unless it's urgent. She smiled at Naruto. We have some memories to discuss. Naruto smiled broadly. Tsunade shut the door. Sit down, she said, waving a hand toward the small couch on the east wall. Naruto did as instructed. Tsunade walked over to her desk and unlocked the left drawer. From the drawer she pulled a scroll and a small photo album. She sat next to Naruto on the couch and handed him the scroll. What's this? Naruto asked as he turned the scroll over in his hands. A letter from your father, Tsunade said gently. A letter from my father? Naruto froze. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Naruto, Tsunade said, trying to break the boy out of his trance. Naruto blinked back his thoughts. Yeah, he said as he gingerly began to open the scroll. He unrolled the parchment and began to read. Naruto, if you're reading this, then the third must believe you are finally ready. I commend you on gaining the strength of will needed to keep your lineage a secret. I don't have much time left. I must perform a jutsu tonight that will mean my death. I regret that you won't have a mother either. At this point in the letter Yandaime's writing had become a bit slurred. She died in battle tonight, fighting the Kyuubi. Naruto closed his eyes as some tears leaked out. He knew his father was dead. Sandaime had told him that much. But he had always secretly hoped his mother was alive somewhere. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I tried to keep her safe for you. But she was an Umbu captain and she felt she was needed. You look so much like me. Your hands are so small. I wish I could hold them as you grow. Just to know I won't see you graduate from the academy or be there on your wedding day. I'd rather die 1,000 times than feel this pain. I'm sealing the Kyuubi within you. Hopefully, its power will protect you in my place. Sandaime has convinced me that it's best if you don't know who you really are until you are able to keep it a secret. There are many people who would try to kill you if they knew you are my son. I hope you won't hate me for the pain you'll no doubt endure from the people of Konoha. Don't judge them too harshly, little one. They've been through hell today. So many deaths. Please know that I love you, and even though she barely got to meet you, your mother also loved you very much. Her name was Kushina. She was a very beautiful lady and she had such a kind heart. I wish you could have known her. There were some dark spots on the paper where the ink had run a bit. Naruto could only assume they were tears. I'm not sure what else to write. There's so much I want to tell you. I know I'm the Hokage and that I must make sacrifices for Konoha, but you shouldn't have to. Please forgive me for what I must do. Sandaime just told me that the sealing circle is complete. You look like a small angel with all the candles around you. Be a good boy. Try not to cause too much trouble. If you're anything like me, then I know whoever takes care of you is going to be driven insane. Treat the ladies with respect. Not that I'm the one to talk though. At least, not until your mother straightened me out. I have to go. I love you so very much. Be safe. Namikaze Minato. Petus, if you ever run into a man named Jiraiya, don't listen to a demed thing he says. He'll turn you into a pervert. Naruto laughed a little as he wiped away his tears. Tsunade looked at him strangely. What is it? She asked. Naruto chuckled a little. He told me not to listen to Ero Sannin. Tsunade found this so amusing that she laughed till she could barely breathe. Once she managed to stop herself, she opened the photo album that had come dangerously close to falling off her lap. I've had these for a long time. I never thought they'd be so important. Naruto just stared at the first picture. Minato was sitting in a tree looking down at whoever was taking the picture. Naruto touched the image of his father. I wish you were here. He turned the page and saw Minato standing next to a woman with short red hair. Something about her just screamed, tomboy. That would be your mother, Tsunade answered a little sadly. Wait, if you knew my parents, then why didn't you know who I was? Naruto asked suspiciously. Tsunade swallowed. The third told us that you died when your mother was killed, and that Minato gave you the name Uzumaki to honor Kushina. Tsunade sighed heavily. Minato and Kushina were very close friends of mine. If I had known you were their child, I would never have left Konoha, she said as she slowly clenched her fist. She suddenly sat bolt upright, eyes wide. Wait a minute. Naruto, you have a cousin, she exclaimed excitedly. What? Naruto yelled, dropping the photo album to the floor. Well, first cousin once removed, actually, Tsunade corrected herself. Who? Naruto asked urgently. Dr. Tokiha is Kushina's cousin, so he's also your cousin, Tsunade finished with a smile. Naruto smiled softly. So much family. All in one day. Tsunade put her arms around Naruto and squeezed him gently. Always, brat, from now on you'll always have family. Tsunade sat straight up in bed, eyes burning with anger. Jiraiya, she hissed in a whisper. She jumped out of bed, threw on her robe, and opened her bedroom door. Hataki. Kakashi dropped his illusion technique. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Send an Umbu team to find Jiraiya, Tsunade commanded. Hi. Kakashi bowed and vanished. As soon as she was sure Kakashi was gone, Tsunade's mask of calm fell like a dead tree. When he gets here, I'll kill him, she growled in her mind. She then walked back into her room and shut the door. 2 days later, October 1st. Naruto and Sakura arrived at the Hyuga estate at 9 a.m. They were picking up Hinata for her and Sakura's first day of training. After waiting about 15 minutes, Naruto became impatient. I'm gonna knock, he announced. Just as he raised his fist to do so, the door opened and a sleepy-looking Hinata appeared. Sorry, Narukun, Hinata said with a faint blush on her cheeks. Naruto smiled. No problem. Ready to go. Hinata smiled and made an affirmative nod. She turned to Sakura. Good morning, Sakura-san, she said politely. Sakura shook her head. Hinata, we're going to be working together. You can just call me Sakura, she said with a smile. Okay, Hinata replied as the trio started walking. Naruto-kun? Naruto looked at Hinata over his shoulder. Yeah. Thank you for asking Tsunade-sama to train me, Hinata said quietly. Naruto grinned. You're welcome. They were silent for a moment, then he spoke again. Hey, are you too busy on the 10th? He asked. I have to train with Nijianai-sen, Hinata said with regret. I'm going to a movie. Why? Sakura asked. Naruto threw on a grin. Nothing important, he said before he turned his gaze back to the road. Hinata and Sakura could have sworn they saw Naruto's eyes cloud over in sadness just before they disappeared from view. Sakura moved closer to Hinata. Did you see that? She whispered. Hinata nodded. We should find out what's wrong, Sakura decided. Hinata bit her lower lip as she watched Naruto's blonde spikes of hair bounce with his footfalls. That maybe after we get off the main road? Okay, Sakura confirmed. After a few minutes they turned a corner onto the tree-lined road that led to Tsunade's estate. Sakura and Hinata quickened their pace till they were in step with Naruto. Sakura grabbed his wrist and turned him around. All right, she said firmly, what's going on? What? Naruto questioned. What's so important about the 10th? Sakura pushed. Naruto made a slightly nervous smile. Just a 2-for-1 sale at Ichirakuramen, he insisted as he tried to pull his wrist out of Sakura's grasp. Sakura frowned and bopped Naruto on the head. You're a lousy liar. Suddenly, Hinata was in front of Naruto. Please, Naruto-kun? I don't like to see your eyes that sad, Hinata pleaded. Naruto's resolve crumpled under the concerned stare of Hinata's eyes. He suddenly found himself unable to do anything except stare at those eyes. It wasn't until Sakura waved her hand in front of his face that he came back to reality. Naruto! Sakura said loudly. Naruto shook his head. Just what the hell is the matter with me? He thought as he stole one more quick glance at Hinata before answering the frustrated, pink-haired Kunoichi to his right. He sighed in defeat. It's my birthday. Sakura visibly brightened. Why didn't you just say that? Naruto thought for a moment. Well, I've never celebrated it with anyone before, so I felt awkward telling you. Both girls stiffened and let their mouths fall open. Disbelief was evident on their faces. Never! Hinata began, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. Celebrated, Sakura finished as her face fell into a sad frown. Naruto, she said as hugged the boy in front of her. I'm sorry. Hinata wasn't sure she knew him well enough to have the right to do so, but she joined in the hug, trying desperately not to pass out from all the blood that was rushing to her cheeks. I'll reschedule my training, she said with a smile as she pulled back from the hug. And I can see that movie anytime, Sakura added. Naruto smiled happily. Thank you. But I've only got 2 weeks to plan your party. Sakura yelled suddenly. We need cake, streamers, music, she said as she ticked off the items on her fingers. Your first birthday party has to be perfect. Sakura said with her fists balled and flames of determination in her eyes. Naruto just stared at her. Sakura-chan. You're kinda scary right now. Jiraiya turned around from the peephole he was looking through. It's been a while, Kakashi. He grinned evilly. Care to join me? Kakashi ahemed as he stepped out from behind a tree. Perhaps another time. Tsunade-sama requests your presence. Oh, Jiraiya said as he pet an eyebrow. Welcome, girls, Tsunade said with a smile. Sakura and Hinata bowed. Thank you for agreeing to train us, sensei, Hinata said respectfully. You're welcome, Hinata. Now, follow me. Naruto, we'll see you later, Tsunade said as she began to head into the house. I can't go, Naruto asked. Tsunade made a wry smile and leaned in close to his ear. I think you would be a distraction to Hinata, she whispered. A slight pink tinge found its way to Naruto's cheeks. Tsunade laughed in amusement. Naruto frowned. What's so funny? Tsunade clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You'll figure it out someday, she said with a grin. Huh, Naruto said as scratched the side of his nose. Tsunade just snickered and walked away. What's she talking about? Naruto thought with a frown. At least he'd better figure it out. I don't want to have to be the one to get it through that thick head of his, Tsunade thought as she entered the house. Orochimaru sat in a chair in front of his fireplace watching the flames as they liked the logs inside. Kabuto, he called. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said as he moved to his master's side. Have you found the third source yet? Orochimaru said with a thoughtfully curled finger supporting his chin. Kabuto nervously cleared his throat. No, Orochimaru-sama. Finding someone who can summon the frogs besides Jiraiya and Naruto is proving difficult. Then you will simply have to pull out one of the frogs by force. Kabuto's eyes widened slightly. Is that even possible? Orochimaru smiled and simply chuckled cruelly. Kabuto moved the chalk fluidly along the stone floor. He finished his work and stood up. Ready, he announced. Orochimaru knelt down in front of the summoning circle on the floor and made a long series of seals. Rachi, Kuchios no Jutsu. An abduction summoning technique. He yelled as he slammed his hands down on the circle. When the smoke cleared, Gamakichi lay on the floor in the center of the circle, bound with ropes of glowing chakra. What the? Gamakichi yelled in surprise. He looked up to see his captor. Orochimaru. How the hell did you call me without the contract? Orochimaru smiled. Wouldn't you like to know? Kabuto, the scroll, he said, holding out his open hand. Kabuto handed Orochimaru a green-colored scroll that was nearly the length of his forearm. Orochimaru opened the scroll and placed his right index finger in the center of the scroll's kanji. Ayaka Kukio Fuin no Jutsu. An near-death sealing technique. A green light shot from the scroll into Gamakichi. Ah! Gamakichi screamed and then was silent. His body fell limp and his eyes remained open. Orochimaru calmly rolled up the scroll and handed it to Kabuto. Place this in my chamber and put him in one of the cages. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Which color is next? Purple. Orochimaru said with a warning tone. That's going to be extremely dangerous. Manda will try to kill you for taking one of his kin, Kabuto said with concern. Orochimaru gave Kabuto a dangerous look. Are you implying that I haven't thought to take precautions? Not at all, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied nervously. The cloud of smoke cleared, leaving an irritated-looking Manda. Seeing there was no battle to be fought, he immediately began to complain. Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? I am not in the mood for your games. Unflinching, Orochimaru walked up to Manda. I was wondering if you would let me have one of your less useful kin to play with, he said with a sick smile. Manda bent down to glare at Orochimaru. Just what the F are you up to now? He spat. Just an experiment, Orochimaru replied casually. And why the hell should I do you any favors? Manda growled. Oh come now, Manda. I know you hate having weaklings among your ranks. Why should you care? Manda sighed and twitched his tail in irritation. Fine. But if you ever call me for something other than battle again, I will kill you, he said in a threatening tone before leaving the clearing in a puff of smoke. In his place was a rather skinny and confused-looking summon snake. Kabuto placed the purple scroll into its designated holder. 3 more to go, he thought with a smile. He left the room and walked off to get their next victim. The next day, Tsunade was sitting at her desk working on some reports when a knock sounded on the door. She looked up. Yes. Shikamaru poked his head in. Jiraiya-sama has arrived, he said in a bored tone. Thank you, Shikamaru, Tsunade said with a smile. Have him meet me at my training grounds in 15 minutes. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Shikamaru said as he bowed and shut the door. Jiraiya leaned up against a tree near the obstacle course. He watched the forest that led to Tsunade's house with unease. He knew that if she had requested that he meet with her at the training grounds, that she wanted a place where she could hit him and not cause a scene. Things were not looking good. He suddenly noticed a small, dark shape becoming visible through the foliage. Tsunade burst through the trees, landed on the field and kept running at full speed. She had a murderous look in her eyes. Tsunade? He barely managed to get out before he went sailing through the air from a punch to his head. Tsunade, what the hell? He yelled as he quickly got to his feet. You shut up. Tsunade yelled as she landed a kick to his right shoulder. Jiraiya shot backwards, gouging a trail in the ground. He got up just in time to block the next kick and the 7 that followed. During each kick he found out more of the reason why he was being used as a practice dummy. How dare you not tell me? Tsunade accused as she threw another punch. Not tell you what? Jiraiya shot back as he dodged her attack. You were there. Another punch. You knew. A roundhouse kick. Why did you leave him alone? She screeched as she slugged Jiraiya in the gut. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he doubled over and fell to the ground. Jiraiya stood up. Who? He bellowed. Naruto. Tsunade screamed as she sent Jiraiya into a tree via a side kick. Jiraiya looked up at his friend in horror. She knows that. How does she know? Tsunade stood in front of Jiraiya, sweat dripping down her forehead and breathing heavily through gritted teeth. Why? She said, her voice shaking with rage. Why did you leave him here? And why the hell didn't you tell me who he was? She yelled. Tears were leaking from the corners of the fifth's eyes. Did you think I was stupid? Did you really think once I got the letter from Sandame that I wouldn't have figured it out? Jiraiya began. You were the one who delivered him. There's no way in hell you didn't know. Tsunade yelled, gesturing angrily with her hands. Damn it, Tsunade. The third ordered me not to tell anyone. Tsunade walked over to Jiraiya and slapped him, whipping his head to the side. That didn't mean you had to abandon him, she spat. Tears now freely spilled over her cheeks. Yet you could have spared him so much pain. Jiraiya swallowed and looked at Tsunade with weary, regretful eyes. I couldn't take him with me. I don't know anything about raising a baby. Then you should have told me so I could have taken him. Orders or no orders. Minato was our friend, your student. You had a duty to his son. You think I don't know that? Jiraiya yelled. He sighed. I was grieving, Tsunade. I loved Minato like my own son. Do you think it was easy for me to lose him? He ran a hand backwards through his spiky hair. I thought I wanted to tell you Naruto was alive. I planned to, but on the day I went to your house to tell you, you were already gone. Someone told me Dan had died in battle. I knew you weren't coming back, so I left too, he finished with a look of sorrow. Tsunade dropped to her knees. Her hands covered her eyes as she sobbed heavily. Jiraiya crawled over to his friend. Tsunade, he said as he closed his arms around her. We can't do anything about the past. All we can do is try to make things right again. Tsunade, suddenly feeling uncomfortable in Jiraiya's arms, pulled back. He deserves to know that you knew who he was from the beginning. You have to tell him, she said sternly. Jiraiya nodded. NHM. I will, but after I am done with my reconnaissance. Orochimaru is still after Naruto. I need to find out why. Tsunade seemed satisfied with Jiraiya's answer. All right, she said as they stood. But if you don't, you can expect me to do more than just punch you, she said with conviction. Jiraiya nodded and walked away. As she watched him go, Tsunade felt her strength leave her. She left the field and plodded back to the house. The door to Naruto's room opened slowly. As the of light from the hallway fell across the sleeping boy's face, a gentle hand reached out and caressed his cheek. I will never leave you alone again, Tsunade promised as she kissed him on the forehead. She turned around and quietly left the room. Jiraiya sat on the ground with his back against a large tree. In front of him was an orange frog with blue markings who was about 3 feet tall. That's all we know. Gamabunta is worried sick. Please find him, said the frog in a concerned tone. I'll do my best, Gamaikinon, Jiraiya replied as he clapped a reassuring hand on the frog's shoulder. Thank you, replied Gamaikinon just before he disappeared. Jiraiya's face took on a look of grave concentration. Why the hell would Orochimaru kidnap Gamakichi? The morning of October 10th. Sasuke rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he got up to open the door. Whoever it was knocked again. I'm coming, damn it, he mumbled in irritation. He opened the door to see Sakura standing there. It's 5 a.m. This better be good, he said as he glared at her. I need your help with Naruto's party, Sakura said with a smile. Sasuke simply shut the door. Sakura vein popped, opened the door and walked into the house. You promised you'd help me. Sasuke turned around. You never said anything about doing this so dead early, he replied. Sasuke, Sakura said in annoyance. Sasuke merely turned around and waved her off. I'll be there when the party starts, he said as he went into his room and shut the door. Sakura growled through her teeth and marched back out of the house. As she shut the door, a male voice spoke. No luck. Sakura sighed angrily. No. And I don't dare try to get Hinata. Her dad would kill me for visiting this early. She sighed again and smiled. I guess it's just us, Lee-kun. Don't worry, Sakura-san. I've got enough stuff to decorate your whole house, Lee said as he patted the large cardboard box he was holding. The thing is that we're not decorating my house. Lee's face twisted into a frown of confusion. Huh. Tsunade-sama said we could have the party at her house. And her living room is huge. Lee put a thoughtful finger to his lips for a moment. If we're decorating Tsunade-sama's house, then we are definitely gonna need help. But who else is up this early? Sakura questioned. Lee snapped his fingers in triumph. 10:10. 10:10. Yeah. She gets up at 4:30 every morning to train, Lee replied with a grin. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. 4:30, she squeaked. Lee's smile faltered a bit. Yeah. She's been doing it ever since the Chunin exam. She's afraid her aim is no longer perfect. Beat it, but it was Temari's fan that made her weapons miss, Sakura said in confusion. And aren't you the one who was training even though you were still in the hospital? She accused with her hands on her hips. Lee shook his head. Training when you have no confidence in yourself is pointless. If you don't believe in yourself, then you second-guess every action in battle, and that can be dangerous. Sakura's eyes opened wide. Flashback. What if I can't do it? Sakura asked with a grimace. Tsunade frowned. Training without confidence in yourself is pointless. If you are second-guessing yourself in battle, you will do nothing but put your teammates in danger. And flashback. Sakura shook away her thoughts and smiled with determination. Well, then we'll just have to get her confidence back. Lee grinned. God, I love her, he thought. As the Sakura and Lee neared 10:10's house, they heard the sound of weapons piercing wood. They rounded the corner of the building and entered the backyard. 10:10 was moving with unmatched preciseness as she threw her many weapons at the targets in front of her. Her usually neat buns were beginning to fall out of their elastics. Sweat matted her clothes to her body and her face was screwed up in determination. She skidded to a stop when she sensed someone nearby. Yo, Lee called. Lee-kun. Sakura-san. Why are you two here this early? 10:10 said in between her gasps for air. Sakura smiled. We were wondering if you'd like to help us decorate for Naruto's birthday party. 10:10 bit her lower lip. I dunno. I really need to train. Please? Tsunade-sama's house is too big for just me and Lee-kun to decorate. It's at Tsunade-sama's house. 10:10 said excitedly. She walked over to a stump that was a few feet away, picked up the towel that was sitting on it, and began to wipe the back of her neck. I'll be right back, she said, still taking her breaths in quick puffs. Just let me take a quick shower and change. She ran off into her house, leaving Lee and Sakura to wait in the yard. Not that I'm complaining, but I wonder why she changed her mind so easily, Sakura mused. Lee smiled. She's been waiting for a chance to ask Tsunade-sama to train her. I wonder if she'd take on a third student. Sakura looked at the watch she had recently started wearing. I hope she doesn't take long. We only have 3 hours. 10:10 was back in the yard, wearing her usual outfit in just over 10 minutes. Let's go, she said to a stunned Sakura and Lee. Lee-kun, what are you doing? Sakura demanded as she rushed over where Lee was trying to hang some streamers on the other side of the living room. Huh, he replied, doing a perfect impression of a deer caught in someone's headlights. You can't just hang them straight across the wall like that. Sakura complained as she took the streamers down and proceeded to instruct Lee on the proper way to hang streamers. See? You need to twist them first and then make sure you make little loops when you tape them to the wall. Lee, who had long since gotten over the shock of Sakura's sudden outburst, was taking the opportunity to just stare at her. She's so beautiful. He sighed internally. I wish there was some way I could turn her heart away from Sasuke, he thought in mild despair. She began to turn around and so he looked away. Got it? Sakura said with a pleased smile as she turned around. Her smile faltered when she saw that he was looking in the opposite direction. Lee-kun, she complained. Hi, Sakura-san. I saw what you did. I was just Dada. Sakura saw the time on the digital clock behind Lee and gasped. Oh no. We only have an hour left until Naruto comes back. She shoved the rest of the streamers at Lee. Hurry. Get these up while I frost the cake, she said as she rushed off to the kitchen. 10:10 pushed the string for hanging the centerpiece through the hole in the center of her shuriken and deftly tossed it toward the ceiling. It landed perfectly centered. 10:10 folded her arms and smiled, obviously pleased with herself. Sakura, however, was not pleased. Geez, 10:10-san. If you put holes in Tsunade-sama's roof, I'm the one who's going to get yelled at, she said as she came back from the kitchen. Tenten simply waved her off. It's fine, Sakura-san. I made sure it only went in far enough to secure it to the ceiling. It's no worse than attack, she said with a smile. Sakura threw up her hands in defeat and walked off to start on the snack table. Tenten laughed and took the opportunity to steal a glance at her crush. She sighed as Lee went about hanging the streamers. If only he wasn't stuck on Sakura-san, she mused in her mind. Lee knew Tenten was watching him, but he pretended not to notice. He decided it was best to avoid the subject since he knew he would only ever love Sakura. I wonder when it went from crush to love? Maybe during the Chunin exam. He sighed inwardly. I may have just liked her in the beginning, but now. He gulped hard and stood. I have to tell her. Even if she doesn't feel the same. I just won't feel any peace until she knows, he decided. Guy-sensei, I'm going to do it, he said with conviction. His cheeks reddened when he realized he had said it out loud. Both Sakura and Tenten were staring at him. He immediately sat back down. Maybe after the party, he thought with a sigh. Hinata reached over and smacked the alarm clock. Oh no, it's 8 o'clock already, she exclaimed with wide eyes. She was startled when she heard a knock on the front door. It's Sakura-chan. I have to get dressed, she squeaked, whipping open her clothing drawer. Someone knocked on Hinata's door. Hinata-sama, aren't you ready yet? Sakura-san is already here, said Niji's voice. Hi, I'll be right there. Sakura looked at her watch again just as Hinata and Niji came into the sitting room. They both bowed. Our apologies, Sakura-san, Niji said formally. I overslept, Hinata added. Sakura looked incredulous. She pointed at Hinata. You're not going to wear that, are you? Hinata looked down at herself. She was wearing her usual outfit. Is there something wrong with it? Don't you know anything about boys? Sakura said in frustration. She grabbed Hinata by the wrist and dragged her back towards her room. You go on ahead, Niji. We'll be there soon. As the two girls disappeared down the hall, Niji sighed and rolled his eyes. Frivolous nonsense. He left the house and headed for Tsunade's home. The 5th and 6th colors have been secured, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said respectfully. That just leaves the ferret summons, Orochimaru answered. Once you are through with that, begin stage 2. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. How do you plan to take him this time? I doubt he'll fall for the same trick twice, Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses with one finger. There's no way around it now. We will have to take the more direct approach. Assemble a team. We will attack when he leaves for his next mission, Orochimaru commanded. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied, then vanished. Finally, after 14 years of planning, I will have the ultimate vessel. Coo. Orochimaru chuckled with glee. Jiraiya walked up to the gates of Konoha, his conversation with Gamai-Konon nagging at him. Why do I always receive this kind of information at the worst possible times? He pondered with a sigh. The tower guard opened the gate and he walked on through, heading for Tsunade's estate. Are you sure this is all right? Hinata asked nervously as she looked at her reflection in the full-length mirror on her bedroom wall. She was wearing a pair of denim shorts that stopped about mid-thigh and a sapphire blue tank top that she had insisted was only for sleeping in when Sakura had pulled it out of her dresser. It was cotton and had lace that ran the length of the neckline. It had also been tied up so that a good 3 inches of her midriff were showing. Trust me. Naruto won't be able to take his eyes off you, Sakura answered with a sly grin. It had taken some convincing, but she had also gotten Hinata to wear some lipstick. Nothing too brash, just a warm peach, but it brought out her eyes magnificently. Hinata turned tomato red at her friend's comment. She gulped hard and turned to Sakura. Can we go now? She asked, praying Sakura didn't have anything else in store for her. Sakura grinned and nodded. I think you'll make him sweat thoroughly enough, she said with a wink. Hinata made a small, strangled squeak and Sakura chuckled. As Jiraiya neared the road that led to Tsunade's estate, he noticed something that made him smile in amusement. An insistent pink-haired girl was half dragging a very reluctant white-eyed girl by the wrist towards the estate. He made a loud cough as he neared the girls so as not to startle them. Ah, Sakura, Hinata, he called in greeting, having recognized them from Naruto's descriptions. Sakura turned in the direction of the voice that had called to her. Who are? She recognized the scroll on the large man's back from her schoolbooks. Her eyes widened. That scroll. That's the frog summon contract scroll. Jade at Jiraiya-sama. What are you doing here? The Jiraiya. Hinata thought in disbelief. A smug look came over Jiraiya's face at the reaction his presence had garnered. Naruto's birthday party, he answered aristocratically. Sakura's eyes showed her shock. How do you know Naruto? Jiraiya buffed his nails on his outfit. Who do you think taught him to summon the great frogs? He said with pride. Wait a minute. Naruto can summon? Sakura replied with confusion and surprise. At this, Jiraiya fell over in disbelief, then quickly got up and began ranting. How could he not show his friends the technique that the magnificent Jiraiya taught him? He said with indignation. Sakura's eyebrow twitched. Is this really Jiraiya-sama? Hinata said meekly. We're going to be late. Jiraiya's expression changed completely. Well then, let's go, he exuberantly commanded before walking off down the road. Hinata and Sakura just stood there, frozen in shock of the abrupt change that had come over the man who now walked ahead of them as if he owned the world. Sakura twitched again. This guy. Ne Shizen ne-chan? Naruto asked as he and Shizen walked back home. Yes, Naruto-kun? Shizune answered over her shoulder. You still haven't said anything about about today. Naruto said carefully. Shizune chuckled warmly. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I haven't forgotten your birthday. I have a present for you at the house. Naruto's eyes widened and misted over. A present? Really? Shizune made a comforting smile. Of course. And Tsunade-sama has one for you too. She stopped short when she realized Naruto was no longer following her. She turned around, concern clouding her features. Naruto-kun? A lump formed in her throat when she saw that tears were falling from the eyes of the young man in front of her. Naruto-kun, she said sympathetically as she wrapped a comforting arm around his shoulders. Sakura, Hinata, Irika, and Sasuke were crouched down behind the couch. Kiba, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade crouched along the wall to the right of the front door. Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, Lee, Niji, Nabiki, and Kanomaru were behind various objects throughout the room. Niji was in the middle of muttering about how hiding like they were was childish when Sakura noticed a light flicker outside the large picture window. Quiet, she hissed. They're here. Naruto squinted as he and Shizune neared the house. Something wasn't right. Shizen ne-chan. The house is dark, he whispered in alarm. Better play along. Shizen thought. Go quietly, she instructed with a stern face. Naruto nodded his confirmation. The two shinobi moved carefully and quickly towards the house, all the while Shizen was using every ounce of her willpower to keep from falling to the ground in fits of laughter. They took position on either side of the front door. Before Shizen could stop him, Naruto flung a large group of shuriken into the house. Sheet, she thought in panic. Niji's body was twisted sideways in a very uncomfortable position from having to dodge a shuriken that had come towards his head. Still think this was a great idea? He growled as he glared at Sakura. Naruto squinted, trying to see whoever might be lurking in the dark living room. Why haven't they fought back? He thought in confusion. He inched closer to the doorway. Suddenly light flooded his vision, temporarily blinding him as loud popping sounds assaulted his hearing. Surprise! Yelled what sounded like a large group of people. What the hell is going on? Naruto asked loudly. When Naruto's vision cleared, the sight that met his eyes was one that would be engraved into his memory forever. The living room was decorated beautifully in orange and blue streamers. There was a large cake with 14 candles. A giant pile of presents sat on the floor on the right side of the room. A banner strung across the back bore the words, "Happy Birthday, Naruto." And the best part, that everyone he cared about was standing in the center of it all, holding the party poppers they had just used. His eyes misted over as he laughed in tentative joy and disbelief. Please don't let this be a dream, he begged in his mind. Sakura walked over to the stunned boy and gave him a hug. Happy birthday, Naruto. She frowned and released him when he didn't return the hug. Naruto? Naruto etched in a tearful breath and looked up. Sakura, just tell me one thing, he said with desperately hopeful eyes. What? Sakura asked, concerned. This is real, right? Naruto asked as he swallowed the lump in his throat. Sakura smiled wide and warm. It's real. And it's all for you. Naruto laughed lightly in joy. Tears freely rolled down his face. Everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is... He was at a loss for words. Tsunade came forward and hugged her adopted son. Our pleasure, brat. Naruto sniffed, took a deep breath and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. With a grin to end all grins, he moved a fist into the air and shouted, All right, everyone. Let's get this party started. Everyone in the room chuckled. Lee pressed play on the cassette deck. Lee. That's too loud. Shizune said with her hands over her ears. Lee couldn't hear Shizune, but realized what her hands being over her ears meant and immediately turned down the volume. Friends and family took turns wishing Naruto a happy birthday. The blonde ninja couldn't understand how it could get any happier. He had never felt more loved in all his life. This is the best day ever, he thought with a smile. Naruto-kun, said a voice from behind him. He turned around to see someone he barely recognized as being Hinata. He suddenly found he had lost the ability to speak. Hinata's clothes were so different from her usual fare. Not to mention that the shirt she was wearing was tight and showing off a few physical assets that her baggier clothes generally hid. He kept opening his mouth to say something, but the sound just wouldn't come out. Finally Hinata, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Naruto's stunned gaze, spoke up. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Was Naruto's reply. What's wrong with me? He thought in frustration. Hinata-chan, he managed to force out at last. Yes. Hinata replied as she shifted her weight nervously. Naruto's nose chose this moment to utterly betray him. The second the tiny trickle of warm blood escaped his nostril, his hand flew to his face. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a sec, he said quickly as he bolted for the bathroom. Did I do something wrong? Hinata wondered. Sakura watched Naruto run off with his hand covering his nose. She pet an eyebrow. Maybe I overdid it, she wondered. Then she shook her head. Nah, she thought with an amused grin. What the hell is going on? Naruto grumbled. I like Sakura-chan. He put a hand to his forehead as though he had a headache. Don't I? He tried very hard to bring an image of Sakura into his mind, but the only person that would appear was Hinata. Flashback. Well, I came to tell you that I don't feel the same way, Naruto said, his voice filled with apology. Oh. Hinata said as her eyes misted over. But. Naruto continued. Hinata looked up at Naruto with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. There's a but? We can hang out more. And maybe after a while I'll change my mind, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata smiled widely. Really? And flashback. Maybe that's what's happening. Naruto sighed as he stared at the mirror. Aye. This is so confusing. After a few minutes of cooling off in the bathroom, Naruto felt brave enough to venture back out into the party. He saw Hinata talking to Sakura and felt himself blush. He simply sighed and wandered over to the cake. Naruto looked left, then right, then left again. Satisfied that no one was watching, he quickly scooped up some of the frosting with his right index finger. What do you think you're doing? Said a stern voice. Naruto turned around to see Sakura standing there, arms folded. I didn't spend an hour making that cake so you could put finger tracks in it, she scolded. Naruto grinned sheepishly, then noticed that Hinata was right behind Sakura. The knot returned to his stomach, but he fought it down. Yo, Hinata, he said with a smile. I'll leave you two alone, Sakura teased. Sakura! Naruto protested. Wait. Naruto-kun, did I do something wrong earlier? Hinata asked as she absent-mindedly chewed her lower lip. No. I just really had to go to the bathroom, Naruto replied with a smile, hoping she'd buy the excuse. Oh good, Hinata said, relief evident in her voice. An upbeat song started playing. Naruto saw this as a chance to escape. I'm gonna go dance, he announced as he began to walk off. He felt a tug on his sleeve. "May I join you?" Hinata asked hopefully. Naruto paused, trying not to think of how adorable she looked when she was unsure of herself. His resolve deflated. "Sure," he said with a grin. They took up positions across from each other and began to move to the music. Naruto glanced over to his right and noticed Sakura dancing with Lee. He was very surprised when he realized that it didn't bother him. He mentally shrugged and turned back to his dance partner. As he watched her dance, he smiled. Yet let's see what happens. About 20 minutes later, a shrill whistle blasted throughout the room. Everyone looked up at Tsunade. Lee ran over to the stereo and turned it off. "Time for cake, everyone," she announced with a grin. "Yes," Naruto exclaimed as her punched the air. Hinata giggled affectionately at Naruto's antics. Tsunade put a chair in front of the cake and instructed Naruto to sit down. She lit the candles and everyone gathered around as Shizune killed the lights. The flames on the candles danced merrily as, for the 50th time that night, Naruto resisted asking someone to pinch him. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naruto." Tears fell from Naruto's eyes at hearing that line. "Happy birthday to you." Naruto took a deep breath and blew out the candles. Everyone cheered and Tsunade ruffled her son's hair. She handed him a cake knife. "Go ahead." Naruto made a quick, nervous glance at Sakura. Deciding she wasn't going to kill him if he cut up her handiwork, he proceeded to give himself a piece so large that it hung over the edge of the plate. He put it on by a good inch. Remembering it was her friend's birthday, Sakura resisted the urge to tell Naruto off for being a complete pig. She felt someone tap her shoulder. She turned around to see Lee looking nearly as green as his outfit. "Lee-kun, are you okay?" she asked as she put a hand on his forehead to check his temperature. Lee tried to ignore the fact that his heart was now racing from Sakura's touch. "Hi, Sakura-san. Can you come with me for a moment?" he said in a slightly strangled voice. Sakura was concerned, so she immediately agreed. "Sure." Lee managed a nod and began walking out to the gardens in front of the house. Once they were out of sight and earshot of the rest of the partygoers, Lee found a stone bench and sat down. "Please, sit," he instructed respectfully. Sakura sat down and waited. After roughly 3 minutes, she couldn't stand it anymore. "What's wrong?" she prodded. Lee breathed deeply. "I have to tell you something. But before I continue, I just want to say that I'm not trying to guilt trip you into anything." Sakura frowned in thought. "Okay," she said, smacking a mosquito that had landed on her arm. "Sakura-san, when I first met you, I instantly began to like you. And I've liked you all this time. And up until a few months ago, I still liked you." Lee swallowed. It was hard for him to say these things when he knew she didn't return his feelings. Sakura's frown increased in depth. "You mean that you don't like me that way anymore?" For some reason she couldn't put her finger on, the prospect of Lee not liking her in a romantic fashion put a knot in her stomach. Lee shook his head. "No. You see that I've realized that now I'm in love with you," he confessed and lowered his head so she couldn't see his eyes. The sound of the blood pounding in Sakura's ears blocked out all sounds of the party. She couldn't think of what to say. No boy had ever said those words to her. Not even Naruto, whom she knew had had a crush on her since before they became a team. "Lee-kun, Lee shook his head. "You don't have to say anything. I know you don't feel the same way. I just had to tell you at least once," he said before getting up and running back to the house. Sakura was actually a little glad that Lee had left as she reflected on what he'd said. It gave her time to think. She sat on the bench, her head resting in her right hand. "Lee-kun." Tsunade handed Naruto his first present. He took it from her hands as though it might shatter if he squeezed it too hard. He took off the wrapping and opened the box. His eyes lit up instantly. Tsunade grinned. "That one's from me," she exclaimed as Naruto pulled a beautifully decorated ramen bowl from the box. Naruto grinned. "Thanks, Granny Tsunade," he said as he gave her a quick hug. He didn't notice Hinata, who used that moment to sneak over to the present pile and remove her gift to him. Sakura came in from the garden just as Naruto grabbed the next package. She noticed Lee and made sure to stand on the other side of the crowd from him. She didn't want any of the discomfort she was feeling at the moment to ruin Naruto's party. Please don't take this the wrong way, Lee-kun, she begged mentally. Naruto opened his second gift with a little less grace. Excitement had overtaken his previous tentative feelings. Thanks, Tenten, he exclaimed as he pulled out a shining new set of kunai and set it aside. The pile of boxes and wrapping paper grew until Naruto was down to his last 3 gifts. He picked up an envelope. It read, "To Naruto, love Sakura." He smiled as he tore it open. "Ah, Sakura-chan, thank you so much," he yelled as he threw his arms around his pink-haired friend. "What did you get him?" Sasuke asked as Naruto released Sakura from the hug. Sakura grinned. "A 1-year free meal pass to Ichiraku." Sasuke smirked and folded his arms. Naruto frowned in confusion at the last gift. It was book-shaped and a bit heavy. "To Naruto, from Sasuke." He shrugged and opened the wrapping. It was a black leather binder with the Uchiha house symbol on the cover. "What's this?" he asked his brother. Sasuke looked uncomfortable. He shrugged. "It's all I could think of. I'm not good at this sort of thing." Naruto opened the binder and began thumbing through the pages. It seemed to be a record book. Each entry contained the name of someone from the Uchiha clan. It included their date of birth and blood type. It ran in alphabetical order. When he got to the ends, his fingers stopped moving. He felt a lump form in his throat. Uchiha, Naruto.dobi, 1010. Blood type, B. S. Sasuke. This is. Naruto said, barely above a whisper. "I got the updated book from the records office yesterday." "I figured you'd like it," Sasuke replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Naruto's eyes misted over. "Thank you," he said in a choked voice as he put the book on the arm of the chair he was sitting in. Hinata smiled. "Naruto-kun is so happy," she thought. She suddenly noticed Naruto looking over the pile of gifts with a slight frown. "Naruto-kun, is something wrong?" He looked up at her. After a short pause he answered, "I didn't get something from you." There was a bit of hurt in his voice. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm not sure what to get you," Hinata answered unconvincingly. Naruto was busy struggling with trying to understand why Hinata would lie to him about her gift when Kiba called out from the other side of the room. "Oi, Hinata! You forgot your present for Naruto in the hall." Hinata's eyes widened as Kiba walked towards Naruto, obviously intending to hand him the carefully wrapped package. Just as Naruto reached out for the parcel, Hinata snatched it out of her teammate's hands. No. "Hinata-chan?" Naruto questioned. I want to get you something better." "This present's not good enough," Hinata said with nervous regret. "Hinata-chan. I'll like it." "I promise," Naruto said with a reassuring grin. Hinata hesitated before handing over the gift. Naruto took it from her with a warm smile and began to open it. She began to feel sick. "I should have thought of something better," she thought, nearly in tears. The wrapping now completely gone, Naruto proceeded to open the box and pull away the tissue paper. Inside the box was a decorative ramen bowl. Only this one was different from the one Tsunade had given him. He could tell it had been hand-painted. His name was in kanji on one side and on the other was a chibified Naruto slurping up a big bite of ramen. "She made this?" he thought in awe. Suddenly he remembered what his first gift had been and felt a rush of sympathy for his friend. "She tried to hide it because I already got a ramen bowl." Naruto looked up at the crestfallen girl in front of him. He stood up and held up the bowl. "It's awesome, Hinata-chan. I love it," he said with a grin. Hinata blinked in surprise. "Really?" she sniffed. "You're a great artist. This is the coolest ramen bowl ever." "Thank you," Naruto proclaimed as he gave the startled girl a crushing hug. Hinata managed to smile as her fears melted away. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun." Naruto broke the hug and set the bowl down on the chair. "Come on. Let's go dance." With it he grabbed Hinata's hand and led her into the center of the room. As they danced, Naruto realized he wasn't nervous about being around Hinata in her new clothes anymore. "Yet I think my feelings are changing." Ishindenshin no Jutsu Mind Join Technique. Please read and review. Reviews make me happy and a happy songbird writes faster. Grin. This FIC has 2 homes now. Here and at my homepage. There's a link to it in my profile. I'd really rather you guys read it there. I have each chapter linked to a review thread on my studio's forum. Sakura woke up from her latest nightmare drenched in sweat. Her nightclothes stuck to her body as she drew her knees up to her chest and put her head in her hands. Damn it, she thought amidst her quick breaths. God damn it, why do I have to keep dreaming about that? I've put it behind me, haven't I? Sakura walked into the bathroom, grabbed a dry hand towel and wiped off her face. How can I stop thinking about their fight? She turned off the bathroom light and walked back into her room. If I only knew exactly how it happened, maybe then my mind would stop trying to fill in the blanks. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide. Ino. She put on her dress and walked out of the house. Ino rubbed the sleep from her eyes and went to see who the hell was throwing rocks at her window. As she opened one side of it, she pet an eyebrow in surprise at seeing Sakura staring up at her from the backyard lawn. Sakura? Ino, can I come in? Sakura whispered loudly. Do you know what time it is? Ino grumbled. Yes. I need your help. Please. Sakura said with mild irritation. Ino threw up her hands in defeat. All right, but be quiet. Ino handed the cup of hot tea to her friend. So what's this all about? She asked as she sat on the bed across from the chair Sakura was seated in. Sakura took a deep breath, blowing away the steam rising from her cup when she exhaled it. I want you to teach me Ishindanshin no Jutsu, she answered quietly. Ino choked a bit on her sip of tea. Are you serious? She asked as she wiped the spilled tea off her pajamas. Sakura nodded in affirmation. Hi. I need to know exactly what happened during Sasuke-kun and Naruto's fight. I won't be able to stop thinking about it unless I do. So I need your technique so I can see for myself. How do you even know about that? I've never shown it to you, Ino questioned. Tsunade-sama told me. Will you teach me it or not? Ino's face took on a very serious look. Sakura, it takes a lot of precise chakra control to do that. Not to mention, if what you see is too much of a shock for your mind, you might not be able to get back to your own body. I'll take you with me as a backup. And besides, Tsunade-sama has been teaching me a lot of things that require precise chakra control. I'll just go into Sasuke-kun's mind, see what I need to, and get out. You'll never get through Sasuke-kun's mind alive. Knowing him, he's probably learned how to set up traps for anyone who might try to get in. Ino suddenly perked up. Wait, Naruto? Naruto? Yeah. Go into Naruto's mind, Ino proclaimed, looking rather proud of herself. Sakura frowned. I guess I could try that. Ino yawned. Well, now that that's settled, I need to get some sleep. Come over in the morning. Sakura nodded. Okay, she said as she went to the window. Just as she was about to jump down, she turned her head back. Ino, thanks. Ino smiled and Sakura disappeared from sight. The next day. No, Shikamaru said plainly as he folded his arms. Please? She needs someone to practice on and it can't be me because I have to guide her, Ino begged, trying to look both coy and cutesy at the same time. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. He could see he wasn't going to win this one. How troublesome, he thought. Fine. But let's make it quick. I have a mission in 3 hours, he relented. He then winced, knowing exactly what was coming. Thank you. Ino yelled as she glomped the boy so tight he was struggling for air. Shikamaru sat on Ino's bed, his mind blank as he could make it. Ino had told him to try not to think about anything, in order to make it easier for Sakura on her first attempt. Of course, now he was having a hard time not thinking of anything simply because Ino had told him not to. Sakura came into the room. She had been practicing the seals by herself while Ino had gone to con Shikamaru into agreeing to be their guinea pig. Are you ready? Ino asked. Sakura nodded. All right then. Go. Ino instructed. Sakura raised her hands and began the seals. Boar, monkey, bird, Ishindanshin no Jutsu. A sudden pain spiked in her left temple, causing her to put a hand to her forehead. Ino shook her head. You push too hard. You're not trying to hurt the enemy, just enter his mind. Sakura nodded and repeated the jutsu. This time, she gave Shikamaru a headache. Watch it, he complained. Sakura sighed in frustration and repeated the jutsu again. She felt an odd whooshing sensation and suddenly found herself in a room completely devoid of light. But then she realized she could also see Shikamaru from the outside. Did I mess up again? Ino nodded in approval at Sakura's execution of the jutsu. Okay, now just take a minute to get used to your surroundings. Right? She heard in stereo. Her breath caught in her throat. She slowly turned her head to see Sakura standing with her eyes open. Ino's head was frozen in place as she forced her eyes to look back at Shikamaru. His eyes were blank, as they should have been when under the influence of the jutsu. Sakura? Yeah, came the answer from Sakura, and Shikamaru said at the same time. Ino's eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open. Holy shit! What's wrong? Ino held up her hand. Be quiet for a sec. Sakura and Shikamaru's faces frowned. Sakura, move your right arm, Ino instructed as she took a few steps backward for a better vantage point. What the hell is she doing? Sakura thought in frustration as she did what she was told. Sakura and Shikamaru's right arms moved in unison. Ino sat down hard into the chair directly behind her. This shouldn't be possible, she said with confused awe. Damn it, Ino. What shouldn't be possible? Sakura and Shikamaru roared in frustration as they both stood up. You're in both bodies at once, that's what? Ino said loudly and with mild panic. What if she split her soul somehow? What if I can't fix it? What? Sakura didn't like that idea at all. She put her hands in the release seal. Kai! The whooshing feeling repeated itself and she felt herself whole once more. Ino, having watched this, jumped up and went over to Sakura. Are you back? Are you all right? She begged. Sakura rubbed her eyes with her palms. Yeah, I think so. Shikamaru was watching this in confusion. Did something go wrong? Ino put her hand to her chin in thought. I don't know what happened. She turned back to Sakura. But we shouldn't do this again till we talk to my mom. Sakura nodded. Shikamaru stood to leave just as Ino's mother's voice came from downstairs. Ino, I'm home. Ino hurried to the top of the stairs. Ka-san, she bellowed. Can you come up here for a minute? Just a second. Ino's mother yelled. Moments later, footsteps sounded on the stairs. She poked her head in the door. What's up? She asked with a smile. Something weird happened when I was teaching Sakura Ishindanshin, Ino explained. Curious now, Ino's mother stepped into the room and sat down in the armchair. Oh. She did the seals right, but... Ino looked at Sakura and bit her lip. She stayed in control of both bodies. Ino's mother's face took on a look of utter shock. What? Is there an advanced level of Ishindanshin that I don't know about? Ino asked. Ino's mother breathed tensely. No. I've never heard of this before. You'd better ask Godame-sama. The teenagers all nodded and began to file out of the room. Just as Ino was about to exit, her mother ahemed. And Ino? Yeah. Ino answered nervously. Don't teach your friend's mind entering jutsus without me or your father in the room, Ino's mother said in a warning tone and narrowed her eyes. Hi, Ka-san, Ino's sweat dropped. She then quickly left the room. Interesting, Tsunade said from her behind her desk in the Hokage Tower. The teenagers' mouths all dropped in shock. Interesting. That's all you can say? Ino said indignantly. This isn't entirely unexpected, Tsunade explained. It's not. Sakura said in disbelief. Tsunade's face took on a slightly serious look. She put her elbows on the desk, interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. Simply put, it's a bloodline limit. Sakura's eyes widened. What? But my family doesn't have a bloodline limit, Sakura countered. Yes, it does on your mother's side. It just happens to be very rare, Tsunade explained. Your mother doesn't have it and neither did your grandmother. Your great-aunt did though. But why didn't Mom tell me? I suspect she doesn't know about it either, Tsunade answered with a frown. The knowledge is passed down from parent to child on the day that child enters the academy, but as you know, your grandmother died in an accident a year before that day. And everyone else that could have told her died in the Great Shinobi War. Why didn't you tell her? Sakura asked, suddenly a little annoyed. I just found all this out not long ago myself. I found the information in the town records when I was looking for documentation on a missing nin this weekend. Sakura's expression relaxed. Oh. The most basic explanation of your bloodline limit, Sakura, is that you have two minds, Tsunade explained. Two minds? Sakura repeated. Ino suddenly snapped her fingers. The Chunin exam. Huh, was Sakura's answer. When you kicked me out of your mind. That's how you did it. Ino proclaimed. You're most likely right, Ino, Tsunade commented. This is also the reason Sakura's precise chakra control comes so easily to her. She has twice the concentration. So wait a minute. You're telling me I'm two people in one body? Sakura asked with a little apprehension. No. You have two minds. They're both you. They're just capable of independent thought. Like having a second set of eyes. Your main mind is the one you use the most. The other one, your inner Sakura, if you will, is mostly dormant unless your emotions are heightened or you consciously make use of it. It probably kicked in at Ino's house because you were nervous. How do I consciously make use of it? Now that you know about it, you should be able to call on it at any time. Close your eyes. Try to find it, Tsunade instructed. Sakura closed her eyes and concentrated. Almost instantly she felt another presence there with her. As she looked deeper, she saw what looked like a sort of chalk outline of herself against the blackness of her mind. It just floated there, almost looking like it was sleeping. I see it, she informed Tsunade, eyes still closed. Tsunade nodded approvingly. Now call to it. Sakura screwed up her face in concentration. Call to it. Right, she answered. Wake up, she requested, feeling rather stupid. She tensed a bit as the figure opened its eyes. It did nothing else though. I woke it up, but it's not doing anything. Ino snorted. Maybe you should tickle it, she said with amusement. Shut up, Ino pig. You'll make me lose my focus, Sakura said out of the side of her mouth. Think of it as a sort of puppet. It won't do anything unless you move the strings. Try to push part of your consciousness into it, Tsunade directed as she stood and walked over to her student. Sakura took a deep breath. Right. She pushed a small amount of her mental energy at the inner Sakura. Suddenly she was looking at herself and inner Sakura at the same time. Whoa! Tsunade smiled in satisfaction. Having control of your secondary mind allows you to think faster, concentrate better, and gives you a decided advantage in both mind transfer jutsus and being able to see through even the strongest genjutsu. With a bit of practice, of course, she added quickly. The Sakuras smiled and walked toward each other. I'm gonna like this, they said in unison. Why don't you release it for now? I have ninja coming in for their assignments at 12. Sakura nodded and pulled her mind back from inner Sakura. She blinked a few times, then smiled. That was incredible, she exclaimed. Tsunade grinned. When you come over for training on Saturday, we'll work on practical uses for it. And we can work more on that technique in the morning, Ino said with a grin. Sakura looked at Tsunade. The fifth gave a short nod. That's fine. But make sure your mother is there to supervise this time. The group of teens nodded and left the building. As they reached the entrance, Shikamaru stopped walking. You guys go on ahead. I'm gonna get something to eat, he directed at Sakura. The girls shrugged and headed towards home. Sakura and Ino walked together on their way home since Sakura's house was on the way. Nay, Ino? Ino turned her eyes up to her friend. Yeah. Sakura frowned in thought. What do you think of Lee-kun? She asked with her eyes facing skyward. Ino's expression became sharp, then her eyes widened when she realized what Sakura's question indicated. You're giving up on Sasuke-kun? She said with disbelief. Sakura coughed. No, never. I just thought it's just that, Ino. Can you keep a secret? On occasion, Ino answered truthfully. Sakura decided that would have to be good enough. Lee-kun at Naruto's birthday party. Hidari told me she gulped. This was a hard thing to say, in love with me. If Ino's eyes opened any wider, they would have rolled out of their sockets. Are you kidding? She asked when she managed to remember to breath. Sakura shook her head. Wow. Ino replied in an I can't believe it tone of voice. Sakura sat down with her back against the tree. What should I do? Ino let out a puff of air. Well, do you like him that way, at all? See, that's what driving me nuts. I don't know. He just keeps popping into my head when I don't want him to. Ino pet an eyebrow. That's usually a sign of a crush, she said with as much tact as she could muster. Sakura bit her lower lip. No, she insisted. I love Sasuke-kun. Ino sighed. You know, Sakura, I realized something lately. Sakura turned her head sideways in a curious glance. I think it was after everyone got back from going after Sasuke-kun. I went to visit them in the hospital. Naruto, Chuji, Shikamaru. They, especially Chuji, were hurt so bad. Chuji and Niji almost died. All for Sasuke. Sakura looked a bit stung. It wasn't Sasuke-kun's fault. Naruto told me the seal made him crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to grow up, but, Sakura, a bit of pain entered her voice. He's a dead man walking. Sakura's eyes widened. What do you mean? I heard it all from Shikamaru. You've been Sasuke-kun's teammate for 3 years, you have to know about his clan. Of course I do, Sakura replied. There's no place for us in Sasuke's heart, Sakura. There never will be. Sakura felt like she'd been punched in the stomach. She'd known it for a long time, of course, but she wouldn't admit it. But Ino placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder. His heart is ice. If there's a girl out there that can melt it, it's not us. Sakura angrily shoved Ino's hand off her shoulder. I'm not going to give up on him. I did, Ino said. What? A few months ago. I just realized that even if we got together I'd wind up getting hurt, she said softly. A small smile lit up her face. Besides, it's kind of fun checking out the other boys, she admitted as her smile widened into a wolfish grin. Sakura's eyes widened a bit. Not Shikamaru, she said with an oh please, not him, tone of voice. Ino laughed. He's kinda cute, but I have a feeling he's got a thing for that girl from the sand. Temari? Really? Yeah. Seriously though. I'd give Lee a chance. At least he's interested, Ino said with a reassuring smile. Sakura sighed. I don't know. She paused for a moment before speaking. I need to change the subject. So who are you interested in? Ino thought for a bit. Naruto's kinda cute, she said with an unbelievably straight face. Sakura made a very funny sound. Really? Yeah. Not that I could stand dating him though. He's way too damn loud for me. Sakura's eye twitched. You're just as loud as he is. I wish Niji-kun wasn't such a stick in the mud. He's gorgeous, Ino continued with a small sigh. There really is a shortage of nice, mature boys in our village, isn't there? Sakura mused. Yeah. Ino stood up. Well, we should get to your training. Yeah, let's go, Sakura replied as she began walking toward Ino's house. Ino followed behind. An image of Lee entered Sakura's mind. She shook it away in frustration. What am I gonna do? She thought with a sigh. Naruto sighed in irritation for the 5th time in 2 minutes. He wandered over to his window and leaned on it with his right arm cushioning his forehead. Damn it. If I get a nosebleed from that, he began, referring to Hinata's outfit, does that mean CC no Jutsu is gonna make me? His stomach got sick at the thought. A knock sounded on his bedroom door. Naruto-kun, came Nabiki's cheerful voice. Supper's ready. I'll be right there, Naruto replied. However, he was now more horrified than ever, for the last word of his sentence had sounded terribly high. Oh no, it can't be, he said with mild fear. Tsunade couldn't stop chuckling. Naruto was getting irritated. It's not funny, Granny. Tsunade managed to catch her breath long enough to blurt out, yes it is. Naruto glared at her, keeping silent so as not to embarrass himself further. Finally Tsunade sniffed and wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. I'm surprised your voice didn't start cracking sooner. You are 14 after all, she said with a slight, chuckle. Naruto sighed. So how long will this last? He asked, gritting his teeth at cracking again. Tsunade began, trying to think of a way to break the news to him, anywhere from a month or 2 to a year, she said with a wince. A year? Naruto squeaked in total terror. Yeah, Tsunade answered. Suddenly she squinted and rubbed her fingertips on Naruto's chin. And you might want to start shaving soon too. Naruto's hand went to his chin. Shaving? He said with the voice of someone who'd just been handed a death sentence. Tsunade smiled. Don't worry. I'm sure Sasuke will be going through the same thing soon. Naruto snorted in contempt. His voice probably cracked when he was 6, he grumbled. Izumi poked her head into the room. Naruto-sama. Hinata-chan is here to see you. Naruto made a choking sound. Not now, he thought in dismay. Tell her I'm not here, he croaked. Izumi pet an eyebrow at Naruto's voice change. Hi, Naruto-sama, she said as she turned to leave. Izumi. Izumi turned back to Tsunade. Hi. Show Miss Hyuga into the living room, Tsunade requested. Hi, Tsunade-sama, Izumi answered. Granny Tsunade. Naruto yelled with an incredulous expression on his face. You can't just hide here until your voice stops cracking, kid, Tsunade answered. Oh yes I can. Naruto, go see your friend, Tsunade commanded as she sharply pointed a finger at the doorway. Naruto sighed in anger and stalked off towards the living room. Hinata looked up when she heard footsteps in the room. She stood up to greet Naruto. Hello, Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Naruto waved and smiled cheerfully. If I don't say anything, I'll be fine. Would you like to get some ramen with me? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. Hinata raised her eyebrows. What kind would you like? She asked. Naruto remained quiet, desperately trying to figure out a way to answer with body language. Hinata's face creased in concern. Naruto-kun? Are you all right? Naruto smiled and nodded, glad to have avoided the ramen flavor question. Then why won't you talk? Hinata prodded. Naruto was quiet again. Damn it. Can't she just ask yes or questions? Is it me? Did I do something wrong? Hinata asked, then bit her lower lip. No. Naruto answered without meaning to. At seeing Hinata's confused and surprised expression, his stomach sank. He clapped his right hand over his forehead and eyes. Oh no, he groaned. Naruto-kun, why your voice? Naruto took his hand from his eyes and sank onto the couch. His teeth were gritted in anger at his stupidity. Are you sick? Naruto sighed. It would be a great alibi. Until it went on for a few months and she decided he was dying, that is. No. Then what? Hinata began as she sat on the couch next to him. My voice is cracking, Naruto answered in disgust. Hinata straightened out of surprise. Oh. After some uncomfortable silence, Hinata spoke. It's not that bad. Naruto sighed. I'm glad you think so, he grumbled. Hinata frowned. I still like you. And no matter what your voice sounds like, she said with a slight blush on her cheeks. Naruto made a small smile. Thanks, he answered, and he turned his head toward hers. His heart skipped a beat. Hinata was wearing denim shorts and a V-necked t-shirt. He gulped and suddenly found himself staring at her lips. His eyes widened and he turned his head away, taking in a sharp breath. Hinata was confused at Naruto's strange behavior, but shrugged it off. So, you still want to go to the ramen stand? Naruto forced himself to look back at the pretty girl next to him. Yeah, he said with a smile. Hinata smiled. She took his hand and the two teens walked out into the golden light of the setting sun. Sakura frowned as she walked around, using inner Sakura in Shikamaru's mind. Okay, that Shikamaru's mind is very, very dull. Both bodies complained in unison. At least you can finally open the doors, Ino said in a tired voice. They had been up since 4 in the morning practicing. Ino had a mission slated to start not long after sunrise, so if they wanted to work on Sakura's training, it would have to be early. Can I go back to bed now? Ino's mother asked with a yawn. Hi, cousin, Ino confirmed with a sleepy smile. Ino's mother stood and stretched. Good night, girls, she said with a wave and another yawn. Ino turned to Sakura. Well, you're as ready as you can be. When are you gonna do it? Kai, Sakura said, releasing the jutsu. Shikamaru stood up and worked the Kankes out of his neck. Right now, we don't have any missions, so he's probably still in bed, Sakura explained. Ino nodded. Good luck then. Sakura nodded. I'm going to take a shower before our mission. Have fun, Sakura, Shikamaru said with very little emotion. Once Shikamaru was out the door, Ino turned to Sakura. I'm gonna get a few more minutes sleep. Sakura nodded. Night, Ino, she said with a wave. As she walked out of Ino's house, she noticed the sky had begun to brighten. Better hurry. I don't have much time. With that thought in mind, she broke into a run. Headed for the Hokage estate. Sakura stared through the early morning darkness at Tsunade's estate. In all her planning to visit Naruto's mind, she'd forgotten about getting past the guards. Maybe if I just tell them I'm here for training. It is Saturday after all. She took a deep breath and walked towards the front entrance, trying as hard as she could to look casual. A guard dropped his rock henge once Sakura was halfway up the walkway. Good morning, Sakura-san. What are you doing here before 9? He asked with a guarded smile, knowing full well she could be an enemy in disguise. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd just come over early. Is that okay? Sakura answered with a winning smile. Gunma, called the guard. The jounin appeared in a cloud of smoke. What's up, Shinji? Gunma asked nonchalantly. Can you watch her while I speak with Tsunade-sama? Shinji asked. Gunma replied. Shinji disappeared, reappearing about 10 minutes later looking a bit stressed out. Tsunade-sama said to ask you what Naruto's favorite ramen is, he said as he turned to Sakura. Sakura half-rolled her eyes. Everything. Shinji nodded in approval. You may wait in the living room. Sakura smiled. Thanks, she said, heading toward the front door. DMN, that was close. Sakura entered the house and sat on the couch. After a short while she stood up and headed in the direction of the bathroom. Once she was sure she was out of sight, she made a beeline for Naruto's room. She moved silently, realizing that Naruto's room may have been guarded as well. As she came within sight of Naruto's room, she saw Kakashi there, leaning against the wall reading that book of his. I can use this, she thought. Sakura, Kakashi called out without looking up from his book. Do you need something? Sakura flinched in irritation. Damn it. How does he do that? She ammed. Hi, Kakashi-sensei, she answered, walking out from behind the corner. I need to talk to Naruto. It's kind of important. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, well then don't let me stop you. He needs to get out of bed anyway, he answered as he turned a page in his book. Sakura smiled and went into the room, mentally breathing a sigh of relief as she went. She had to stop herself from giggling when she saw Naruto. The blonde, loud-mouthed ninja was sleeping with his head hanging off the foot of the bed. She smiled, then remembering what she was there for, bit her lip. Naruto, I hope you can forgive me, she thought in regret. She stared at her sleeping friend for a moment more. Okay, Sakura. Calm down. Get in, get the information, get out, she thought as a lump formed in her throat. She made the seals. Ishindenshin no jutsu, she whispered. She felt the now familiar whooshing sensation as her second mind moved from her brain to Naruto's. Sakura stared into the darkness. Alright, Ino said to visualize doors. Suddenly a long hallway appeared before her. She nearly took a step forward when she heard a drop of water from behind. Whirling around, she saw a wet cement floor and what looked like a giant cage. Sakura walked slowly toward it. This must be where Kyuubi was sealed, she said in a shaky voice. She was cold and nearly terrified just being where the demon had once resided. Feeling like she would no longer be able to breathe if she stayed, she spun on her right heel and hurried off down the hallway. As she walked among the doors, the knot in Sakura's stomach grew tighter and tighter. This won't hurt him. This won't hurt him, she chanted in an effort to calm her nerves. Sakura tried each door she came to. They all opened easily. She was getting frustrated since she knew the memories she was looking for would be behind a locked door. She turned around from trying the latest door and saw something that made her blood run cold. Naruto? There, in front of Sakura, was indeed Naruto, but he looked very different. His clothes were black and red, his hair longer and wild-looking, and his expression that was very similar to Sasuke's. Just what the F are you doing in here? The Naruto said in a steely voice. Sakura shivered uncontrollably. Naruto I just needed to see that what really happened, she stuttered, near tears. And what the F makes you think you have a right to know, you stupid beach? Now the tears flowed freely down the pink-haired girl's cheeks. Naruto, what's going on? You're not like this. This can't be you, she choked. Of course it's me, the Naruto snapped. Who the F do you think it is? But your hair and your clothes. Sakura's eyes snapped wide. I get it. This is just a piece of his personality. He doesn't actually know I'm here, she thought with an exhale of relief. But you gone deaf? Anger Naruto yelled impatiently. Sakura took a deep breath. I don't have time for you, she said as she held back her tears and walked away. Anger Naruto's face creased in anger. He charged Sakura, slammed her against a wall and raised a kunai to her throat. Just who do you think you are? He hissed. You sure as hell had enough time to come in here and screw with my head. Sakura was in trouble and she knew it. No, if Naruto kills me in here, my mind will go into shock, she thought in panic. Remembering her training with Tsunade, she gathered a massive amount of chakra into her fist. She hauled back, slugged him as hard as she could, opened one of the doors, shoved him inside and slammed it shut. She just managed to slap a seal tag on the door before feeling a huge force hit it from the other side. Again and again the door shuddered from the force of Anger Naruto's hits. Just wait till I get out of here, you beach. You are effing dead, he raged. Trying desperately to block out the voice of Anger Naruto, Sakura continued down the hall. If the knot in her stomach had been bad before, now it was positively squeezing the breath out of her. She tried another door, it wouldn't open. Finally, she breathed. She used her chakra lockpick and opened the door to the memory. When she opened it, she saw something she didn't expect. What appeared to be a 4-year-old Naruto was running up to a young male chunin with a drawing of a rabbit and some flowers. He stood in front of the chunin and proudly held up his masterpiece. Look what I made for you, Miroku. Sakura watched with a sick feeling in her stomach as Miroku slapped the drawing out of Naruto's small hands. Get away from me, you piece of shit. I'm only watching you because Sandaime-sama ordered me to, he yelled angrily as he stalked over to the window so he could ignore the stunned boy. Sakura covered her mouth and began to cry as Naruto's expression crumpled. Tears began to flow down his cheeks. After a brief moment, the small boy fell to the floor, wailing with as much pain as a human voice could muster. Sakura rushed through the door and ran to Naruto, but as she tried to hug him, her arms passed right through. So all she could do was watch him. Soon she couldn't take it anymore and ran from the room. After shutting the door, she slumped to the floor of the hall and sobbed. Naruto. Kakashi glanced up at the clock on the wall. She's been in there quite a while, and it's awful quiet. His eyes widened. They wouldn't. He shook his head and mentally slapped himself. You've been reading that book too much, Kakashi. After a short pause, he looked at the door again. Still that I should check on them. He hemmed. Sakura, Naruto. Is everything all right? Yes. Naruto and Sakura said in unison. Kakashi frowned a little, but shrugged and went back to his reading. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. I thought he was gonna come in here, she said as she tried another door. She unlocked it and saw a memory of herself making fun of Naruto before they became a team. Wincing, she quickly left the room. She pulled on the next door and no luck. Only 2 more doors down, she found another lock to pick. There seem to be more locked doors the further I go. Sakura paused a moment before opening the next locked door. She was beginning to dread what was behind these memory barriers. She sighed and pushed the door open. Sakura. Tentatively, Sakura turned around at the weak-sounding voice and the bottom dropped out of her stomach. In front of her was what appeared to be another aspect of Naruto's personality. This Naruto's hair was the normal length, but had patches cut out of it in several spots. His clothes were ripped and dirty, and he had numerous cuts and bruises on the exposed parts of his body. It's not Naruto, it's not Naruto, she chanted. You must be his despair, she said as she began to walk away, determined not to get into another conversation with someone who wasn't really Naruto. Despair. Naruto grabbed Sakura's wrist. Sakura, why are you here? It doesn't make sense. Don't you hate me? He asked. Sakura closed her eyes in emotional pain. Of course not, she answered, turning around. You're my best friend, she said, giving him a hug. Despair Naruto looked confused. But that I don't have any friends, he said with a hollow tone. Yes you do. Me, Sasuke, Lee Hinata. No, Despair Naruto said, cutting her off. That's not right. I'm alone. He smiled in a way that frightened Sakura. Look what I found, he said, pulling a small silver object from his pocket. Sakura's eyes widened. It had a box cutter? What are you gonna do with that? Despair Naruto smiled grimly. With one quick motion, he slashed his left wrist. Sakura's body trembled and her mouth opened, but her scream wouldn't come out. She could only stare at the blood pouring from the open wound. Her eyes filled with tears as he slashed the other wrist. Despair Naruto raised his wrists to eye level, staring at the blood. There's so much that isn't there, he said sadly. Sakura's scream found its voice as Despair Naruto raised the box cutter to his throat and ripped it across his jugular. She turned and ran from the scene as fast as her legs would carry her. As Sakura became smaller and smaller in his vision, Despair Naruto sighed, watching his wrists close back up. It didn't work, that IT never works, he said with disappointment. By now, Sakura was extremely jumpy. She almost didn't want to open the next locked door she found, but she used her chakra pick anyway. The sounds of fighting filled her ears as Naruto and Sasuke came into focus. Apparently, Sasuke had just spread the cursed seal over himself. She watched the battle in horror, fighting back the urge to make them stop. Suddenly Sasuke's fist was through Naruto's chest. Sakura screamed. Blood rained down on the water like red tears. She noticed Sasuke had a cruel smile on his face and was going on about how he had actually been aiming for Naruto's heart. No, she said as she stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Kakashi jumped at the sound of Naruto and Sakura screaming. He threw the door open. Sakura, Naruto. As soon as he saw them, he knew what had happened. But how are they both screaming? He wondered. Throwing that thought aside, he grabbed Sakura from behind and put her hands together in the release seal. Kai! Sakura's body relaxed and Kakashi caught her as she fell unconscious. From the bed, Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. Sakura! He noticed Sakura's head leaning to the side as though she'd been knocked out. Sakura-chan! He shouted as he rushed to his friend's side. He looked up at Kakashi. What happened to her? He said with fear. More guards came rushing into the room, followed by a tense-looking Tsunade. Naruto! She turned to Kakashi. Hatake, what the hell is going on in here? Apparently, Sakura went into Naruto's mind, Kakashi reported grimly as he laid the girl on Naruto's bed. What? Tsunade said loudly. She sighed through her teeth and turned around. Idiot, she said as she looked at Sakura, shaking her head. Why would she want to go into me? Naruto trailed off as he realized the answer to his own question. The fight between Sasuke and me, she wanted to see it for herself. Tsunade was confused. Why in the seven hells would she want to see that? Naruto sighed and used his pajama sleeve to wipe away some of the sweat that had formed on Sakura's forehead. I didn't tell you everything about the fight. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Naruto swallowed, the barest hint of his newly forming atoms apple bobbing as he did so. Sasuke used the Chidori and put a hole through my chest. Tsunade in a shocked and horrified breath. He was aiming for my heart. He ignored the look of wide-eyed rage on Tsunade's face and continued. I managed to block it just before it hit and it went through my lung instead. Sakura found out that he put a hole through my chest. I told her it was an accident. He glanced at Sakura. But I guess she didn't buy it. And she decided to go into your mind because she knew you would never tell her the whole truth, Tsunade finished for him. She sighed heavily and slid her palm over her forehead. I'll take her to the hospital. Naruto, come with me, she commanded as she scooped up the unconscious Sakura. As they jumped over the rooftops in the early morning light, Naruto's stomach churned as he thought of the many different memories he prayed Sakura hadn't seen. I wish I'd paid more attention when Irika-sensei told us about memory-blocking jutsus, he thought. Tsunade no Bachan. Yes. Will she be alright? Tsunade sighed. She should be. As long as she screamed because of the memory you told me about and not something worse. What do you mean worse? Something in your mind may have made her mind think she died. Tsunade said grimly. Naruto gasped in horror as the two ninja landed in front of the main doors of the hospital. Naruto was sleeping in a chair, which was balanced on two legs with the back against the wall and dangerously close to falling. On the bed next to him, Sakura slept soundly. There was a knock on the door to the room. Gravity won as Naruto was startled from his light sleep and he unceremoniously fell to the floor in a heap. Ow! The door opened and Hinata walked through. She made a small, distressed gasp at seeing her crush on the floor. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed as she ran over to the boy and offered him her hand. Naruto froze for a second before taking Hinata's small hand in his own. Suddenly the temperature of the room seemed to climb a few degrees. Even though she was in her jacket outfit today, the memory of her in her new clothes was still there. Hinata-chan, thanks, he said nervously. How is she? Hinata asked as she removed her jacket and placed it on the nightstand. Naruto's heart beat a bit faster now that Hinata was in just her shirt and capris. I don't know, he answered dejectedly. Bachan says if something really bad happened to her in there that she might not wake up. A gasp escaped Hinata's lips as her hand flew to her mouth. After a moment of stunned silence, she put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's not your fault. Naruto's expression clouded over. Isn't it? He put his head in his hands. If I'd cared about learning how to lock my bad memories, she wouldn't have found anything that could do this to her. Naruto-kun. Hinata answered softly. Before she knew what she was doing, she wrapped her arms around him. Naruto was surprised at the sudden close contact, but made no move to break it. He simply relaxed his body and stayed there, letting the world around them melt away, if only for a little while. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Sakura had fallen unconscious and Naruto had been there nearly all day, every day. Sasuke stopped in for an hour or so daily, as did Hinata. Lee had wanted to be on constant vigil, but his current mission had kept him away. Tsunade came in at the end of visitors' hours to make Naruto go home. Naruto snored loudly as Tsunade carried him home on her back. She glared backwards at the latest bellow of noise to assault her ears. This kid could give Jiraiya a run for his money, she said to no one. Naruto blinked his eyes rapidly as he awoke and wasn't all that surprised to find himself being carried home. Hey, Bachan, he greeted with a yawn. Hey, brat, Tsunade replied, and then was quiet for a few moments. I've been doing some thinking. After Sakura wakes up, I want to announce your adoption. Naruto was instantly more alert. Do you think that's a good idea? I also plan to tell them about the death of Kyuubi. Why the hell Sarutobi let the villagers think you were anything more than human is beyond me. I intend to set the record straight. I know I won't be able to change the minds of everyone, but if I can at least get them to think a little about the way they've treated you, then that will be enough for now, Tsunade announced, stopping and letting Naruto down from her back as she finished. But Naruto began as his feet touched the ground. Tsunade turned around and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You are my son. I will have you treated with respect, she said with a warm smile. Naruto smiled back and nodded. Thanks. The two began walking again. Bachan. Hi. I'm sorry, Naruto said as he stepped over a branch that had fallen on the path. For what? I lied to you about why I didn't want you to adopt me at first. Tsunade stopped walking. What do you mean? I wasn't afraid of you messing up being Hokage to keep me safe. What was it then? I thought you'd treat me like a kid. I didn't want a bunch of new rules. Tsunade sighed. Naruto, and I'm sure you know this by now, I will never try to change the way you live your life, she replied, smiling as she finished. I think you've done a pretty good job of raising yourself. You're kind, happy, thoughtful, and when it's important at least, she said with a laugh, very responsible. I doubt I could have done a better job with you. Naruto beamed with pride. Thanks. Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. You're welcome. Now let's go home. Naruto nodded in affirmation and mother and son walked on to their home together. Sakura's head hurt. She ummed and forced her tired eyes open. Where? Her vision went in and out of focus. She saw a life monitor. The hospital? With some effort, she turned her head to face the opposite direction. She saw a few fuzzy figures standing around, talking to each other. One of them was obviously Lee. No one else wore that much green who was their age. She saw one of the figures turn to face her direction. Nanny! Naruto's eyes widened. Bachan! She's awake! He squeaked, pointing at Sakura excitedly. Sasuke did a double take at hearing his brother's voice go up a few octaves. When the hell did his voice start cracking? He wondered. He pushed it aside for the moment, due to the situation. Naruto, Sakura thought with a small amount of fear. Naruto and Lee rushed over to Sakura's side. Sakura, can you hear me? Naruto asked in desperation. Sakura swallowed. Her throat was extremely dry. Water, she croaked. Naruto's eyes filled with tears of joy. You got it, he said happily. He grabbed a cup from the water cooler and began to fill it. Lee helped Sakura to a sitting position. She took the water Naruto held out for her and drank it in one gulp. Arigato, she said to Naruto, her voice sounding a little better. Sasuke moved into where he could see Sakura's face. Sakura, how are you feeling? Sakura's eyes went as wide as dinner plates. Gee, get away from me, she screeched, using all her available strength to scuttle backwards to the wall at the head of the bed. Sasuke's face took on an expression of confusion. He looked at Naruto and was surprised to see a look of understanding in his eyes. Sakura, what? No! Sakura screeched again, covering her face with her arms. Naruto, she begged, breaking down into sobs. Naruto sat down on the bed and wrapped his arms around Sakura in an attempt to calm her down. Sakura-chan, he's not gonna hurt you. Sakura rocked a bit as she cried. And Naruto, I'm so sorry. I wanted to know what really. I know. I don't care about that now. I'm just glad you're back, Naruto said in a soothing voice. How could he? You're his best friend. How could he aim for your heart? Sakura cried. Sasuke's throat tightened painfully. Tsunade-sama told me something scared her, but she never said. Lee, meanwhile, was staring at Sasuke in disbelief. He tried to kill Naruto-kun? Why? He wondered. He wanted to hold Sakura, but felt it wasn't his place at the moment. Instead, he turned to Sasuke. What is this, Sasuke? He asked angrily. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly and sighed. It's none of your business, he said through his teeth. Lee glared at Sasuke. Anything that hurts Sakura-san this badly is my business. Sasuke, tell him, came Naruto's voice from the bed. Sasuke looked at his brother, incredulous. What? He questioned in a low voice. Tell him. I'm tired of secrets. If I'd told Sakura-chan about it a long time ago, this would not have happened, Naruto said with regret. Sasuke sighed in angry defeat. There is another level to the Sharingan, an ultimate level. Ultimate level? Hinata asked from behind Tsunade. Sasuke sat down on a chair near the wall opposite the bed. It's called Manjikyu. It allows a person to use genjutsu so powerful, they can kill someone inside their own mind. Everyone's eyes widened. Sakura was even interested enough to slow her crying and listen a little. The only way to awaken the Manjikyu is to kill your closest friend. Sasuke said in a pained voice. Everyone in the room in a breath, eyes wide with disbelief. Lee spoke with disgust. You tried to kill the person you care most about. For power? According to Itachi, what causes the Manjikyu to form is the pain of extreme loss. Loss caused by your own hands. Sasuke looked at Naruto. I'm sorry, even if what happened back then was mostly because of the seal, it's no excuse, he said sadly. Naruto looked down. Seal or no seal, I knew you didn't want to kill me. You thought you had to. Sasuke looked at Naruto with surprise. Naruto continued. And that's part of the reason I fought so hard to get you back. I didn't want you to go through more pain. Sasuke's face fell, his mouth hanging open in an O shape. Naruto, he said once he found his voice. Naruto sighed. and then his expression looked as though he had decided something. "Excuse me, Sakura," he said as he released the girl that he'd been holding. He looked up at Tsunade. "Bachan, I need you to get Niji, Shikamaru, Kiba and Kakashi-sensei." "Why?" Tsunade asked. "I want to tell my friends that everything," Naruto replied, his voice filled with trepidation. Tsunade's eyebrows knitted together. "Are you sure?" "Hi," Naruto answered with more confidence. Tsunade nodded. "All right." Shikamaru yawned as he sat down in the plush armchair near the window. Kakashi leaned against a wall and Niji stood in the middle of the room with his arms folded. "Thanks for coming, guys," Naruto greeted solemnly. He took a deep breath. "I'd have some things I need to tell all of you." He closed his eyes and took a calming breath before continuing. "You all know about when Kyuubi attacked the village." Everyone nodded, except of course those who knew what was coming. "You were lied to. Kyuubi wasn't killed. He was sealed," Naruto gulped, "inside me." Niji's eyes widened. "What? You're honestly telling me you didn't know?" Shikamaru asked in disbelief. Everyone turned to stare at the lazy shinobi. "How did you?" Niji inquired. "It wasn't that hard to figure out. You can't kill a Yuma, not directly anyway. You have to seal it inside a living being. One with a chakra system advanced enough to hold it. A human is the only logical choice. The older a chakra system is, the more likely it will reject such a large and inhuman chakra, so the person creating the seal would need a newborn baby for the container. Naruto was the only person our age that all the adults in the village seemed to hate." He shrugged. "Simple, really." Everyone stared slack-jawed at Shikamaru. After a moment, Tsunade hemmed. "Go ahead, Naruto." Naruto nodded, somewhat amazed that not a single person had turned on him even for an instant. 2 months ago, when Orochimaru took me, I was cut open. He'd peeled my skin back so Kyuubi couldn't heal me. Niji gritted his teeth and Hinata looked a little nauseous from the memory. Sasuke pushed my wound together and Kyuubi was able to seal it, but it used too much of his chakra. He died, Naruto said as though he were sorry the Nine Tails was dead. Even Shikamaru showed surprise. But that shouldn't have been enough to kill a Yuma that powerful. Tsunade folded her arms. "Not by itself, no. I've been researching the jutsus Orochimaru used on Naruto. They are designed to remove seals, but they also have the side effect of corrupting the flow of chakra in the being residing within the seal. Essentially, Kyuubi's own chakra poisoned him. The combination of that and using an enormous amount of power to heal Naruto apparently proved fatal." Shikamaru frowned in thought. "Makes sense. Kyuubi left me a going-away present," Naruto said as he began to mold some chakra. Everyone watched in amazement at Naruto's new chakra color. However, Tsunade, Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata were confused. The chakra wasn't yellow. It was a swirling mix of red and blue. "What the hell?" Tsunade questioned. Naruto opened his eyes when Tsunade spoke. He noticed the new colors and stared at them. "What had happened?" Niji turned to Tsunade. "What is it?" "It was yellow just yesterday. Not to mention it shouldn't be possible for it to be 2 colors at once," Tsunade replied with a frown. "What does it mean, Tsunade-sama?" Hinata asked. Tsunade frowned in thought. "I don't know. I'll research it when I get home." She let out a puff of air. "Naruto, I believe you have a few more things to say?" Naruto nodded. Naruto scratched the side of his face in embarrassment. "Tsunade-no-bachan adopted me," he said with a smile. "Congratulations, Naruto," Niji said after the momentary shock wore off. "HMPF. You were better off before," Shikamaru said with a wry smile. Tsunade stalked over to Shikamaru, holding up a fist. "What did you say?" she said dangerously. Shikamaru cringed. "It was nothing," he replied, waving his hands protectively in front of his face. "Geez, how troublesome," he thought as Tsunade walked back to her previous position. "Anyway, I also found who my parents were a few weeks ago," Naruto said quietly. Except for Tsunade's, all eyes were suddenly fixed on Naruto. "No-kun, that's wonderful." Hinata cried cheerfully. "Who are they? Have you met them yet?" Sakura asked eagerly. Naruto's face fell. "They're them that they died when I was born," he answered, his voice sad. Hinata made a tiny gasp. "Oh, Naruto-kun," she said as she bit her lower lip. "It's okay," Naruto said, giving Hinata a small smile. "What were their names?" Sakura asked, gently. "My dad's name was Minato." Naruto began before being cut off by a strange choking sound that came from Kakashi. Kakashi looked as though he'd seen a ghost. "What is it, sensei?" Sasuke asked with concern. Kakashi's beloved book simply fell from his hands as he stood and walked slowly toward his blonde-haired student. When he got to the bed, he reached out a shaking hand and touched the side of Naruto's face. I always thought you looked like him," he said in a choked voice. Sakura was confused. "Sensei?" Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up and away from his Sharingan eye. "But how? Sandaime told us you were dead." Naruto was shocked to see Kakashi's eyes filled with tears. "It was a lie. He did it to protect me," Naruto informed him. "So you really are Yandaime's son?" Kakashi said as though he wasn't still sure he believed it. Immediately following Kakashi's question, everyone in the room stared, positively bug-eyed, at Naruto. "You're the son of the fourth?" Lee asked in shock and awe. Naruto nodded. "Yeah." Kakashi gripped Naruto's shoulder affectionately. "It's not like a part of him is back from the dead," he said, hurriedly wiping his tears away with his other hand. Suddenly his expression turned dangerous. "Jiraiya." "I already took care of it, Hatake," Tsunade said with a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Naruto looked at Tsunade in confusion. "What did Ero Sennin do?" Kakashi stared at Tsunade in disbelief. "He doesn't know?" Tsunade shook her head. "I want Jiraiya to tell him himself." "Tell me what?" Naruto questioned, growing impatient. "Ask Jiraiya. I want him to be the one who sees your reaction to it," Tsunade said icily. Naruto growled a sigh. Dr. Tokiha came into the room. He saw Sakura sitting up and smiled broadly. "She's awake," he said cheerfully. Sakura smiled and nodded. "Well then, how about you all clear out of here so I can check her over?" Dr. Tokiha requested. "Bye everyone," Sakura said with a wave. Sakura's visitors returned her goodbye and walked out the door, except for Naruto and Lee. Naruto smiled at Sakura. "Glad you're okay," he said with a grin. Sakura smiled. "Thanks." Later, Naruto said with a mock salute. Once Naruto was out the door, Lee turned to the girl he loved. "I don't know what I would have done that if I could never see that smile again," he said as he lovingly touched her cheek. Sakura paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. "Lee-kun." "It's all right," Lee said softly. "I know you don't feel the same," he said with a small smile. "I'll see you later." As he turned around to leave, he felt Sakura's hand grab his. "Lee-kun, that I can't make any promises," Sakura said gently, "but don't give up on me yet." "Sakura-san?" Lee questioned, trying desperately to quell the bit of hope that was entering his heart. "Just give me some time to think," Sakura explained. "Oh, that okay," Lee said in mild confusion. He looked at the door. "Well then, that I have to get back to my training. Ja," he said nervously. "Ja Lee-kun." Lee smiled and left the room. Sakura stared out the window, watching some kids playing ninja tag. It was so simple back then, she thought. An image of Sasuke entered her mind, but his adorable smirk was quickly replaced by the murderous grin he had worn in Naruto's memories, making Sakura wince. "Sasuke-kun, I can't love you anymore. But I'm not sure I know how to move on." "All right, Miss Haruno. Let's see if you're ready to go home," said Dr. Tokiha. Sakura nodded. "All right." As Dr. Tokiha began the usual stages of a routine physical, Sakura's mind wandered to the memory of Naruto telling everyone about Kyuubi. "I'm so glad everyone took it so well. He's already been through so much." Of course, she knew exactly what had gone through Niji and Lee's minds. She had had the same thoughts when she had been told the truth. Tsunade moved to sit behind her desk. "There is something you must know before you go on this mission. What I'm about to tell you is not to leave this room. Understood?" "Hi, Tokasama," Sasuke replied. "The Kyuubi that attacked Konoha 14 years ago was not destroyed as you were told. It was sealed. Inside Naruto, Tsunade explained. What? Sakura and Hinata squeaked in unison. Sakura's breathing became slow and quiet as she absorbed what she'd just been told. After a moment she noticed Sasuke didn't seem at all surprised. Sasuke-kun, you knew? She asked in wide-eyed disbelief. Hi. Naruto told me, after he stopped me from going to Orochimaru, Sasuke said, his eyes looking at the floor. Why didn't he tell me? Sakura asked, her voice rising a bit in pitch. I saw him use the 9 tails when we fought. I asked him what it was and he told me. I think that he didn't tell you because he was afraid of how you'd react, Sasuke said, raising his eyes to Sakura's. Sakura bit her lower lip. Tsunade ahemed and the teens turned their attention back to her. We have received intelligence reports that Orochimaru plans to extract Kyuubi from Naruto and transfer it to himself. This would not only increase Orochimaru's power, but also kill Naruto in the process, she said gravely. No. Hinata said loudly. You 3 will be accompanied by Kakashi and a team of Umbu. They will act as a distraction while you get Naruto out, said Tsunade. But we're not enough to take on Orochimaru. Sakura exclaimed. We're hoping that the distraction will be enough that you won't have to, Tsunade explained. Now, as for the reason you were told about Kyuubi, should Orochimaru make even the slightest miscalculation when attempting the needed seal transfer jutsus, you may wind up facing the Kyuubi itself. Sakura shuddered at the memory as Dr. Tokiha removed the blood pressure cuff. Well, Sakura, I think you can go home tomorrow morning. For now, why don't you try to get some sleep? Hi. Thank you, Sakura replied. Dr. Tokiha smiled and left the room. Sakura laid down, her skin relishing in the smoothness of the cool pillow. As she closed her tired eyes, one thought came to her mind. And for some reason, she found it comforting. I think that I really do like Lee Kun. With that thought, she drifted off into a restless sleep.